Chapter 11. Theories of Fixed and Circulating Capital. Ricardo. Ricardo introduces the distinction between fixed and circulating capital merely for the purpose of illustrating the exceptions to the rule of value, namely, cases where the rate of wages affects prices. The discussion of this point is reserved for Volume 3. Capital, Volume 3, Chapter 11. But the original lack of clarity is apparent at the outset, in the following immaterial juxtaposition. Quote, "This difference in the degree of durability of fixed capital, and this variety in the proportions in which the two sorts of capital may be combined," unquote. And if we ask him which two sorts of capital he is referring to, we are told, quote, "The proportions, too, in which the capital that is to support labour and the capital that is invested in tools, machinery, and buildings may be variously combined," unquote. In other words, fixed capital equals instruments of labour, and circulating capital equals capital laid out in labour. Capital that is to support labour is a senseless term culled from Adam Smith. On the one hand, the circulating capital is here lumped together with the variable capital, that is, with that part of productive capital which is laid out in labour. But on the other hand, doubly erroneous definitions arise for the reason that the antithesis is not derived from the process of self-expansion of value, constant and variable capital, but from the process of circulation. Adam Smith's old confusion. First, the difference in the degree of durability of fixed capital and the difference arising from capital being composed of constant and variable capital are conceived as being of equal significance. But the last-named difference determines the difference in the production of surplus value. The first-named, on the other hand, so far as the process of self-expansion is concerned, refers only to the manner in which a particular value is transferred from a means of production to the product. So far as the process of circulation is concerned, this difference refers only to the period of renewal of the expended capital, or, from another point of view, to the time for which it has been advanced. If instead of seeing through the internal machinery of the capitalist process of production, one considers merely the accomplished phenomena, then these distinctions actually coincide. In the distribution of the social surplus value among the various capitals invested in different branches of industry, the differences in the different periods of time for which capital is advanced, for instance, the various degrees of durability of fixed capital, and the different organic compositions of capital, and therefore also the different circulations of constant and variable capital, contribute equally toward an equalization of the general rate of profit and the conversion of values into prices of production. Secondly, from the point of view of the process of circulation, we have on one side the instruments of labour, fixed capital, on the other the material of labour and wages, circulating capital. But from the point of view of the process of labour and self-expansion, we have on the one side means of production, instruments of labour and material of labour, constant capital, on the other, labour power, variable capital. Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 25. It is wholly immaterial for the organic composition of capital whether a specified quantity of value of constant capital consists of many instruments of labour and little material of labour, or of much material of labour and few instruments of labour, while everything depends on the ratio of the capital laid out in means of production to that laid out in labour power. Vice versa. From the point of view of the process of circulation, of the distinction between fixed and circulating capital, it is just as immaterial in what proportions a particular quantity of value circulating capital divides into material of labour and wages. From one of these points of view, the material of labour is classed in the same category with the instruments of labour as opposed to the capital value laid out in labour power. From the other viewpoint, the part of capital laid out in labour power ranges with that laid out in material of labour as opposed to that laid out in instruments of labour. For this reason, the part of the capital value laid out in material of labour, raw and auxiliary materials, does not appear on either side in Ricardo. It disappears entirely, for it will not do to class it with fixed capital, because its mode of circulation coincides entirely with that of the part of capital laid out in labour power. And on the other hand, it should not be placed alongside circulating capital, because in that event the identification of the antithesis of fixed and circulating capital with that of constant and variable capital, which had been handed down by Adam Smith and is tacitly retained, would abolish itself. Ricardo has too much logical instinct not to feel this, and for this reason that part of capital vanishes entirely from his sight. It is to be noted at this point that the capitalist, to use the jargon of political economy, advances the capital laid out in wages for various periods of time, according to whether he pays these wages weekly, monthly, or quarterly. But as a matter of fact, the reverse takes place. It is the labourer who advances his labour to the capitalist for a week, a month, or 3 months, according to whether he is paid by the week, by the month, or every 3 months. If the capitalist bought labour power instead of paying for it, in other words, if he paid the labourer his wages in advance for a day, a week, a month, or a quarter, he would be justified in claiming that he advanced wages for those periods. But since he pays after the labour has lasted for days, weeks, or months, instead of buying it and paying for the time which it is to last, the whole thing amounts to a capitalist quid pro quo, and the advance which the labourer gives to the capitalist in labour is turned into an advance of money given to the labourer by the capitalist. It does not alter the case in the least that the capitalist gets back the product itself, or its value, together with the surplus value embodied in it, from circulation, or realizes it only after a relatively long or short period of time, according to the different periods required for its manufacture or for its circulation. The seller of a commodity does not care a rap what its buyer is going to do with it. The capitalist does not get a machine cheaper because he must advance its entire value at one shot, while this value returns to him only gradually and piecemeal from circulation. Nor does he pay more for cotton, because its value enters entirely into the value of the product into which it is made, and is therefore replaced fully and at one time by the sale of the product. Let us return to Ricardo. 1. The characteristic feature of variable capital is that a definite given, and as such constant, part of capital, a given sum of values, assumed to be equal in value to the labour power, although it does not matter here whether the wages are equal, more or less than the value of the labour power, is exchanged for a self-expanding, value-creating power, viz. Labour power, which not only reproduces its value, paid by the capitalist, but simultaneously produces a surplus value, a value not existing previously, and not paid for by any equivalent. This characteristic property of the part of capital laid out for wages, which distinguishes it as variable capital from constant capital, disappears whenever the part of capital expended on wages is considered solely from the point of view of the process of circulation, and thus appears as circulating capital in contradistinction to the fixed capital laid out in instruments of labour. This is apparent, if only from the fact that it is then brought under one head, that of circulating capital, together with the component part of the constant capital laid out in material of labour, and opposed to the other component of the constant capital, that laid out in instruments of labour. Surplus value, hence the very circumstance which converts the laid-out sum of value into capital, is entirely ignored thereby. Similarly, the fact is ignored that the part of the value added to the product by the capital laid out in wages is newly produced and therefore really reproduced, while the part of the value which the raw material adds to the product is not newly produced, not really produced, but only preserved in the value of the product, conserved, and hence merely reappears as a component part of the value of the product. The distinction, as now seen from the point of view of the contrast between fixed and circulating capital, consists simply in this: the value of the instruments of labour used for the production of a commodity enters only partially into the value of the commodity, and is therefore only partially replaced by its sale, hence is replaced altogether only piecemeal and gradually. On the other hand, the value of the labour power and subjects of labour, raw materials, etc., used for the production of a commodity, entirely enters into it, and is therefore entirely replaced by its sale. In this respect, as far as the process of circulation is concerned, one part of capital presents itself as fixed, the other as fluent or circulating. In both cases, it is a matter of transferring given advanced values to the product, and of their replacement by the sale of the product. The difference now depends only on whether the transfer of value, and consequently the replacement of value, takes place piecemeal and gradually, or in bulk. By this means, the distinction between the variable and constant capital, which decides everything, is blotted out. Hence the whole secret of the production of surplus value and of capitalist production, the circumstances which transform certain values and the things in which they present themselves into capital, are obliterated. All constituent parts of capital are then distinguished merely by their mode of circulation, and, of course, circulation of commodities concerns itself solely with already existing given values, and the capital laid out in wages shares a peculiar mode of circulation with the part of capital laid out in raw materials, semi-finished products, auxiliary materials, as opposed to the part of capital laid out in instruments of labour. It is therefore understandable why bourgeois political economy instinctively clung to Adam Smith's confusion of the categories constant and variable capital with the categories fixed and circulating, and repeated it parrot-like, without criticism, from generation to generation for a century. The part of capital laid out for wages is no longer in the least distinguished by bourgeois political economy from the part of capital laid out for raw materials, and differs only formally from constant capital, on the point of whether it is circulated piecemeal or in one lump by the product. Thereby, the basis for an understanding of the real movement of capitalist production, and hence of capitalist exploitation, is buried at one stroke. It is but a question of the reappearance of advanced values. In Ricardo, the uncritical adoption of the Smithian confusion is more disturbing not only than in the later apologists, in whom the confusion of ideas is rather something not disturbing, but also than in Adam Smith himself, because Ricardo, in contrast to the latter, is more consistent and incisive in his analysis of value and surplus value, and indeed upholds the esoteric Adam Smith against the exoteric Adam Smith. Among the physiocrats, there is no such confusion. The distinction between avance annuelle and avance primitive refers only to the different periods of reproduction of the different components of capital, especially of agricultural capital, while their views on the production of surplus value form a part of their theory that is independent of these distinctions, a part they hold up as the strong point of their theory. The formation of surplus value is not explained as originating from capital as such, but is attributed to one particular sphere of the production of capital, agriculture. 2. The essential point in the definition of variable capital, and therefore for the conversion of any sum of values into capital, is that the capitalist exchanges a definite, given, and in this sense constant, magnitude of value for value-creating power, a magnitude of value for the production, self-expansion of value. Whether the capitalist pays the labourer in money or in means of subsistence does not affect this basic definition. It only alters the mode of existence of the value advanced by the capitalist, which in one case exists in the form of money, for which the labourer buys himself his means of subsistence in the market, in the other case in the form of means of subsistence, which he consumes directly. Developed capitalist production rests indeed on the assumption that the labourer is paid in money, just as in general it presupposes the process of production brought about by the process of circulation, hence presupposes the monetary system. But the creation of surplus value, and consequently the capitalization of the advanced sum of values, has its source neither in the money form of wages, nor in the form of wages paid in kind, nor in the capital laid out in the purchase of labour power. It arises out of the exchange of value for value-creating power, out of the conversion of a constant into a variable magnitude. The greater or smaller fixity of the instruments of labour depends on their degree of durability, hence on a physical property. Other circumstances being equal, they will wear out sooner or later, will therefore function a longer or a shorter time as fixed capital, according to their durability. But it is by no means solely on account of this physical property of durability that they function as fixed capital. The raw material in metal factories is just as durable as the machines used in manufacturing, and more durable than many component parts of these machines, such as leather and wood. Nevertheless, the metal, serving as raw materials, forms a part of the circulating capital, while the instrument of labour, although probably built of the same metal, is a part of the fixed capital when in use. Consequently, it is not because of the material physical nature, nor the relatively great or small speed with which it wears out, that a metal is put now in the category of fixed, now in that of circulating capital. This distinction is rather due to the role played by it in the process of production, being a subject of labour in one case, and an instrument of labour in the other. The function of an instrument of labour in the process of production requires that on the average it should serve for a longer or shorter period in ever-renewed labour processes. Its very function, therefore, prescribes that the stuff of which it is composed should be more or less durable. But it is not the durability of the material of which it is fabricated that by itself makes it fixed capital. The same stuff, when raw material, becomes circulating capital. And among economists who confuse the distinction between commodity capital and productive capital with the distinction between circulating and fixed capital, the same stuff, the same machine, is circulating capital as product and fixed capital as instrument of labour. Although it is not the durability of the material of which it is fabricated that makes an instrument of labour fixed capital, nevertheless its role as such an instrument requires that it should be composed of relatively durable material. The durability of its material is therefore a condition of its function as an instrument of labour, and consequently the material basis of the mode of circulation which renders it fixed capital. Other things being equal, the higher or lower degree of wear and tear of the stuff it is made of impresses upon it in a higher or lower degree the stamp of fixedness, is therefore very closely interwoven with the quality of being fixed capital. If the part of capital laid out in labour power is considered exclusively from the point of view of circulating capital, hence in contrast with fixed capital, and if, consequently, the distinctions between constant and variable capital are lumped with those between fixed and circulating capital, then it is natural, supposing that material reality of the instrument of labour forms an essential basis of its character of fixed capital, to derive its character of circulating capital, in contrast with the fixed capital, from the material reality of the capital invested in labour power, and then again to determine the circulating capital with the aid of the material reality of the variable capital. The real substance of the capital laid out in wages is labour itself, active, value-creating labour power, living labour, which the capitalist exchanges for dead materialized labour, and embodies in his capital, by which means, and by which alone, the value in his hands turns into self-expanding value. But this power of self-expansion is not sold by the capitalist. It is always only a constituent part of his productive capital, the same as his instruments of labour. It is never a part of his commodity capital, as, for instance, the finished product which he sells. In the process of production, the instruments of labour, as components of the productive capital, are not opposed to labour power as fixed capital, any more than materials of labour and auxiliary substances are identified with it as circulating capital. Labour power confronts both of them as a personal factor, while those are objective factors, speaking from the point of view of the labour process. Both of them stand opposed to labour power as constant capital to variable capital, speaking from the point of view of the process of self-expansion of value. Or, if mention is to be made here of a material difference, so far as it affects the process of circulation, it is only this. It follows from the nature of value, which is nothing but materialized labour, and from the nature of active labour power, which is nothing but labour in process of materialization, that labour power continually creates value and surplus value during the time it functions, that what on the part of labour power appears as motion, as a creation of value, appears on the part of its product in a state of rest, as created value. If the labour power has performed its function, capital no longer consists of labour power on the one side and means of production on the other. The capital value that was invested in labour power is now value which, plus surplus value, was added to the product. In order to repeat the process, the product must be sold, and new labour power constantly bought with the proceeds and incorporated in the productive capital. This then gives to the part of capital invested in labour power, and to that invested in material of labour, etc., the character of circulating capital, as opposed to the capital remaining fixed in the instruments of labour. But if, on the contrary, The secondary definition of the circulating capital, which it shares with a part of the constant capital, raw and auxiliary materials, is made the essential definition of the part of capital laid out in labour power, to wit, that the value laid out in it is transferred in full to the product in whose creation it is consumed, and not gradually and piecemeal as in the case of the fixed capital, and that consequently it must be replaced in full by the sale of the product, then the part of the capital laid out in wages must likewise consist, materially, not of active labour power, but of the material elements which the labourer buys with his wages. That is, it must consist of that part of the social commodity capital which passes into the consumption of the labourer, viz., of means of subsistence. In that case, the fixed capital consists of the more slowly perishable instruments of labour, which therefore have to be replaced more slowly, and the capital laid out in labour power consists of the means of subsistence, which must be replaced more rapidly. However, the borderline between greater or lesser perishableness is very vague and indistinct. Quote, "The food and clothing consumed by the labourer, the buildings in which he works, the implements with which his labour is assisted, are all of a perishable nature. There is, however, a vast difference in the time for which these different capitals will endure. A steam engine will last longer than a ship than the clothing of the labourer, and the clothing of the labourer longer than the food which he consumes." Unquote. Ricardo, Principles. Ricardo forgets to mention the house in which the labourer lives, his furniture, his tools of consumption, such as knives, forks, dishes, etc., all of which have the same quality of durability as the instruments of labour. The same things, the same kinds of things, appear in one place as articles of consumption, and in another as instruments of labour. The difference, as stated by Ricardo, is this, quote, "According as capital is rapidly perishable and requires to be frequently reproduced, or is of slow consumption, it is classed under the heads of circulating or fixed capital." Unquote. Ricardo, Principles. And he adds this note, quote, "A division not essential, and in which the line of demarcation cannot be accurately drawn." Unquote. Ricardo, Principles. Thus we have once more happily arrived in the camp of the physiocrats, where the distinction between avance annuelle and avance primitive was one referring to the time of consumption, and consequently also to the different times of reproduction of the capital employed. Only what with them constitutes an important phenomenon of social production, and is described in the tableau économique in connection with the process of circulation, becomes here a subjective, and in Ricardo's own words, superfluous distinction. Once the part of capital invested in labour differs from that invested in instruments of labour only by its period of reproduction, and hence its term of circulation, and once one part consists of means of subsistence, and the other of instruments of labour, so that those differ from these only in being more rapidly perishable, there being various degrees of durability within the first group itself, all differentia specifica between capital invested in labour power and capital invested in means of production is naturally obliterated. This wholly contradicts Ricardo's doctrine of value, likewise his theory of profit, which is in fact a theory of surplus value. In general, he considers the distinction between fixed and circulating capital only to the extent that different proportions of both of them in equally large capitals invested in different branches of production influence the law of value, particularly the extent to which an increase or decrease of wages in consequence of these conditions affects prices. But even within this restricted investigation, he commits the gravest errors on account of his confusing fixed and circulating with constant and variable capital. Indeed, he starts his analysis on an entirely wrong basis. In the first place, insofar as the part of the capital value laid out in labour power has to be classified under the head of circulating capital, the definitions of circulating capital itself are wrongly developed, particularly the circumstances which place the part of capital laid out in labour under this head. In the second place, there is a confusion of the definition according to which the part of capital invested in labour is variable capital, with the definition according to which it is circulating capital, as opposed to fixed capital. It is evident at the outset that the definition of capital invested in labour power as circulating or fluent capital is a secondary one, obliterating its differentia specifica in the process of production. For in this definition, on the one hand, the capitals invested in labour are of the same importance as those invested in raw material, etc. A classification which identifies a part of the constant capital with the variable capital does not deal with the differentia specifica of variable capital in opposition to constant capital. On the other hand, the parts of capital laid out in labour are indeed opposed to those invested in instruments of labour, but not in the least with reference to the fact that these parts enter into the production of value in quite different ways, but with reference to the fact that both transfer their value to the product, but in different periods of time. In all of these cases, the point at issue is how a given value, laid out in the process of production of commodities, whether it be wages, the price of raw materials, or that of instruments of labour, is transferred to the product, hence is circulated by the product, and returned to its starting point by the sale of the product, or is replaced. The only difference lies here in the how, in the particular manner of the transfer, and therefore also of the circulation of this value. Whether the price of labour power previously stipulated by contract in each individual case is paid in money or means of subsistence does not alter in any way its character of being a fixed price. However, it is evident in the case of wages paid in money that the money itself does not pass into the process of production in the way that the value as well as the material of the means of production do. But if, on the other hand, the means of subsistence which the labourer buys with his wages are directly classed in the same category, alongside raw materials, etc., as the material form of circulating capital, and are opposed to the instruments of labour, then the matter assumes a different aspect. If the value of these things, of the means of production, is transferred to the product in the labour process, the value of those other things, the means of subsistence, reappears in the labour power that consumes them, and is likewise transferred to the product by the functioning of this power. In both these cases, it is equally a question of the mere reappearance in the product of the values advanced during production. The physiocrats took this seriously, and therefore denied that industrial labour created surplus value. Thus, the previously quoted passage from Wayland, Capital, Volume 1. The form, however, is of no consequence. The various kinds of food, clothing, and shelter necessary for the existence and comfort of the human being are also changed. They are consumed from time to time, and their value reappears. End of quote. Elements of Political Economy. The capital values advanced for production in the form of both means of production and means of subsistence reappear here equally in the value of the product. Thus, the transformation of the capitalist process of production into a complete mystery is happily accomplished, and the origin of the surplus value existing in the product is entirely withdrawn from view. Furthermore, this brings to completion the fetishism peculiar to bourgeois political economy. The fetishism which metamorphoses the social economic character impressed on things in the process of social production into a natural character stemming from the material nature of those things. For instance, instruments of labour are fixed capital is a scholastic definition which leads to contradictions and confusion. Just as was demonstrated in Capital Chapter 7 in the case of the labour process, that it depends wholly on the role which the material components play in a particular labour process, on their function, whether they function as instruments of labour, material of labour, or products. So instruments of labour are fixed capital only if the process of production is really a capitalist process of production, and the means of production are therefore really capital, and possess economic definiteness, the social character of capital. And in the second place, they are fixed capital only if they transfer their value to the product in a particular way. If not, they remain instruments of labour, without being fixed capital. In the same way, if auxiliary materials like manure give up value in the same peculiar manner as the greater part of the instruments of labour, they become fixed capital, although they are not instruments of labour. It is not a question here of definitions, which things must be made to fit. We are dealing here with definite functions, which must be expressed in definite categories. If to be capital laid out in wages is considered one of the qualities of means of subsistence as such under all circumstances, then it will also be a quality of this circulating capital, quote, to support labour, unquote. Ricardo. If the means of subsistence were not capital, they would not support labour power, whereas it is precisely their quality of capital that endows them with the faculty of supporting capital by foreign labour. If means of subsistence, as such, are circulating capital, after the latter had been converted into wages, it follows further that the magnitude of wages depends on the ratio of the number of labourers to the given amount of circulating capital, a favourite economic proposition, while as a matter of fact the quantity of means of subsistence withdrawn from the market by the labourer and the quantity of means of subsistence available for the consumption of the capitalist depend on the ratio of the surplus value to the price of labour. Ricardo, like Barton in Observations on the Circumstances which influenced the condition of the labouring classes of society, London 1817, everywhere confounds the relation of variable to constant capital with that of circulating to fixed capital. A pertinent passage is quoted in Volume 1. We shall see later to what extent this vitiates his investigation of the rate of profit. Capital, Volume 3, Chapters 1 to 3. Ricardo furthermore identifies the differences which arise in the turnover from other causes than the distinction between fixed and circulating capital, with this distinction. Quote, it is also to be observed that the circulating capital may circulate or be returned to its employer in very unequal times. The wheat bought by a farmer to sow is comparatively a fixed capital to the wheat purchased by a baker to make into loaves. The one leaves it in the ground, and can obtain no return for a year. The other can get it ground into flour, sell it as bread to his customers, and have his capital free to renew the same or commence any other employment in a week. Unquote. Principles, etc. It is characteristic here that wheat, although not serving as a means of subsistence but as a raw material, when used for sowing, is in the first place circulating capital, because in itself it is a means of subsistence, and in the second place fixed capital, because its return takes over a year. However, it is not only the more or less slow or rapid return which makes a fixed capital of a means of production, but also the definite manner in which it transfers its value to the product. The confusion created by Adam Smith has brought about the following results. 1. The distinction between fixed and circulating capital is confused with that between productive capital and commodity capital. For instance, a machine is considered circulating capital when in the market as a commodity, and fixed capital when incorporated in the process of production. Moreover, it is absolutely impossible to ascertain why one kind of capital should be more fixed or circulating than another. 2. All circulating capital is identified with capital laid out or to be laid out in wages. This is so in John Stuart Mill and others. J. Stuart Mill, Essays on Some Unsettled Questions of Political Economy, London, 1844. 3. The distinction between variable and constant capital, which was previously mistaken by Barton, Ricardo, and others, for that between circulating and fixed capital, is finally wholly reduced to this last-named distinction, for instance in Ramsay, where all means of production, raw materials, etc., as well as instruments of labour, are fixed capital, and only capital laid out in wages is circulating capital. G. Ramsay, An Essay on the Distribution of Wealth, Edinburgh, 1833. But because the reduction takes place in this form, the real distinction between constant and variable capital is not understood. 4. The latter-day British, especially Scotch, economists, who look upon all things from the inexpressibly narrow-minded point of view of a bank clerk, such as MacLeod, H. D. MacLeod, The Elements of Political Economy, London, 1858, Patterson, R. H. Patterson, The Science of Finance, A Practical Treatise, Edinburgh and London, 1868, and others, transformed the distinction between fixed and circulating capital into one between money at call and money not at call. Chapter 12. The Working Period. Let us take two branches of business with working days of equal length, say of 10 hours each. One of them a cotton spinning mill, the other a locomotive works. In one of these branches, a definite quantity of finished product, cotton yarn, is turned out daily or weekly. In the other, the labour process has to be repeated for perhaps 3 months in order to manufacture a finished product, a locomotive. In one case, the product is discrete in nature, and each day or week the same labour starts over again. In the other case, the labour process is continuous, and extends over a rather great number of daily labour processes, which, in their interconnection, in the continuity of their operation, bring forth a finished product only after a rather long period of time. Although the duration of the daily labour process is the same here, there is a very marked difference in the duration of the productive act, that is, in the duration of the repeated labour processes required to get out a finished product, to market it as a commodity, hence to convert it from productive to commodity capital. The distinction between fixed and circulating capital has nothing to do with this. The distinction indicated would exist even if the very same proportions of fixed and circulating capital were employed in both branches of production. These differences in the duration of the productive act can be observed not alone between different spheres of production, but also within one and the same sphere of production, depending on the amount of product to be turned out. An ordinary dwelling house is built in less time than a large factory, and therefore requires fewer continuous labour processes. While the building of a locomotive takes 3 months, that of an armoured man of war requires 1 year or more. It takes nearly a year to produce grain and several years to raise big cattle, while timber growing needs from 12 to 100 years. A few months will suffice for a country road, while a railway is a job of years. An ordinary carpet is made in about a week, but a gobelin takes years, etc. Hence the time consumed in the performance of the productive act varies infinitely. The difference in the duration of the productive act must evidently give rise to a difference in the velocity of the turnover, if invested capitals are equal. In other words, must make a difference in the time for which a certain capital is advanced. Assume that a spinning mill and a locomotive works employ the same amount of capital, that the ratio of their constant to their variable capital is the same, likewise the proportion between the fixed and circulating parts of the capitals, and that lastly their working day is of equal length, and its division into necessary and surplus labour the same. In order to eliminate, furthermore, all the circumstances arising out of the process of circulation, and having no bearing on the present case, let us suppose that both the yarn and the locomotive are made to order, and will be paid on delivery of the finished product. At the end of the week, on delivery of the finished yarn, the spinning mill owner recovers his outlay for circulating capital, leaving the surplus value out of consideration. Likewise, the fixed capital's wear and tear incorporated in the value of the yarn. He can therefore repeat the same circuit anew, with the same capital. It has completed its turnover. The locomotive manufacturer, on the other hand, must lay out ever new capital for wages and raw material every week for 3 months in succession, and it is only after 3 months after the delivery of the locomotive that the circulating capital, meanwhile gradually laid out in one and the same productive act for the manufacture of one and the same commodity, once more exists in a form in which it can renew its circuit. The wear and tear of his machinery during these 3 months is likewise replaced only now. The expenditure of the one is made for 1 week, that of the other is the weekly expenditure multiplied by 12. All other circumstances being assumed as equal, the one must have 12 times as much circulating capital at his disposal as the other. It is, however, immaterial here that the capitals advanced weekly are equal. Whatever the amount of the advanced capital, it is advanced for only 1 week in the one case, and for 12 weeks in the other, and these periods must respectively elapse before it can be used for a new operation, before the same operation can be repeated with it, or a different one inaugurated. The difference in the velocity of the turnover, or in the length of time for which the individual capital must be advanced before the same capital value can be employed in a new labour or self-expansion process, arises here from the following circumstances. Granted the manufacture of a locomotive or of any other machine requires 100 working days. So far as the labourers employed in the manufacture of yarn or the building of locomotives are concerned, 100 working days constitute in either case a discontinuous, discrete magnitude, consisting, according to our assumption, of 100 consecutive separate 10-hour labour processes. But so far as the product, the machine, is concerned, these 100 working days form a continuous magnitude, A working day of 1,000 working hours, one single connected act of production. I call such a working day, which is composed of a more or less numerous succession of connected working days, a working period. When we speak of a working day, we mean the length of working time during which the labourer must daily spend his labour power, must work day by day. But when we speak of a working period, we mean the number of connected working days required in a certain branch of industry for the manufacture of a finished product. In this case, the product of every working day is but a partial one, which is further worked upon from day to day, and only at the end of the longer or shorter working period receives its finished form, is a finished use value. Interruptions, disturbances of the process of social production, in consequence, for instance, of crises, have therefore very different effects on labour products of a discrete nature and on those that require for their production a prolonged connected period. In the one case, all that happens is that today's production of a certain quantity of yarn, coal, etc., is not followed by tomorrow's new production of yarn, coal, etc. Not so in the case of ships, buildings, railways, etc. Here it is not only the day's work, but an entire connected act of production that is interrupted. If the job is not continued, the means of production and labour already consumed in its production are wasted. Even if it is resumed, a deterioration has inevitably set in the meantime. For the entire length of the working period, the part of the value daily transferred to the product by the fixed capital accumulates in layers, as it were, until the product is finished. And here the difference between fixed and circulating capital is revealed at the same time in its practical significance. Fixed capital is advanced in the process of production for a comparatively long period. It need not be renewed until after the expiration of perhaps a period of several years. Whether a steam engine transfers its value daily, piecemeal, to some yarn, the product of a discrete labour process, or for 3 months to a locomotive, the product of a continuous act of production, is immaterial as far as laying out the capital required for the purchase of the steam engine is concerned. In the one case, its value flows back in small doses, for instance weekly; in the other case, in larger quantities, for instance quarterly. But in either case, the renewal of the steam engine may take place only after 20 years. So long as every individual period within which the value of the steam engine is returned piecemeal by the sale of the product is shorter than the lifetime of the engine itself, the latter continues to function in the process of production for several working periods. It is different with the circulating components of the advanced capital. The labour power bought for a definite week is expended in the course of the same week and is materialized in the product. It must be paid for at the end of the week. And this investment of capital in labour power is repeated every week during the 3 months. Yet the expenditure of this part of the capital during the week does not enable the capitalist to settle for the purchase of the labour the following week. Every week additional capital must be expended to pay for the labour power, and, leaving aside the question of credit, the capitalist must be able to lay out wages for 3 months, even if he pays them only in weekly doses. It is the same with the other portion of circulating capital, the raw and auxiliary materials. One layer of labour after another is piled up on the product. It is not alone the value of the expended labour power that is continually being transferred to the product during the labour process, but also surplus value. This product, however, is unfinished. it has not yet the form of a finished commodity, hence it cannot yet circulate. This applies likewise to the capital value transferred in layers from the raw and auxiliary materials to the product. Depending on the length of the working period exacted by the specific nature of the product, or by the useful effect to be achieved in its manufacture, a continuous additional investment of circulating capital, wages and raw and auxiliary materials is required, no part of which is in a form capable of circulation, and hence of promoting a renewal of the same operation. Every part is, on the contrary, held fast, successively, in the sphere of production as a component of the nascent product, tied up in the form of productive capital. Now, the time of turnover is equal to the sum of the time of production and the time of circulation of the capital. Hence, a prolongation of the time of production reduces the velocity of the turnover quite as much as a prolongation of the time of circulation. In the present case, however, the following 2 points must be noted. Firstly, the prolonged stay in the sphere of production. The capital advanced, for instance, for labour, raw material, etc. during the first week, as well as the portions of value transferred to the product by the fixed capital, are held fast in the sphere of production for the entire term of 3 months, and, being incorporated in an only nascent, still unfinished product, cannot pass into circulation as commodities. Secondly, since the working period required for the performance of the productive act lasts 3 months, and forms in fact only one connected labour process, a new dose of circulating capital must be continually added week after week to the preceding amount. The total of the successively advanced additional capital grows, therefore, with the length of the working period. We have assumed that capitals of equal size are invested in spinning and machine building, that these capitals contain equal proportions of constant and variable, fixed and circulating capital, that the working days are of equal length. In brief, that all conditions are equal except the duration of the working period. In the first week, the outlay for both is the same, but the product of the spinner can be sold, and the proceeds of the sale used to buy new labour power, new raw materials, etc. In short, production can be resumed on the same scale. The machine manufacturer, on the other hand, cannot reconvert the circulating capital expended in the first week into money, and resume operations with it until 3 months later, when his product is finished. There is therefore first a difference in the return of the identical quantities of capital invested, but in the second place, identical amounts of productive capital are employed during the 3 months in both spinning and machine building. However, the magnitude of the outlay of capital in the case of the yarn manufacturer is quite different from that of the machine builder, for in the one case, the same capital is rapidly renewed, and the same operation can therefore be repeated, while in the other case, the renewal of the capital is relatively slow, so that ever new quantities of capital must be added to the old, up to the time of its renewal. Consequently, there is a difference not only in the length of time of renewal of definite portions of capital, or in the length of time for which the capital is advanced, but also in the quantity of the capital to be advanced, according to the duration of the labour process, although the capitals employed daily or weekly are equal. This circumstance is worthy of note for the reason that the term of the advance may be prolonged, as we shall see in the cases treated in the next chapter, without thereby necessitating a corresponding increase in the amount of the capital to be advanced. The capital must be advanced for a longer time, and a larger amount of capital is tied up in the form of productive capital. At the less developed stages of capitalist production, undertakings requiring a long working period, and hence a large investment of capital for a long time, such as the building of roads, canals, etc., especially when they can be carried out only on a large scale, are either not carried out on a capitalist basis at all, but rather at communal or state expense, in earlier times generally by forced labour, so far as the labour power was concerned, or objects whose production requires a lengthy working period are fabricated only for the smallest part by recourse to the private means of the capitalist himself. For instance, in the building of a house, the private person for whom it is built makes a number of partial advance payments to the building contractor. He therefore actually pays for the house piecemeal, in proportion as the productive process progresses. But in the advanced capitalist era, when on the one hand huge capitals are concentrated in the hands of single individuals, while on the other the associated capitalist, joint stock companies, appears side by side with the individual capitalist, and a credit system has simultaneously been developed, a capitalist building contractor builds only in exceptional cases on the order of private individuals. His business nowadays is to build whole rows of houses and entire sections of cities for the market, just as it is the business of individual capitalists to build railways as contractors. To what extent capitalist production has revolutionized the building of houses in London is shown by the testimony of a builder before the Banking Committee of 1857. When he was young, he said, houses were generally built to order, and the payments made in instalments to the contractor as certain stages of the building were being completed. Very little was built on speculation. Contractors used to assent to such operations mainly to keep their men in constant employment, and thus hold them together. In the last 40 years, all that has changed. Very little is now built to order. Anyone wanting a new house picks one from among those built on speculation or still in the process of construction. The builder no longer works for his customers, but for the market. Like every other industrial capitalist, he is compelled to have finished articles in the market. While formerly a builder had perhaps 3 or 4 houses building at a time for speculation, he must now buy a large plot of ground, which in continental language means rent it for 99 years as a rule, build from 100 to 200 houses on it, and thus embark on an enterprise which exceeds his resources 20 to 50 times. The funds are procured through mortgaging, and the money is placed at the disposal of the contractor as the buildings proceed. Then, if a crisis comes along and interrupts the payment of the advance instalments, the entire enterprise generally collapses. At best, the houses remain unfinished until better times arrive. At worst, they are sold at auction for half their cost. Without speculative building, and on a large scale at that, no contractor can get along today. The profit from just building is extremely small. His main profit comes from raising the ground rent, from careful selection and skilled utilization of the building terrain. It is by this method of speculation, anticipating the demand for houses, that almost the whole Belgravia and Tyburnia, and the countless thousands of villas round London, have been built. Abbreviated from the report of the Select Committee on Bank Acts, Part 1, 1857. Evidence, questions 5413 to 5418, 5435 to 5436. The execution of enterprises requiring working periods of considerable length and operations on a large scale, does not fall fully within the province of capitalist production until the concentration of capital becomes very pronounced, and the development of the credit system offers to the capitalist, on the other hand, the convenient expedient of advancing and thus risking other people's capital instead of his own. It goes without saying that whether the capital advanced in production belongs to him who uses it or does not, has no effect on the velocity or time of turnover. Conditions such as cooperation, division of labour, application of machinery, which augment the product of the individual working day, shorten at the same time the working period of connected acts of production. Thus, machinery shortens the building time of houses, bridges, etc. Mowers and threshers reduce the working period required to transform ripe grain into the finished product. Greater speed due to improved shipbuilding cuts the turnover time of capital invested in shipping. But improvements that shorten the working period, and thereby the time during which circulating capital must be advanced, generally go hand in hand with an increased outlay of fixed capital. On the other hand, the working period in certain branches of production may be diminished by the mere extension of cooperation. The completion of a railway is expedited by setting afoot huge armies of labourers, and thus tackling the job in many spots at once. The time of turnover is lessened in that case by an increase of the advanced capital. More means of production and more labour power must be united under the command of the capitalist. Whereas the shortening of the working period is thus mostly connected with an increase of the capital advanced for this abbreviated time, the shorter the term of advance, the greater the capital advanced, it must here be recalled that regardless of the existing amount of social capital, the essential point is the degree in which the means of production and subsistence, or the disposal of them, are scattered or concentrated in the hands of individual capitalists. In other words, the degree of concentration of capitals already attained. Inasmuch as credit promotes, accelerates, and enhances the concentration of capital in one hand, it contributes to the shortening of the working period and thus of the turnover time. In branches of production in which the working period, whether continuous or discontinuous, is prescribed by definite natural conditions, no shortening by the aforementioned means can take place, says W. Walter Good in his Political, Agricultural and Commercial Fallacies, London, 1866, quote, "In regard to quicker returns, this term cannot be made to apply to corn crops, as one return only can be made per annum. In respect to stock, we will simply ask, how is the return of 2- and 3-year-old sheep and 4- and 5-year-old oxen to be quickened?" Unquote. The necessity of securing ready money as soon as possible, for instance to meet fixed obligations such as taxes, ground rent, etc., solves this problem, for example, by selling or slaughtering cattle before they have reached the economically normal age, to the great detriment of agriculture. This also brings about, in the end, a rise in the price of meat. W. Walter Good again, quote, "Men who have mainly reared cattle for supplying the pastures of the Midland counties in summer, and the yards of the eastern counties in winter, have become so crippled through the uncertainty and lowness in the prices of corn, that they are glad to take advantage of the high prices of butter and cheese. The former they take to market weekly to help pay current expenses, and draw on the other from some factor, who takes the cheese when fit to move, and, of course, nearly at his own price. For this reason, remembering that farming is governed by the principles of political economy, The calves, which used to come south from the dairying counties for rearing, are now largely sacrificed, at times, at a week and 10 days old, in the shambles of Birmingham, Manchester, Liverpool, and other large neighbouring towns. If, however, malt had been free from duty, not only would farmers have made more profit, and therefore been able to keep their stock till it got older and heavier, but it would have been substituted for milk for rearing by men who did not keep cows, and thus the present alarming scarcity of young cattle which has befallen the nation would have been largely averted. What these little men now say, in reply to recommendations to rear, is, "We know very well it would pay to rear on milk, but it would first require us to put our hands in our purse, which we cannot do, and then we should have to wait a long time for a return, instead of getting it at once by dairying." Unquote. If the prolongation of the turnover has such consequences for the small English farmers, it is easy to see what disarrangement it must produce among the small peasants of the continent. The part of the value transferred in layers by the fixed capital to the product accumulates, and the return of this part is delayed in proportion to the length of the working period, and thus also of the period of time required for the completion of the commodity capable of circulation. But this delay does not cause a renewed outlay of fixed capital. The machine continues to function in the process of production, whether the replacement of its wear and tear in the form of money returns slowly or rapidly. It is different with the circulating capital. Not only must capital be tied up for a rather long time, in proportion to the length of the working period, but new capital must be continually advanced in the shape of wages and raw and auxiliary materials. A delayed return has therefore a different effect on each. No matter whether the return is rapid or slow, the fixed capital continues to function, but the circulating capital becomes unable to perform its functions if the return is delayed, if it is tied up in the form of unsold or unfinished and as yet unsaleable products, and if no additional capital is at hand for its renewal in kind. Quote, "While the peasant farmer starves, his cattle thrive. Repeated showers had fallen in the country, and the forage was abundant. The Hindu peasant will perish by hunger beside a fat bullock. The prescriptions of superstition, which appear cruel to the individual, are conservative for the community, and the preservation of the labouring cattle secures the power of cultivation and the sources of future life and wealth. It may sound harsh and sad to say so, but in India it is more easy to replace a man than an ox." Unquote. Return number 4, East India, Madras and Orissa famine. Compare with the preceding the utterance of Manava Dharma Sastra. Quote, "Desertion of life without reward for the sake of preserving a priest or a cow may cause the beatitude of those base-born tribes." Unquote. Footnote. Manava Dharma Sastra, or Manu laws, an ancient Indian religious, legal and ritual code which determined the duties of every Hindu in keeping with the tenets of Brahmanism. The compilation of these laws is traditionally attributed to Manu, the mythical progenitor of man. Marx quotes from Manava Dharma Sastra, or the Institutes of Manu, according to the gloss of Kulaka, comprising the Indian system of duties, religious and civil, 3rd edition, chapter 10, Madras 1863. End of footnote. Naturally, it is impossible to deliver a 5-year-old animal before the lapse of 5 years, but what is possible, within certain limits, is getting animals ready for their destination in less time, by changing the way of treating them. This is precisely what Bakewell accomplished. Formerly, English sheep, like the French, as late as 1855, were not fit for the butcher until 4 or 5 years old. According to the Bakewell system, sheep may be fattened when only 1 year old, and in every case have reached their full growth before the end of the 2nd year. By careful selection, Bakewell, a Dishley Grange farmer, reduced the skeleton of sheep to the minimum required for their existence. His sheep are called the New Leicesters. Quote, "The breeder can now send 3 to market in the same space of time that it formerly took him to prepare 1, and if they are not taller, they are broader, rounder, and have a greater development in those parts which give most flesh. Of bone, they have absolutely no greater amount than is necessary to support them, and almost all their weight is pure meat." Unquote. Laverne, The Rural Economy of England, etc., 1855. The methods which shorten the working periods are applicable in various branches of industry to a widely varying extent, and do not eliminate the time differences of the various working periods. To stick to our illustration, the working period required for the building of a locomotive may be absolutely shortened by the employment of new machine tools. But if at the same time the finished product turned out daily or weekly by a cotton spinning mill is still more rapidly increased by improved processes, then the working period in machine building, compared with that in spinning, has nevertheless grown relatively in length. Chapter 13. The Time of Production. Working time is always production time, that is to say, time during which capital is held fast in the sphere of production. But vice versa, not all time during which capital is engaged in the process of production is necessarily working time. It is here not a question of interruptions of the labour process necessitated by natural limitations of the labour power itself, although we have seen in Volume 1 to what extent the mere circumstance that fixed capital, factory buildings, machinery, etc., lies idle during pauses in the labour became one of the motives for an unnatural prolongation of the labour process and for day and night work. We are dealing here rather with interruptions independent of the length of the labour process, brought about by the very nature of the product and its fabrication, during which the subject of labour is for a longer or shorter time subjected to natural processes, must undergo physical, chemical, and physiological changes, during which the labour process is entirely or partially suspended. For instance, grapes, after being pressed, must ferment a while, and then rest for some time in order to reach a certain degree of perfection. In many branches of industry, the product must pass through a drying process, for instance in pottery, or be exposed to certain conditions in order to change its chemical properties, as for instance in bleaching. Winter grain needs about 9 months to mature. Between the time of sowing and harvesting, the labour process is almost entirely suspended. In timber raising, after the sowing and the incidental preliminary work are completed, the seed requires about 100 years to be transformed into a finished product, and during all that time it stands in comparatively little need of the action of labour. In all these cases, additional labour is drawn on only occasionally during a large portion of the time of production. The condition described in the previous chapter, where additional capital and labour must be supplied to the capital already tied up in the process of production, obtains here only with longer or shorter intervals. In all these cases, therefore, the production time of the advanced capital consists of 2 periods, one period during which the capital is engaged in the labour process, and a second period during which its form of existence, that of an unfinished product, is abandoned to the sway of natural processes, without being at that time in the labour process. Nor does it matter in the least, here and there. The working period and the production period do not coincide in these cases. The production period is longer than the working period. But the product is not finished, not ready, hence not fit to be converted from the form of productive into that of commodity capital, until the production period is completed. Consequently, the length of the turnover period increases in proportion to the length of the production time that does not consist of working time. Insofar as the production time in excess of the working time is not fixed by natural laws given once and for all, such as govern the maturing of grain, the growth of an oak, etc., the period of turnover can often be more or less shortened by an artificial reduction of the production time. Such instances are the introduction of chemical bleaching instead of bleaching on the green, and more efficient drying apparatus, or in tanning, where the penetration of the tannic acid into the skins by the old method took from 6 to 18 months, while the new method, by means of an air pump, does it in only 1.5 to 2 months. J.G. Courcelles-Seneuil, Traité théorique et pratique des entreprises industrielles, etc., Paris, 1857, 2nd edition. The most magnificent illustration of an artificial abbreviation of the time of production taken up exclusively with natural processes is furnished by the history of iron manufacture, more especially the conversion of pig iron into steel, during the last 100 years, from the puddling process discovered about 1780 to the modern Bessemer process and the latest methods introduced since. The time of production has been brought down tremendously, but the investment of fixed capital has increased in proportion. A peculiar illustration of the divergence of the production time from the working time is furnished by the American manufacture of shoe lasts. In this case, a considerable portion of the unproductive costs arises from having to hold the timber at least 18 months before it is dry enough to work, so as to prevent subsequent warping. During this time, the wood does not pass through any other labour process. The period of turnover of the invested capital is therefore not determined solely by the time required for the manufacture of the lasts, but also by the time during which it lies unproductive in the shape of drying wood. It stays 18 months in the process of production before it can enter into the labour process proper. This example shows at the same time that the times of turnover of different parts of the aggregate circulating capital may differ in consequence of conditions which do not arise within the sphere of circulation, but owe their origin to the production process. The difference between production time and working time becomes especially apparent in agriculture. In our moderate climates, the land bears grain once a year. Shortening or lengthening the period of production, for winter grain it averages 9 months, itself depends on the alternation of good and bad seasons, and for this reason cannot be accurately determined and controlled beforehand, as in industry proper. Only such by-products as milk, cheese, etc., can steadily be produced and sold in comparatively short periods. On the other hand, working time data are as follows. Quote, "The number of working days in the various regions of Germany, with due regard to the climatic and other determining conditions, will for the 3 main working periods presumably be, for the spring period from the middle of March or beginning of April to the middle of May, about 50 to 60 working days, for the summer period from the beginning of June to the end of August, 65 to 80, and for the autumn period from the beginning of September to the end of October, or the middle or end of November, 55 to 75 working days." For the winter, only the jobs customary for that time, such as the hauling of manure, wood, market goods, building materials, etc., are to be noted." Unquote. Ferdinand Kirchhoff, Handbuch der landwirtschaftlichen Betriebslehre, Dessau, 1852. The more unfavourable the climate, the more congested is the working period in agriculture, and hence the shorter is the time in which capital and labour are expended. Take Russia, for instance. In some of the northern districts of that country, field labour is possible only from 130 to 150 days throughout the year, and it may be imagined what a loss Russia would sustain if 50 out of the 65 millions of her European population remained without work during the 6 or 8 months of the winter, when agricultural labour is at a standstill. Apart from the 200,000 peasants who work in the 10,500 factories of Russia, local domestic industries have everywhere developed in the villages. There are villages in which all the peasants have been for generations weavers, tanners, shoemakers, locksmiths, cutlers, etc. This is particularly the case in the gubernias of Moscow, Vladimir, Kaluga, Kostroma, and Petersburg. By the way, this domestic industry is being pressed more and more into the service of capitalist production. The weavers, for instance, are supplied with warp and woof directly by merchants or through middlemen. Abbreviated from the reports of H.M. Secretaries of Embassy and Legation on the Manufacture, Commerce, etc., No. 8, 1865. We see here that the divergence of the production period from the working period, the latter being but a part of the former, constitutes the natural basis for the combination of agriculture with subsidiary rural industries, and that these subsidiary industries in turn offer points of vantage to the capitalist, who intrudes first in the person of the merchant. When capitalist production later accomplishes the separation of manufacture and agriculture, the rural labourer becomes ever more dependent on merely casual accessory employment, and his condition deteriorates thereby. For capital, as will be seen later, all differences in the turnover are evened out. Not so for the labourer. In most branches of industry proper, of mining, transportation, etc., operations proceed evenly, the working time being the same year in, year out, and the outlay of capital passing daily into the circulation process being uniformly distributed, apart from such abnormal interruptions as fluctuations of prices, business dislocations, etc. Likewise, the return of the circulating capital, or its renewal, is evenly distributed throughout the year, market conditions otherwise remaining the same. Yet there is in the course of the various periods of the year the greatest inequality in the outlay of circulating capital in such capital investments in which the working time constitutes only a part of the production time, while the return takes place only in bulk at a time fixed by natural conditions. If the scale of business is the same, that is, if the amount of advanced circulating capital is the same, it must be advanced in larger quantities at a time, and for longer periods than in enterprises with continuous working periods. There is also a considerably greater difference here between the life of the fixed capital and the time in which it really functions productively. Due to the difference between working time and production time, the time of employment of the applied fixed capital is of course likewise continually interrupted for a longer or shorter time, for instance in agriculture in the case of working cattle, implements and machines. Insofar as this fixed capital consists of draft animals, It requires continually the same or nearly the same expenditure for feed, etc., as it does during the time they work. In the case of dead stock, non-use also brings on a certain amount of depreciation. Hence the product is in general increasing in price, since the transfer of value to it is not calculated according to the time during which the fixed capital functions, but according to the time during which it depreciates in value. In branches of production such as these, the idling of the fixed capital, whether combined with current expenses or not, forms as much a condition of its normal employment as, for instance, the loss of a certain quantity of cotton in spinning. And in the same way, the labour power expended unproductively but unavoidably in any labour process under normal technical conditions counts just as well as that expended productively. Every improvement which reduces the unproductive expenditure of instruments of labour, raw material, and labour power also reduces the value of the product. In agriculture, we have a combination of both the longer working period and the great difference between working time and production time. Hodgkin rightly remarks, quote, "The difference of time, although he does not differentiate here between working time and production time, required to complete the products of agriculture and of other species of labour, is the main cause of the great dependence of the agriculturists. They cannot bring their commodities to market in less time than a year. For that whole period they are obliged to borrow of the shoemaker, the tailor, the smith, the wheelwright, and the various other labourers, whose products they cannot dispense with, but which are completed in a few days or weeks. Owing to this natural circumstance, and owing to the more rapid increase of the wealth produced by other labour than that of agriculture, the monopolizers of all the land, though they have also monopolized legislation, have not been able to save themselves and their servants, the farmers, from becoming the most dependent class of men in the community." Unquote. Thomas Hodgkin, Popular Political Economy, London, 1827. All methods by which in agriculture, on the one hand, the expenditures for wages and instruments of labour are distributed more evenly over the entire year, while on the other the turnover is shortened by raising a greater variety of crops, thus making different harvests possible throughout the year, require an increase of the circulating capital advanced in production, invested in wages, fertilizers, seed, etc. This is the case in the transition from the three-field system with fallow land to the system of crop rotation without fallow. It applies furthermore to the culture dérobée, intercropping, of Flanders. Quote, "The root crops are planted in culture dérobée. The same field yields in succession first grain, flax, colza, for the wants of man, and after they are harvested, root crops are sown for the maintenance of cattle. This system, which permits the keeping of horned cattle in the stables, yields a considerable amount of manure, and thus becomes the pivot of crop rotation. More than a third of the cultivated area in sandy districts is taken up with culture dérobée. It is just as if the cultivated area had been increased by 1/3. Unquote. Apart from root crops, clover and other fodder plants are likewise used for this purpose. Quote, "Agriculture, being thus carried to a point where it turns into horticulture, naturally requires a considerable investment of capital. This capital, estimated in England at 250 francs per hectare, must be almost 500 francs in Flanders, a figure which good farmers will undoubtedly consider far too low, judging by their own lands." Unquote. Émile de Lavillée, Essai sur l'économie rurale de la Belgique, Paris, 1863. Take finally timber growing. Quote, "The production of timber differs from most of the other branches of production, essentially in that here the forces of nature act independently and do not require the power of man or capital when the increase is natural. Even in places where forests are propagated artificially, the expenditure of human and capital energy is inconsiderable compared with the action of the natural forces. Besides, a forest will still thrive in soils and on sites where grain no longer gets along, or where its cultivation no longer pays. Furthermore, forestry engaged in as a regular economy requires a larger area than grain culture, because small plots do not permit of proper forestry methods, largely prevent the enjoyment of the secondary uses to which the land can be put, make forest protection more difficult, etc. But the productive process extends over such long periods that it exceeds the planning of an individual farm, and in certain cases surpasses the entire span of a human life. The capital invested in the purchase of forest land will not yield substantial returns until after a long period, and even then is turned over only partially. In the case of communal production, this capital becomes unnecessary, the question then being simply what acreage the community can spare from its sowing and grazing area for forestry. With forests producing certain species of trees, the complete turnover takes as much as 150 years. Besides, a properly managed timber-growing establishment itself demands a supply of standing timber, which amounts to 10 to 40 times the annual yield. Unless a man has therefore still other sources of income and owns vast tracts of forest land, he cannot engage in regular forestry." Unquote. Kirchhoff. The long production time, which comprises a relatively small period of working time, and the great length of the periods of turnover entailed, make forestry an industry of little attraction to private and therefore capitalist enterprise, the latter being essentially private, even if the associated capitalist takes the place of the individual capitalist. The development of culture and of industry in general has evinced itself in such energetic destruction of forest that everything done by it conversely for their preservation and restoration appears infinitesimal. The following passage in the quotation from Kirchhoff is particularly worthy of note. Quote, "Besides, a properly managed timber-growing establishment itself demands a supply of standing timber which amounts to 10 to 40 times the annual yield." Unquote. In other words, a turnover occurs once in 10 to 40 or more years. The same applies to stock raising. A part of the herd, supply of cattle, remains in the process of production, while another part is sold annually as a product. In this case, only a part of the capital is turned over every year, just as in the case of fixed capital, machinery, working cattle, etc. Although this capital is a capital fixed in the process of production for a long time, and thus prolongs the turnover of the total capital, it is not a fixed capital in the strict definition of the term. What is here called a supply, a certain amount of standing timber or livestock, exists relatively in the process of production, simultaneously as instruments of labour and material of labour. In accordance with the natural conditions of its reproduction under proper management, a considerable part of this supply must always be available in this form. A similar influence on the turnover is exerted by another kind of supply, which is productive capital only potentially, but which, owing to the nature of this economy, must be accumulated in more or less considerable quantities, and hence advanced for purposes of production for a long term, although it enters into the actual process of production only gradually. In this class belongs, for instance, manure, before it is hauled to the field. Furthermore, grain, hay, etc., and such supplies of means of subsistence as are employed in the production of cattle. Quote, a considerable part of the working capital is contained in the farm's supplies, but these may lose more or less of their value if the precautionary measures necessary for their preservation in good condition are not properly observed. Lack of attention may even result in the total loss of a part of the produce supplies for the farm. For this reason, a careful inspection of the barns, feed and grain lofts, and cellars becomes indispensable. The storerooms must always be well closed, kept clean, ventilated, etc. The grain and other crops held in storage must be thoroughly turned over from time to time. Potatoes and beets must be protected against frost, rain, and rot. In calculating one's own requirements, especially for the keeping of cattle, the distribution must be made according to the product obtained and its intended use. One must not only consider covering one's ordinary needs, but also see to it that there is a proportionate reserve for extraordinary cases. If it is then found that the demand cannot be fully met by one's own production, it becomes necessary to reflect first whether the deficiency cannot be covered by other products, substitutes, or by the cheaper procurement of such in place of the deficient ones. For instance, if there should happen to be a shortage of hay, this might be made good by roots and an admixture of straw. In general, the intrinsic value and market price of the various crops must always be kept in mind in such cases, and consumption regulated accordingly. If, for instance, oats are high, while peas and rye are relatively low, it will pay to substitute peas or rye for a part of the oats intended for horses, and sell the oats, thus saved." Unquote. Kirchhoff. It was previously stated in this volume, when discussing the formation of a supply, that a definite quantity, big or small, of potential productive capital is required, that is, of means of production intended for use in production, which must be available in bigger or smaller quantities for the purpose of entering by and by into the productive process. The remark was incidentally made that, given a certain business or capitalist enterprise of definite proportions, the magnitude of this productive supply depends on the greater or lesser difficulties of its renewal, the relative nearness of markets of supply, the development of transportation and communication facilities, etc. All these circumstances affect the minimum of capital which must be available in the form of a productive supply, hence affect the length of time for which the capital must be advanced, and the amount of capital to be advanced at one time. This amount, which affects also the turnover, is determined by the longer or shorter time during which a circulating capital is tied up in the form of a productive supply as merely potential productive capital. On the other hand, inasmuch as this stagnation depends on the greater or smaller possibility of rapid replacement on market conditions, etc., it arises itself out of the time of circulation, out of circumstances that belong in the sphere of circulation. Quote, furthermore, all such implements and accessories as hand tools, sieves, baskets, ropes, wagon grease, nails, etc., must be the more available for immediate replacement, the less there is opportunity for purchasing them nearby without delay. Finally, the entire supply of implements must be carefully overhauled every winter, and new purchases or repairs found necessary must be provided for at once. Whether or not one is to keep a great or small supply of articles of equipment is to be settled mainly by local conditions. Wherever there are no artisans or stores in the vicinity, it is necessary to keep larger supplies than in places where these are to be had on the spot or nearby. But if the necessary supplies are procured in large quantities at a time, then, other circumstances being equal, one generally gets the benefit of cheaper purchases, provided an appropriate time has been chosen to make them. True, the rotating working capital is thereby shorn of a correspondingly larger sum all at once, which cannot always be well spared in the business." Unquote. Kirchhoff. The difference between production time and working time admits of many variations, as we have seen. For the circulating capital, it may be production time before it enters into the labour process proper, production of lasts, or it may be production time after it has passed through the labour process proper, wine, seed grain, or the production time is occasionally interrupted by working time, agriculture, timber growing. A large portion of the product fit for circulation remains incorporated in the active process of production, while a much smaller part enters into annual circulation, timber growing and cattle raising. The longer or shorter period of time for which a circulating capital must be invested in the form of potential productive capital, hence also the larger or smaller amount of this capital to be advanced at one time, depends partly on the kind of productive process, agriculture, and partly on the proximity of markets, etc., in short, on circumstances pertinent to the sphere of circulation. We shall see later, in Volume 3, what senseless theories McCulloch, James Mill, etc., arrived at as a result of the attempt to identify the production time diverging from working time with the working time, an attempt which in turn is due to a misapplication of the theory of value. The turnover cycle, which we have considered, is determined by the durability of the fixed capital advanced for the process of production. Since this cycle extends over a number of years, it comprises a series of either annual turnovers of fixed capital or of turnovers repeated during the year. In agriculture, such a cycle of turnovers arises out of the system of crop rotation. Quote, "The duration of the lease must in no case be less than the time of completion of the adopted system of crop rotation. Hence, one always calculates 3, 6, 9, etc. in the three-field system. In that system, with clean fallow, a field is cultivated only 4 times in 6 years, being sown to winter and summer grain in the years of cultivation, and, if the properties of the soil require, or permit it, to wheat and rye, barley and oats, successively. Every species of grain differs in its yield from the others on the same soil. Every one of them has a different value, and is sold at a different price. For this reason, the yield of a field is different every year it is cultivated, and different in the first half of the rotation, the first 3 years, from that of the second. Even the average yield of one period of rotation is not equal to that of another, for fertility does not depend solely on the good quality of the soil, but also on the weather each year, just as prices depend on a multitude of changing conditions. If one now calculates the income from a field by taking into account the average fertility and the average prices for the entire 6-year rotation period, one finds the total income of 1 year in either period of the rotation. But this is not so if the proceeds are calculated only for half of the time of rotation, that is to say, for 3 years, for then the total income figures would not coincide. It follows from the foregoing that a lease of land worked by the three-field system should run for at least 6 years. It is, however, always still more desirable for lessor and lessee that the duration of the lease should be a multiple of the duration of the lease, hence that it should be 12, 18, and ever more years instead of 6 years in a system of 3 fields, and 14, 28 years instead of 7 in a system of 7 fields." Unquote. Kirchhoff. Chapter 14. The time of circulation. All circumstances considered so far, which distinguish the periods of turnover of different capitals invested in different branches of industry, and hence also the periods for which capital must be advanced, originate in the process of production itself, such as the difference between fixed and circulating capital, the difference in the working periods, etc. But the time of turnover of capital is equal to the sum of its production time plus its circulation, or rotation time. It is therefore a matter of course that a difference in the time of circulation causes a difference in the time of turnover, and hence in the length of the period of turnover. This becomes more evident either on comparing two different investments of capital in which all circumstances modifying the turnover are equal except the time of circulation, or on selecting a given capital with a given proportion of fixed and circulating capital, a given working period, etc., with only the times of circulation varying, hypothetically. One of the sections of the time of circulation, relatively the most decisive, consists of the time of selling, the period during which capital exists in the state of commodity capital. The time of circulation, and hence the period of turnover in general, are long or short, depending on the relative length of this selling time. An additional outlay of capital may become necessary as a result of expenses of storage, etc. It is clear at the very start that the time required for the sale of finished goods may differ considerably for the individual capitalists in one and the same branch of industry. Hence it may differ not only for the aggregate capitals invested in the various branches of industry, but also for the various independent capitals, which are in fact merely parts of the aggregate capital invested in the same sphere of production, but which have made themselves independent. Other circumstances remaining equal, the period of selling will vary for the same individual capital with the general fluctuations of the market, or with its fluctuations in that particular line of business. We shall not dwell on this point any longer. We merely state this simple fact. All circumstances which in general give rise to differences in the periods of turnover of the capitals invested in different branches of industry bring in their train differences also in the turnover of the various individual capitals operating in the same business, provided these circumstances operate individually. For instance, if one capitalist has an opportunity to sell more rapidly than his competitor, if one employs more methods shortening the working periods than the other, etc. One cause which acts permanently in differentiating the times of selling, and thus the periods of turnover in general, is the distance of the market in which a commodity is sold from its place of production. During the entire trip to the market, capital finds itself fettered in the state of commodity capital. If goods are made to order, up to the time of delivery. If they are not made to order, there must be added to the time of the trip to the market the time during which the goods are in the market, waiting to be sold. The improvement of the means of communication and transportation cuts down absolutely the wandering period of the commodities, but does not eliminate the relative difference in the time of circulation of different commodity capitals arising from their peregrinations, nor that of different portions of the same commodity capital which migrate to different markets. For instance, the improved sailing vessels and steamships, which shorten travelling, do so equally for near and distant ports. The relative difference remains, although often diminished. But the relative difference may be shifted about by the development of the means of transportation and communication in a way that does not correspond to the geographical distances. For instance, a railway which leads from a place of production to an inland centre of population may relatively or absolutely lengthen the distance to a nearer inland point not connected by rail, as compared to the one which geographically is more remote. In the same way, the same circumstances may alter the relative distance of places of production from the larger markets, which explains the deterioration of old and the rise of new centres of production because of changes in communication and transportation facilities. To this must be added the circumstances that long hauls are relatively cheaper than short ones. Moreover, with the development of transport facilities, not only is the velocity of movement in space accelerated, and thereby the geographic distance shortened in terms of time, not only is there a development of the mass of communication facilities so that, for instance, many vessels sail simultaneously for the same port, or several trains travel simultaneously on different railways between the same 2 points, but freight vessels may clear on consecutive days of the same week from Liverpool for New York, or goods trains may start at different hours of the same day from Manchester to London. True, the absolute velocity, hence this part of the time of circulation, is not altered by this latter circumstance, a certain definite capacity of the means of transportation being given, but successive shipments of commodities can start their passage at shorter intervals of time, and thus reach the market one after another, without accumulating in large quantities as potential commodity capital before actual shipment. Hence, the return of capital likewise is distributed over shorter successive periods of time, so that a part is continually transformed into money capital, while the other circulates as commodity capital. By spreading the return over several successive periods, the total time of circulation, and hence also the turnover, are abridged. The first to increase is the frequency with which the means of transportation function, for instance the number of railway trains, as existing places of production produce more, become greater centres of production. The development tends in the direction of the already existing market, that is to say, towards the great centres of production and population, towards ports of exports, etc. On the other hand, these particularly great traffic facilities, and the resultant acceleration of the capital turnover, since it is conditional on the time of circulation, give rise to a quicker concentration of both the centres of production and the markets. Along with this concentration of masses of men and capital thus accelerated at certain points, there is the concentration of these masses of capital in the hands of a few. Simultaneously, one may note again a shifting and relocation of places of production and of markets as a result of the changes in their relative positions caused by the transformations in transport facilities. A place of production which once had a special advantage by being located on some highway or canal may now find itself relegated to a single sidetrack, which runs trains only at relatively long intervals, while another place, which formerly was remote from the main arteries of traffic, may now be situated at the junction of several railways. This second locality is on the upgrade, the former on the downgrade. Changes in the means of transportation thus engender local differences in the time of circulation of commodities, in the opportunity to buy, sell, etc. Or an already existing local differentiation is distributed differently. The importance of this circumstance for the turnover of capital is evidenced by the wrangling of the commercial and industrial representatives of the various localities with the railway managements. See, for instance, the Blue Book of the Railway Committee. All branches of production, which, by the nature of their product, are dependent mainly on local consumption, such as breweries, are therefore developed to the greatest extent in the principal centres of population. The more rapid turnover of capital compensates here, in part, for the circumstance that a number of conditions of production, building lots, etc., are more expensive. Whereas on the one hand the improvement of the means of transportation and communication brought about by the progress of capitalist production reduces the time of circulation of particular quantities of commodities, the same progress and the opportunities created by the development of transport and communication facilities make it imperative, conversely, to work for ever more remote markets. In a word, for the world market. The mass of commodities in transit for distant places grows enormously, and with it therefore grows, both absolutely and relatively, that part of social capital which remains continually for long periods in the stage of commodity capital within the time of circulation. There is a simultaneous growth of that portion of social wealth which, instead of serving as direct means of production, is invested in means of transportation and communication, and in the fixed and circulating capital required for their operation. The mere relative length of the transit of the commodities from their place of production to their market produces a difference not only in the first part of the circulation time, the selling time, but also in its second part, the reconversion of the money into the elements of the productive capital, the buying time. Suppose a commodity is shipped to India. This requires, say, 4 months. Let us assume that the selling time is equal to 0. That is, the commodities are made to order and are paid for on delivery to the agent of the producer. The return of the money, no matter in what form, requires another 4 months. Thus it takes altogether 8 months before a capital can again function as productive capital, renew the same operation. The differences in the turnover thus occasioned form one of the material bases of the various terms of credit, just as overseas commerce in general, for instance in Venice and Genoa, is one of the sources of the credit system, properly speaking. Quote, the crisis of 1847 enabled the banking and mercantile community of that time to reduce the India and Chinese usance, the time allowed for the currency of bills of exchange between there and Europe, from 10 months' date to 6 months' sight. And the lapse of 20 years, with all the accelerations of speed and establishment of telegraphs, renders necessary a further reduction from 6 months' sight to 4 months' date, as a first step to 4 months' sight. The voyage of a sailing vessel via the Cape from Calcutta to London is on the average under 90 days. A usance of 4 months' sight would be equal to a currency of, say, 150 days. The present usance of 6 months' sight is equal to a currency of, say, 210 days. Unquote. London Economist, June the 16th, 1866. On the other hand, quote, the Brazilian usance remains at 2 and 3 months' sight. Bills from Antwerp are drawn, on London, at 3 months' date, and even Manchester and Bradford draw upon London at 3 months and longer dates. By tacit consent, a fair opportunity is afforded to the merchant of realizing the proceeds of his merchandise, not indeed before, but within a reasonable time of the bills drawn against it falling due. In this view, the present usance for Indian bills cannot be considered excessive, Indian produce for the most part being sold in London with 3 months prompt, and allowing for loss of time in effecting sales cannot be realized much within 5 months, while another period of 5 months will have previously elapsed, on an average, between the time of purchase in India and of delivery in the English warehouse. We have here a period of 10 months, whereas the bill drawn against the goods does not live beyond 7 months." Unquote. London Economist, June 30th, 1866. Quote, "On July 2nd, 1866, 5 big London banks dealing mainly with India and China, and the Paris Comptoir d'Escompte, gave notice that from the 1st of January, 1867, their branches and agencies in the East will only buy and sell bills of exchange at a term not exceeding 4 months' sight." Unquote. London Economist, July 7th, 1866. However, this reduction miscarried, and had to be abandoned. Since then, the Suez Canal has revolutionized all this. It is a matter of course that with the longer time of commodity circulation, the risk of a change of prices in the market increases, since the period in which price changes can take place is lengthened. Differences in the time of circulation, partly individual between the various separate capitals of the same branch of business, partly between different branches of business according to the different usances, when payment is not made in spot cash, arise from the different terms of payment in buying and selling. We shall not dwell any longer here on this point, which is of importance to the credit system. Differences in the turnover time arise also from the size of contracts for the delivery of goods, and their size grows with the extent and scale of capitalist production. A contract of delivery, being a transaction between buyer and seller, is an operation pertaining to the market, the sphere of circulation. The differences in the time of turnover arising here stem therefore from the sphere of circulation, but react immediately on the sphere of production, and do so apart from all terms of payment and conditions of credit, hence also in the case of cash payment. For instance, coal, cotton, yarn, etc., are discrete products. Every day supplies its quantum of finished product. But if the master spinner or the mine owner accepts contracts for the delivery of such large quantities of products as require, say, a period of 4 or 6 weeks of consecutive working days, then this is quite the same, so far as the time of advancement of capital is concerned, as if a continuous working period of 4 or 6 weeks had been introduced in this labour process. It is of course assumed here that the entire quantity ordered is to be delivered in one bulk, or at least is paid for only after total delivery. Individually considered, every day has thus furnished its definite quantum of finished product, but this finished quantum is only a part of the quantity contracted for. While in this case the portion finished so far is no longer in the process of production, still it lies in the warehouse as potential capital only. Now let us take up the second stage of the time of circulation, the buying time, or that period in which capital is reconverted from the money form into the elements of productive capital. During this period, it must persist for a shorter or longer time in its condition of money capital. Hence, a certain portion of the total capital advanced must all the time be in the condition of money capital, although this portion consists of constantly changing elements. For instance, of the total capital advanced in a certain business, n times £100 must be available in the form of money capital, so that, while all the constituent parts of these n times of £100 are continually converted into productive capital, this sum is nevertheless just as continually replenished by the influx from the circulation, from the realized commodity capital. A definite part of the advanced capital value is therefore continually in the condition of money capital, that is, a form not pertaining to its sphere of production, but its sphere of circulation. We have already seen that the prolongation of the time for which capital is fettered in the form of commodity capital on account of the distance of the market results in direct delay of the return of the money, and consequently also the transformation of the capital from money capital into productive capital. We have furthermore seen, in Chapter 6, with reference to the purchase of commodities, that the time of buying, the greater or smaller distance from the main sources of the raw material, makes it necessary to purchase raw material for a longer period, and have it available in the form of a productive supply of latent or potential productive capital. That, in consequence, it increases the amount of capital to be advanced at one time, and the time for which it must be advanced, if the scale of production remains otherwise the same. A similar effect is produced in various branches of business by the more or less prolonged periods in which rather large quantities of raw material are thrown on the market. In London, for example, great auction sales of wool take place every 3 months, and the wool market is controlled by them. The cotton market, on the other hand, is on the whole restocked continuously, if not uniformly, from harvest to harvest. Such periods determine the principal dates when these raw materials are bought. Their effect is particularly great on speculative purchases, necessitating advances for longer or shorter periods for these elements of production, just as the nature of the produced commodities acts on the speculative, intentional withholding of a product for a longer or shorter term in the form of potential commodity capital. Quote, "The agriculturist must also be a speculator to a certain extent, and therefore hold back the sale of his products if prevailing conditions so suggest. Here follow a few general rules. However, in the sale of the products, it all depends mainly on the person, the product itself, and the locality. Anyone who, besides being skillful and lucky, is provided with sufficient working capital, will not be blamed if, for once, he keeps his grain crops stored as long as a year when prices are unusually low. On the other hand, a man who lacks working capital, or is altogether devoid of speculative spirit, will try to get the current average prices, and will be compelled to sell as soon and as often as opportunity presents itself. It will almost always mean a loss to keep wool stored longer than a year, while corn and oilseed may be stored for several years without detriment to their properties and high quality. Products generally subject to severe fluctuation at short intervals, for instance oilseed, hops, teasel, and the like, may be stored to good advantage during years in which the selling price is far below the price of production. It is least permissible to postpone the sale of articles whose preservation involves daily expense, such as fatted cattle, or which are perishable, such as fruit, potatoes, etc. In various localities, a certain product fetches its lowest average price in certain seasons, its highest in others. Thus, in some parts, the average price of corn is lower around St. Martin's Day than between Christmas and Easter. Furthermore, some products sell well in certain localities only at certain times, as is the case with wool in the wool markets of those localities where the wool trade at other times is dull, etc." Unquote. Kirchhoff. In the study of the second half of the time of circulation during which the money is reconverted into the elements of productive capital, it is not only this transformation taken by itself that should be given consideration, not only the time within which the money returns, according to the distance of the market in which the product is sold. What must also be considered, and primarily so, is the amount of that part of the advanced capital which is always to be available, in the form of money, in the condition of money capital. Apart from all speculation, the volume of the purchases of those commodities which must always be available as a productive supply depends on the times of the renewal of this supply, hence on circumstances which in their turn are dependent on market conditions, and which therefore are different for different raw materials. In these cases, money must be advanced from time to time in rather large quantities and in lump sums. It returns more or less rapidly, but always in instalments according to the turnover of capital. One portion of it, namely the part reconverted into wages, is just as continually expended again at short intervals. But another portion, namely that which is to be reconverted into raw material, etc., must be accumulated for rather long periods as a reserve fund for either buying or paying. Therefore, it exists in the form of money capital, although the volume in which it exists as such changes. We shall see in the next chapter that other circumstances arising either from the process of production or that of circulation make it necessary for a certain portion of the advanced capital to be available in the form of money. In general, it must be noted that the economists are very prone to forget not only that a part of the capital required in a business passes successively through the three stages of money capital, productive capital, and commodity capital, but also that different portions of it continuously and simultaneously possess these forms, although the relative magnitudes of these portions vary all the time. It is especially the part always available as money capital that is forgotten by the economists, although precisely this circumstance is highly essential for an understanding of bourgeois economy, and consequently makes its importance felt as such also in practice. Chapter 15. Effect of the time of turnover on the magnitude of advanced capital. In this chapter, and in the next, the 16th, we shall treat of the influence of the time of turnover on the self-expansion of capital. Take the commodity capital, which is the product of a working period of, say, 9 weeks. Let us, for the time being, leave aside that portion of the value of the product which is added to it by the average wear and tear of the fixed capital, and also the surplus value added to the product during the process of production. The value of this product is then equal to that of the circulating capital advanced for its production, that is, of the wages and the raw and auxiliary materials consumed in its production. Let this value be £900, so that the weekly outlay is £100. The period of production, which here coincides with the working period, is therefore 9 weeks. It is immaterial whether it is assumed that this is the working period of a continuous product, or whether it is a continuous working period for a discrete product, so long as the quantity of discrete product brought to market at one time costs 9 weeks' labour. Let the time of circulation be 3 weeks. Then the entire period of turnover is 12 weeks. At the end of 9 weeks, the advanced productive capital is converted into commodity capital, but now it stays for 3 weeks in the period of circulation. The new period of production therefore cannot start before the beginning of the 13th week, and production would be at a standstill for 3 weeks, or for a quarter of the entire period of turnover. It again does not make any difference whether it is assumed that it takes so long on an average to sell the product, or that this length of time is bound up with the remoteness of the market or the terms of payment for the goods sold. Production would be standing still for 3 weeks every 3 months, making it 4 times 3, or 12 weeks in a year, which means 3 months, or 1/4 of the annual period of turnover. Hence, if production is to be continuous and carried along the same scale week after week, there is only this alternative. The scale of production must be reduced, so that the £900 suffice to keep the work going both during the working period and the time of circulation of the first turnover. A second working period is then commenced with the 10th week, before the first period of turnover is completed, for the period of turnover is 12 weeks, and the working period 9 weeks. A sum of £900 distributed over 12 weeks makes £75 per week. It is evident in the first place that such a reduced scale of business presupposes changed dimensions of the fixed capital, and therefore, on the whole, a curtailment of the business. In the second place, it is questionable whether such a reduction can take place at all, for in each business there exists, commensurate with the development of its production, a normal minimum of invested capital, essential to maintain its capacity to compete. This normal minimum grows steadily with the advance of capitalist production, and hence it is not fixed. There are numerous intermediate grades between the normal minimum existing at any particular time and the ever-increasing normal maximum, a medium which permits of many different scales of capital investment. Within the limits of this medium, reductions may take place, their lowest limit being the prevailing normal minimum. When there is a hitch in production, when the markets are overstocked, and when raw materials rise in price, etc., the normal outlay of circulating capital is restricted, once the pattern of the fixed capital has been set, by cutting down working time to, say, 1/2. On the other hand, in times of prosperity, the pattern of the fixed capital given, there is an abnormal expansion of the circulating capital, partly through the extension of working time, and partly through its intensification. In businesses which have from the outset to reckon with such fluctuations, the situation is relieved partly by recourse to these measures, and partly by employing simultaneously a greater number of labourers, in combination with the application of reserved fixed capital, such as reserve locomotives on railways, etc. However, such abnormal fluctuations are not considered here, where we assume normal conditions. In order to make production continuous, therefore, the expenditure of the same circulating capital is here distributed over a longer period, over 12 weeks instead of 9. In every section of time there consequently functions a reduced productive capital. The circulating portion of the productive capital is reduced from £100 to £75, or by 1/4. The total amount by which the productive capital functioning for a working period of 9 weeks is reduced equals 9 times £25, or £225, or 1/4 of £900. But the ratio of the time of circulation to that of turnover is likewise 3/12, or 1/4. It follows, therefore, circulation of the productive capital transformed into commodity capital, if it is rather to be carried on simultaneously and continuously week after week, and if no special circulating capital is available for this purpose, it can be done only by curtailing productive operations, by reducing the circulating component of the functioning productive capital. The portion of circulating capital thus set free for production during the time of circulation is to the total advanced circulating capital as the time of circulation is to the period of turnover. This applies, as has already been stated, only to branches of production in which the labour process is carried on in the same scale week after week, where therefore no varying amounts of capital are to be invested in different working periods, as for instance in agriculture. If, on the other hand, we assume that the nature of the business excludes a reduction of the scale of production, and thus of the circulating capital to be advanced each week, then continuity of production can be secured only by additional circulating capital, in the last named case of £300. During the 12-week turnover period, £1,200 are successively invested, and £300 is 1/4 of this sum, as 3 weeks is of 12. At the end of the working time of 9 weeks, the capital value of £900 has been converted from the form of productive into that of commodity capital. Its working period is concluded, but it cannot be reopened with the same capital. During the 3 weeks in which it stays in the sphere of circulation, functioning as commodity capital, it is in the same state, so far as the process of production is concerned, as if it did not exist at all. We rule out, in the present case, all credit relations, and take for granted that the capitalist operates only with his own money. But while the capital advanced for the first working period, having completed its process of production, stays 3 weeks in the process of circulation, there functions an additional capital investment of £300, so that the continuity of production is not broken. Now, the following must be noted in this connection. Firstly, the working period of the capital of £900 first advanced is completed at the close of 9 weeks, and it does not return until after 3 weeks are up, that is to say, at the beginning of the 13th week. But a new working period is immediately begun with the additional capital of £300. By this means, continuity of production is maintained. Secondly, the functions of the original capital of £900 and of the capital of £300 newly added at the close of the first 9-week working period, inaugurating the second working period after the conclusion of the first without any interruption, are, or at least could be, clearly distinguished in the first period of turnover, while they cross each other in the course of the second period of turnover. Let us make this matter plainer. First illustration. First period of turnover of 12 weeks. First working period of 9 weeks. The turnover of the capital advanced for this, capital 1, is completed at the beginning of the 13th week. During the last 3 weeks, the additional capital, capital 2, of £300, functions, opening the second working period of 9 weeks. Second period of turnover. At the beginning of the 13th week, £900 have returned and are able to begin a new turnover. But the second working period has already been opened in the 10th week by the additional £300. At the start of the 13th week, thanks to this, 1/3 of the working period is already over, and £300 has been converted from productive capital into product. Since only 6 weeks more are required for the completion of the second working period, only 2/3 of the returned capital of £900, or only £600, can enter into the productive process of the second working period. £300 of the original £900 are set free to play the same role which the additional capital of £300 played in the first working period. At the close of the 6th week of the second period of turnover, the second working period is up. The capital of £900 advanced in it returns after 3 weeks, or at the end of the 9th week of the second 12-week period of turnover. During the 3 weeks of its period of circulation, the freed capital of £300 comes into action. This begins the third working period of a capital of £900 in the 7th week of the second period of turnover, or the 19th week of the year. Third period of turnover. At the close of the 9th week of the second period of turnover, there is a new reflux of £900, but the third working period has already commenced in the 7th week of the previous period of turnover, and 6 weeks have already elapsed. The third working period, then, lasts only another 3 weeks. Hence only £300 of the returned £900 enter into the productive process. The fourth working period fills out the remaining 9 weeks of this period of turnover, and thus the 37th week of the year begins simultaneously the fourth period of turnover and the 5th working period. Second illustration. In order to simplify the calculation in this case, let us assume a working period of 5 weeks and a period of circulation of 5 weeks, making a turnover period of 10 weeks. Figure the year as composed of 50 weeks, and the capital outlay per week as £100. A working period then requires a circulating capital of £500, and the time of circulation an additional capital of £500. The working periods and times of turnover then are as follows. First working period, 1st to the 5th week, £500 in goods returned, end of the 10th week. Second working period, 6th to the 10th week, £500 in goods returned at the end of the 15th week. Third working period, 11th to the 15th week, £500 in goods returned at the end of the 20th week. Fourth working period, 16th to the 20th week, £500 in goods returned at the end of the 25th week. Fifth working period, 21st to the 25th week, £500 in goods returned at the end of the 30th week, and so forth. If the time of circulation is 0, so that the period of turnover is equal to the working period, then the number of turnovers is equal to the number of working periods of the year. In the case of a 5-week working period, this would make 50 divided by 5, or 10, periods of turnover per year, and the value of the capital turned over would be 500 times 10, or £5,000. We have assumed a circulation time of 5 weeks, so the total value of the commodities produced per year would also be £5,000, but 1/10 of this, or £500, would always be in the form of commodity capital, and would not return until after 5 weeks. At the end of the year, the product of the 10th working period, the 46th to the 50th working week, would have completed its time of turnover only by half, and its time of circulation would fall within the first 5 weeks of the next year. Now let us take a third illustration. Working period, 6 weeks, time of circulation, 3 weeks, weekly advance during labour process, £100. First working period, 1st to the 6th week. At the end of the 6th week, a commodity capital of £600 returned at the end of the 9th week. Second working period, 7th to the 12th week. During the 7th to the 9th week, £300 of additional capital is advanced. At the end of the 9th week, a return of £600. Of this, £300 are advanced during the 10th to the 12th week. At the end of the 12th week, therefore, £300 are free, and £600 are in the form of commodity capital, returnable at the end of the 15th week. Third working period, 13th to the 18th week. During the 13th to the 15th week, advance of the £300, then reflux of £600, of which £300 are advanced for the 16th to the 18th week. At the end of the 18th week, £300 are free in money form, £600 on hand as commodity capital, which returns at the end of the 21st week. A more detailed presentation of this case is given under Section 2 later. In other words, during 9 working periods, 54 weeks, a total of £600 times 9, or £5,400 worth of commodities are produced. At the end of the 9th working period, the capitalist has £300 in money and £600 in commodities, which have not yet completed their term of circulation. A comparison of these 3 illustrations shows, first, that a successive release of capital 1 of £500 and of additional capital 2 of likewise £500 takes place only in the second illustration, so that these 2 portions of capital move separately and apart from each other. But this is so only because we have made the very exceptional assumption that the working period and the time of circulation form 2 equal halves of the turnover period. In all other cases, whatever the difference between the 2 constituents of the period of turnover, the movements of the 2 capitals cross each other, as in illustrations 1 and 3, beginning with the second period of turnover. The additional capital 2, with a portion of capital 1, then forms the capital functioning in the second turnover period, while the remainder of capital 1 is set free to perform the original function of capital 2. The capital operating during the circulation time of the commodity capital is not identical in this case with the capital 2 originally advanced for this purpose, but it is of the same value, and forms the same aliquot part of the total capital advanced. Secondly, the capital which functioned during the working period lies idle during the time of circulation. In the second illustration, the capital functions during the 5 weeks of the working period and lies idle during the 5 weeks of the circulation period. Therefore, the entire time during which capital 1 lies idle here amounts to 1/2 of the year. It is the additional capital 2 that appears during this time, having, in the case before us, also in its turn lain idle half a year. But the additional capital required to ensure the continuity of production during the time of circulation is not determined by the aggregated amount or sum total of the times of circulation during the year, but only by the ratio of the time of circulation to the period of turnover. We assume, of course, that all the turnovers take place under the same conditions. For this reason, £500 of additional capital and not £2,500 are required in the second illustration. This is simply due to the fact that the additional capital enters just as well into the turnover as the capital originally advanced, and that it therefore makes up its magnitude just as the other, by the number of its turnovers. Thirdly, the circumstances here considered are not affected by whether the time of production is longer than the working time or not. True, the aggregate of the periods of turnover is prolonged thereby, but this extension does not necessitate any additional capital for the labour process. The additional capital serves merely the purpose of filling the gaps in the labour process that arise on account of the time of circulation. Hence it is there simply to protect production against interruptions originating in the time of circulation. Interruptions arising from the specific conditions of production are to be eliminated in another way, which need not be discussed at this point. There are, however, establishments in which work is carried on only intermittently to order, so that there may be intervals between the working periods. In such cases, the need for additional capital is, to that extent, eliminated. On the other hand, in most cases of seasonal work, there is a certain limit for the time of reflux. The same work cannot be renewed next year with the same capital if the circulation time of this capital has not in the meantime run out. On the other hand, the time of circulation may also be shorter than the interval between two periods of production. In that event, the capital lies fallow, unless it is meanwhile employed otherwise. Fourthly, the capital advanced for a certain working period, for instance the £600 in the third illustration, is invested partly in raw and auxiliary materials, in a productive supply for the working period, in constant circulating capital, and partly in variable circulating capital, in the payment of labour itself. The portion laid out in constant circulating capital may not exist for the same length of time in the form of a productive supply. The raw material, for instance, may not be on hand for the entire working period. Coal may be procured only every 2 weeks. However, as credit is still out of the question here, this portion of capital, insofar as it is not available in the form of a productive supply, must be kept on hand in the form of money, so that it can be converted into a productive supply as and when needed. This does not alter the magnitude of the constant circulating capital value advanced for 6 weeks. On the other hand, regardless of the money supply for unforeseen expenses, the reserve fund proper for the elimination of disturbances, wages are paid in shorter intervals, mostly weekly. Therefore, unless the capitalist compels the labourer to advance his labour for a longer time, the capital required for wages must be on hand in the form of money. During the reflux of the capital, a portion must therefore be retained in money form for the payment of the labour, while the remaining portion may be converted into productive supply. The additional capital is divided exactly like the original, but it is distinguished from Capital 1 by the fact that, apart from credit relations, in order to be available for its own working period, it must be advanced during the entire duration of the first working period of Capital 1, into which it does not enter. During this time, it can already be converted, at least in part, into constant circulating capital, having been advanced for the entire period of turnover. To what extent it assumes this form, or persists in the form of additional money capital until this conversion becomes necessary, will depend partly on the special conditions of production of definite lines of business, partly on local conditions, partly on the price fluctuations of raw material, etc. If social capital is viewed in its entirety, a more or less considerable part of this additional capital will always be for rather a long time in the state of money capital. But as for that portion of capital, too, which is to be advanced for wages, it is always converted only gradually into labour power, as small working periods expire and are paid for. This portion of capital too, then, is available in the form of money capital during the entire working period, until by its conversion into labour power it takes part in the function of productive capital. Consequently, the accession of the additional capital required for the transformation of the circulation time of capital 1 into the time of production increases not only the magnitude of the advanced capital and the length of time for which the aggregate capital must necessarily be advanced, but also, and specifically so, that portion of the advanced capital which exists as money supply, which hence exists in the state of money capital and has the form of potential money capital. The same thing also takes place, as far as it concerns both the advance in the form of a productive supply and in that of a money supply, when the separation of capital into two parts made necessary by the time of circulation, namely into capital for the first working period and replacement capital for the time of circulation, is not caused by the increase of the capital laid out, but by a decrease of the scale of production. The amount of capital tied up in the money form grows here still more in relation to the scale of production. What is achieved in general by this separation of capital into an originally productive and an additional capital is a continuous succession of the working periods, the constant function of an equal portion of the advanced capital as productive capital. Let us look at the second illustration. The capital continuously employed in the process of production amounts to £500. As the working period is 5 weeks, it operates 10 times during 50 weeks, taken as a year. Hence its product, apart from surplus value, is 10 times £500, or £5,000. From the standpoint of a capital working directly and uninterruptedly in the process of production, a capital value of £500, the time of circulation seems to be brought to naught. The period of turnover coincides with the working period, and the time of circulation is assumed to be equal to 0. But if the capital of £500 were regularly interrupted in its productive activity by a 5-week circulation time, so that it would again become capable of production only after the close of the entire 10-week turnover period, we should have 5 turnovers of 10 weeks each in the 50 weeks of the year. These would comprise 5 5-week periods of production, or a sum of 25 productive weeks with a total product worth 5 times £500, or £2,500. and 5 5-week periods of circulation, or a total circulation time of, likewise, 25 weeks. If we say in this case that the capital of £500 has been turned over 5 times in the year, it will be clear and obvious that during half of each period of turnover, this capital of £500 did not function at all as a production capital, and that, all in all, it performed its functions only during one half of the year, but did not function at all during the other half. In our illustration, the replacement capital of £500 appears on the scene during those 5 periods of circulation, and the turnover is thus expanded from £2,500 to £5,000. But now the advanced capital is £1,000 instead of £500. 5,000 divided by 1,000 is 5. Hence, there are 5 turnovers instead of 10. And that is just the way people figure. But when it is said that the capital of £1,000 has been turned over 5 times during the year, the recollection of the time of circulation disappears from the hollow skulls of the capitalists, and a confused idea is formed that this capital has served continuously in the production process during the 5 successive turnovers. But if we say that the capital of £1,000 has been turned over 5 times, this includes both the time of circulation and the time of production. Indeed, if £1,000 had really been continuously active in the process of production, the product would, according to our assumptions, have to be £10,000 instead of £5,000. But in order to have £1,000 continuously in the process of production, £2,000 would have to be advanced. The economists, who as a general rule have nothing clear to say in reference to the mechanism of the turnover, always overlook this main point, to wit, that only a part of the industrial capital can actually be engaged in the process of production if production is to proceed uninterruptedly. While one part is in the period of production, another must always be in the period of circulation. Or, in other words, one part can perform the function of productive capital only on condition that another part is withdrawn from production proper in the form of commodity or money capital. In overlooking this, the significance and role of money capital is entirely ignored. We have now to ascertain what differences in the turnover arise if the 2 sections of the period of turnover, the working period and the circulation period, are equal, or if the working period is greater or smaller than the circulation period, and, furthermore, what effect this has on the tie-up of capital in the form of money capital. We assume the capital advanced weekly to be, in all cases, £100, and the period of turnover 9 weeks, so that the capital to be advanced in each period of turnover is £900. Section 1. The working period equal to the circulation period. Although this case occurs in reality only as an accidental exception, it must serve as our point of departure in this investigation, because here relations shape themselves in the simplest and most intelligible way. The 2 capitals, Capital 1 advance for the first working period, and supplemental Capital 2, which functions during the circulation period of Capital 1, relieve one another in their movements without crossing. With the exception of the first period, either of the 2 capitals is therefore advanced only for its own period of turnover. Let the period of turnover be 9 weeks, so that the working period and the circulation period are each 4½ weeks. Within the 51 weeks, which here stand for 1 year, Capital 1 runs through 6 full working periods, producing 6 times 450 or £2,700 worth of commodities, and Capital 2 producing in 5 full working periods 5 times £450, or £2,250 worth of commodities. In addition, Capital 2 produced within the last 1½ weeks of the year, middle of the 50th to the end of the 51st week, an extra £150 worth. The aggregate product in 51 weeks is worth £5,100. So far as the direct production of surplus value is concerned, which takes place only during the working period, the aggregate capital of £900 would have been turned over 5 2/3 times. 5 2/3 times £900 equals £5,100. But if we consider the real turnover, capital 1 has been turned over 5 2/3 times, since at the close of the 51st week it still has 3 weeks to go of its 6th period of turnover. 5 2/3 times £450 makes £2,550, and capital 2 turned over 5 1/6 times, since it has completed only 1½ weeks of its 6th period of turnover, so that 7½ weeks of it run into the next year. 5 1/6 times £450 makes £2,325. Real aggregate turnover, £4,875. Let us consider capital 1 and capital 2 as two capitals wholly independent of one another. They are entirely independent in their movements. These movements complement one another merely because their working and circulating periods directly relieve one another. They may be regarded as two totally independent capitals belonging to different capitalists. Capital 1 has completed 5 full turnovers and 2/3 of its 6th turnover period. At the end of the year, it has the form of commodity capital, which is 3 weeks short of its normal realization. During this time, it cannot enter into the process of production. It functions as commodity capital. It circulates. It has completed only 2/3 of its last period of turnover. This is expressed as follows. It has been turned over only 2/3 of a time. Only 2/3 of its total value have performed a complete turnover. We say that £450 complete their turnover in 9 weeks, hence £300 do in 6 weeks. But in this mode of expression, the organic relations between the two specifically different components of the turnover time are ignored. The exact meaning of the expression that the advanced capital of £450 has made 5 2/3 turnovers is merely that it has accomplished 5 turnovers fully, and only 2/3 of the 6th. On the other hand, the expression that the turned-over capital equals 5 2/3 times the advanced capital, hence, in the aforementioned case, 5 2/3 times £450, making £2,550, is correct, meaning that unless this capital of £450 were complemented by another capital of £450, one portion of it would have to be in the process of production, while another in the process of circulation. If the time of turnover is to be expressed in terms of the capital turned over, it can always be expressed only in terms of existing value, in fact, of finished product. The circumstance that the advanced capital is not in a condition in which it may reopen the process of production finds expression in the fact that only a part of it is in a state capable of production, or that, in order to be in a state of uninterrupted production, the capital would have to be divided into a portion which would be continually in the period of production, and into another which would be continually in the period of circulation, depending upon the relation of these periods to each other. It is the same law which determines the quantity of the constantly functioning productive capital by the ratio of the time of circulation to the time of turnover. By the end of the 51st week, which we regard here as the end of the year, £150 of capital 2 have been advanced to the production of an unfinished lot of goods. Another part of it exists in the form of circulating constant capital, raw materials, etc., that is, in a form in which it can function as productive capital in the production process. But a third part of it exists in the form of money, at least the amount of wages for the remainder of the working period, 3 weeks, which is not paid, however, until the end of each week. Now, although at the beginning of a new year, hence of a new turnover cycle, this portion of the capital is not in the form of productive capital, but in that of money capital, in which it cannot take part in the process of production, at the opening of the new turnover cycle, circulating variable capital, that is, living labour power, is nevertheless active in the process of production. This is due to the fact that labour power is not paid until the end of the week, although bought at the beginning of the working period, say per week, and so consumed. Money serves here as a means of payment. For this reason, it is still as money in the hands of the capitalist on the one hand, while on the other hand, labour power, the commodity into which money is being transformed, is already active in the process of production, so that the same capital value appears here doubly. If we look merely at the working periods, Capital 1 produces 6 times £450, or £2,700. Capital 2 produces 5 1/3 times £450, or £2,400. Hence, together, 5 2/3 times £900, or £5,100. Hence, the total advanced capital of £900 has functioned 5 2/3 times throughout the year as productive capital. It is immaterial for the production of the surplus value whether there are always £450 in the production process and always £450 in the circulation process, or whether £900 function 4½ weeks in the process of production and the following 4½ weeks in the process of circulation. On the other hand, if we consider the periods of turnover, there has been turned over Capital 1, 5 2/3 times £450, or £2,550. Capital 2, 5 1/6 times £450, or £2,325. Hence, the total capital 5 5/12 times £900, or £4,875. For the number of turnovers of the total capital is equal to the sum of the amounts turned over by 1 and 2, divided by the sum of 1 and 2. It is to be noted that if capitals 1 and 2 were independent of each other, they would nevertheless form merely different independent portions of the social capital advanced in the same sphere of production. Hence, if the social capital within this sphere of production were composed solely of 1 and 2, the same calculation would apply to the turnover of the social capital in this sphere as applies here to the constituent parts 1 and 2 of the same private capital. Going further, every portion of the entire social capital invested in any particular sphere of production may be so calculated. But in the last analysis, the number of turnovers made by the entire social capital is equal to the sum of the capitals turned over in the various spheres of production, divided by the sum of the capitals advanced in those spheres. It must further be noted that just as capitals 1 and 2 in the same private business have here, strictly speaking, different turnover years, the cycle of turnover of capital 2 beginning 4½ weeks later than that of capital 1, so that the year of 1 ends 4½ weeks earlier than that of 2, so the various private capitals in the same sphere of production begin their operations at totally different periods, and therefore conclude their turnover years at different times of the year. The same calculation of averages that we employed previously for 1 and 2 suffices also here to bring down the turnover years of the various independent portions of the social capital to one uniform turnover year. Section 2. The working period greater than the period of circulation. The working and turnover periods of capitals 1 and 2 cross one another instead of relieving one another. Simultaneously, some capital is set free. This was not so in the previously considered case. But this does not alter the fact that, as before, 1. The number of working periods of the total capital advanced is equal to the sum of the value of the annual product of both advanced portions of capital divided by the total capital advanced, and 2. The number of turnovers made by the total capital is equal to the sum of the two amounts turned over divided by the sum of the two advanced capitals. Here, too, we must consider both portions of capital as if they performed turnover movements entirely independent of each other. Thus we assume once more that £100 are to be advanced weekly to the labour process. Let the working period last 6 weeks, requiring therefore every time an advance of £600, capital 1. Let the time of circulation be 3 weeks, so that the period of turnover is 9 weeks, as before. Let capital 2 of £300 step in during the 3-week circulation period of capital 1. Since capital 2 amounts to only £300, it can suffice only for a part of the working period. At the end of the 6th week, a product valued at £600 passes into circulation and returns in money form at the close of the 9th week. Then at the opening of the 7th week, capital 2 begins its activity and covers the requirements of the next working period, the 7th to 9th week. But according to our assumption, the working period is only half up at the end of the 9th week. Hence, capital 1 of £600 having just returned at the beginning of the 10th week, once more enters into operation and with its £300 supplies the advances needed for the 10th to 12th week. This disposes of the second working period. A product value of £600 is in circulation and will return at the close of the 15th week. At the same time, £300, the amount of the original capital 2, are set free and are able to function in the first half of the following working period, that is to say, in the 13th to 15th week. After the lapse of these weeks, the £600 return, £300 of them suffice for the remainder of the working period, and £300 remain for the following working period. The thing therefore works as follows. First period of turnover, 1st to the 9th week. First working period, 1st to the 6th week. Capital 1, £600, performs its function. First period of circulation, 7th to the 9th week. End of the 9th week, £600 return. Second period of turnover, 7th to the 15th week. Second working period, 7th to the 12th week. First half, 7th to the 9th week. Capital 2, £300, performs its function. End of the 9th week, £600 return in money form. Capital 1. Second half, 10th to the 12th week, £300 of capital 1 perform their function. The other £300 of capital 1 remain freed. Second period of circulation, 13th to the 15th week. End of the 15th week, £600, half taken from capital 1, half from capital 2. Return in the form of money. Third period of turnover, 13th to the 21st week. Third working period, 13th to the 18th week. First half, 13th to the 15th week. The freed £300 perform their function. End of 15th week, £600 return in money form. Second half, 16th to the 18th week. £300 of the returned £600 function. The other £300 again remain freed. Third period of circulation, 19th to the 21st week, at the close of which £600 again return in money form. In these £600, capital 1 and capital 2 are now indistinguishably fused. And so there are 8 full turnover periods of a capital of £600. 1. 1st to the 9th week. 2. 7th to the 15th week. 3. 13th to the 21st. 4. 19th to the 27th. 5. 25th to the 33rd. 6. 31st to the 39th. 7. 37th to the 45th. 8. 43rd to the 51st week, to the end of the 51st week. But as the 49th to the 51st weeks fall within the 8th period of circulation, the £300 of freed capital must step in and keep production going. Thus the turnover at the end of the year is as follows. £600 have completed their circuit 8 times, making £4,800. In addition, we have the product of the last 3 weeks, 49th to the 51st, which, however, has completed only 1/3 of its circuit of 9 weeks, so that in the sum turned over it counts for only 1/3 of its amount, £100. If, then, the annual product of 51 weeks is £5,100, the capital turned over is only £4,800 plus £100, or £4,900. The total capital advanced, £900, has therefore been turned over 5 4/9 times, a trifle more than in the first case. In the present example, we assumed a case in which the working time was 2/3 and the circulation time 1/3 of the period of turnover, that is, the working time was a simple multiple of the circulation time. The question now is whether capital is likewise set free in the way just shown, when this assumption is not made. Let us assume a working time of 5 weeks, a circulation time of 4 weeks, and a capital advance of £100 per week. First period of turnover, 1st to the 9th week. First working period, 1st to the 5th week. Capital 1 or £500 performs its function. First circulation period, 6th to the 9th week. End of 9th week, £500 return in money form. Second period of turnover, 6th to the 14th week. Second working period, 6th to the 10th week. First section, 6th to the 9th week, capital 2 of £400 performs its function. End of 9th week, capital 1 of £500 returns in money form. Second section, 10th week. £100 of the returned £500 perform their function. The remaining £400 are set free for the following working period. Second circulation period, 11th to the 14th week. End of the 14th week, £500 return in money form. Up to the end of the 14th week, 11th to the 14th, the £400 set free perform their function. £100 of the £500 then returned fill the requirements of the third working period, 11th to the 15th week, so that £400 are once more released for the fourth working period. The same thing is repeated in every working period. At its beginning, £400 are ready at hand, sufficing for the first 4 weeks. End of the 4th week, £500 return in money form, only £100 of which are needed for the last week, while the other 400 remain free for the next working period. Let us further assume a working period of 7 weeks, with a capital 1 of £700, a circulation period of 2 weeks with a capital 2 of £200. In that case, the first period of turnover lasts from the 1st to the 9th week, its first working period from the 1st to the 7th week, with an advance of £700, its first circulation period from the 8th to the 9th week, end of the 9th week, £700 flow back in money form. The second period of turnover, from the 8th to the 16th week, contains the second working period of the 8th to the 14th week. The requirements of the 8th and 9th weeks of this period are covered by capital 2. End of the 9th week, the £700 return. Up to the close of this working period, 10th to the 14th week, £500 of this sum are used up. £200 remain free for the next working period. The second circulation period lasts from the 15th to the 16th week. End of the 16th week, £700 return once more. From now on, the same thing is repeated in every working period. The need for capital during the first 2 weeks is covered by the £200 set free at the close of the preceding working period. At the close of the second week, £700 return, but only 5 weeks remain of the working period, so that it can consume only £500. Therefore, £200 always remain free for the next working period. We find, then, that in the given case, where the working period has been assumed to be greater than the circulation period, a money capital will at all events have been set free at the close of each working period, which is of the same magnitude as capital 2 advance for the circulation period. In our 3 illustrations, capital 2 was £300 in the first, £400 in the second, and £200 in the third. Accordingly, the capital set free at the close of each working period was £300, £400, and £200, respectively. Section 3. The working period smaller than the circulation period. We begin by assuming once more a period of turnover of 9 weeks, of which 3 weeks are assigned to the working period, with an available capital 1 of £300. Let the circulation period be 6 weeks. For these 6 weeks, an additional capital of £600 is required, which we may divide in turn into 2 capitals of £300, each of them meeting the requirements of 1 working period. We then have 3 capitals of £300 each, of which £300 are always engaged in production, while £600 circulate. We have here the exact counterpart of Case 1, in which the working period was equal to the period of circulation, with the only difference that now 3 capitals relieve one another instead of 2. There is no intersection or intertwining of capitals. Each one of them can be traced separately to the end of the year. Just as in Case 1, no capital is set free at the close of a working period. Capital 1 is completely laid out at the end of the 3rd week, returns entirely at the end of the 9th, and resumes its functions at the beginning of the 10th week. Similarly with capitals 2 and 3. The regular and complete relief excludes any release of capital. The total turnover is as follows. Capital 1, 300 times 5 2/3, or £1,700. Capital 2, £300 times 5 1/3, or £1,600. Capital 3, £300 times 5, or £1,500. Total capital, £900 times 5 1/3, or £4,800. Let us now also take an illustration in which the circulation period is not an exact multiple of the working period. For instance, working period 4 weeks, circulation period 5 weeks. The corresponding amounts of capital would then be capital 1, £400, capital 2, £400, capital 3, £100. There is in this case an intertwining of capitals insofar as the working period of capital 2, which has no independent working period because it suffices for only 1 week, coincides with the first working week of capital 1. On the other hand, an amount of £100 equal to capital 3 is set free at the close of the working period of both capital 1 and 2. For if capital 3 fills up the first week of the second and all succeeding working periods of capital 1, and £400 the entire capital 1 return at the close of this first week, then only 3 weeks and a corresponding capital investment of £300 will remain for the rest of the working period of capital 1. The £200 thus set free suffice for the first week of the immediately following working period of capital 2. At the end of that week, the entire capital 2 of £400 returns. But since the working period already started can absorb only another £300, £100 are once more disengaged at its close, and so forth. We have then a release of capital at the close of a working period whenever the circulation period is not a simple multiple of the working period, and this liberated capital is equal to that portion of the capital which has to fill up the excess of the circulation period over the working period, or over a multiple of working periods. In all cases investigated, it was assumed that both the working period and the circulation period remain the same throughout the year in any of the businesses here examined. This assumption was necessary if we wished to ascertain the influence of the time of circulation on the turnover and advancement of capital. That in reality this assumption is not so unconditionally valid, and that it frequently is not valid at all, does not alter the case in the least. In this entire section we have discussed only the turnovers of the circulating capital, not those of the fixed, for the simple reason that the question at issue has nothing to do with fixed capital. The instruments of labour, etc., employed in the process of production form only fixed capital, inasmuch as their time of employment exceeds the period of turnover of the circulating capital, inasmuch as the period of time during which these instruments of labour continue to serve in perpetually repeated labour processes is greater than the period of turnover of the circulating capital, and hence equal to the n periods of turnover of the circulating capital. Regardless of whether the total time represented by these n periods of turnover of the circulating capital is longer or shorter, that portion of the productive capital which was advanced for this time in fixed capital is not advanced anew during its course. It continues its functions in its old use form. The difference is merely this. In proportion to the varying length of a single working period of each period of turnover of the circulating capital, the fixed capital gives up a greater or smaller part of its original value to the product of that working period, and proportionally to the duration of the circulation time of each period of turnover, this value part of the fixed capital given up to the product returns quicker or slower in money form. The nature of the subject we are discussing in this section, the turnover of the circulating portion of productive capital, derives from the very nature of this portion. The circulating capital employed in a working period cannot be applied in a new working period until it has completed its turnover until it has been transformed into commodity capital, from that into money capital, and from that back into productive capital. Hence, in order that the first working period may be immediately followed by a second, capital must be advanced anew and converted into the circulating elements of productive capital, and its quantity must be sufficient to fill the void occasioned by the circulation period of the circulating capital advanced, or the first working period. This is the source of the influence exerted by the length of the working period of the circulating capital over the scale of the labour process and the division of the advanced capital or the addition of the new portions of capital. This was precisely what we had to examine in this section. Section 4. Conclusion. From the preceding investigation it follows that a. The different portions into which capital must be divided in order that one part of it may be continually in the working period, while others are in the period of circulation, relieve one another like different independent individual capitals in two cases. 1. When the working period is equal to the period of circulation, so that the period of turnover is divided into two equal sections. 2. When the period of circulation is longer than the working period, but at the same time is a simple multiple of the working period, so that one period of circulation is equal to n working periods, in which case n must be a whole number. In these cases, no portion of the successively advanced capital is set free. b. On the other hand, in all cases in which 1. The period of circulation is longer than the working period without being a simple multiple of it, and 2. In which the working period is longer than the circulation period, a portion of the total circulating capital is set free continually and periodically at the close of each working period, beginning with the second turnover. This freed capital is equal to that portion of the total capital which has been advanced for the circulation period, provided the working period is longer than the period of circulation, and equal to that portion of the capital which has to fill up the excess of the circulation period over the working period or over a multiple of working periods, provided the circulation period is longer than the working period. c. It follows that for aggregate social capital, so far as its circulating part is concerned, the release of capital must be the rule, while the mere alternation of portions of capital functioning successively in the production process must be the exception. For the equality of the working and circulation periods, or the equality of the period of circulation and a simple multiple of the working period, this regular proportionality of the two components of the period of turnover has absolutely nothing to do with the nature of the case, and for this reason it can occur on the whole only as a matter of exception. A very considerable portion of the social circulating capital, which is turned over several times a year, will therefore periodically exist in the form of released capital during the annual turnover cycle. It is furthermore evident that, all other circumstances being equal, the magnitude of the released capital grows with the volume of the labour process, or with the scale of production, hence with the development of capitalist production in general. In the case cited under B2, because the total advanced capital increases, in B1, because with the development of capitalist production the length of the period of circulation grows, hence also the period of turnover in those cases where the working period is less than the period of circulation, and there is no regular ratio between the two periods. In the first case, for instance, we had to invest £100 per week. This required £600 for a working period of 6 weeks, £300 for a circulation period of 3 weeks, totaling £900. In that case, £300 are released continually. On the other hand, if £300 are invested weekly, we have £1,800 for the working period and £900 for the circulation period. Hence, £900 instead of £300 are periodically set free. D. A total capital of, say, £900 must be divided into 2 portions, £600 for the working period and £300 for the period of circulation. That portion which is really invested in the labour process is thus reduced by 1/3, from £900 to £600. Consequently, the scale of production is diminished by 1/3. On the other hand, the £300 function only to make the working period continuous, in order that £100 may be invested every week of the year in the labour process. Abstractly speaking, it is all the same whether £600 work during 6 times 8 or 48 weeks, product £4,800, or whether the total capital of £900 is expended during 6 weeks in the labour process and then lies idle during the 3-week period of circulation. In the latter case, it would be working, in the course of the 48 weeks, 5 1/3 times 6, or 32 weeks. Product 5 1/3 times £900, or £4,800, and lie idle for 16 weeks. But, apart from the greater spoilage of the fixed capital during the idle 16 weeks, and apart from the appreciation of labour, which must be paid during the entire year even if employed only during a part of it, such a regular interruption of the process of production is altogether irreconcilable with the operations of modern big industry. This continuity is itself a productive power of labour. Now, if we take a closer look at the released, or rather suspended, capital, we find that a considerable part of it must always be in the form of money capital. Let us adhere to our illustration. Working period, 6 weeks. Period of circulation, 3 weeks. Investment per week, £100. In the middle of the second working period, end of the 9th week, £600 return, and only £300 of them must be invested for the remainder of the working period. At the end of the second working period, £300 are therefore released. In what state are these £300? We shall assume that 1/3 is invested for wages, and 2/3 are for raw and auxiliary materials. Then £200 of the returned £600 exist in the form of money for wages, and £400 in the form of productive supply, in the form of elements of the constant circulating productive capital. But since only 1/2 of this productive supply is required for the second half of the second working period, the other half exists for 3 weeks in the form of a surplus productive supply, that is, of a supply exceeding the requirements of 1 working period. But the capitalist knows that he needs only 1/2 or £200 of this £400 portion of the returned capital for the current working period. It will therefore depend on market conditions whether he will immediately reconvert these £200 in whole or in part into a surplus productive supply, or keep them entirely or partially in the form of money capital, in anticipation of a more favourable market. On the other hand, it goes without saying that the portion to be laid out for wages, £200, is retained in the form of money. The capitalist cannot store labour power in warehouses after he has bought it, as he may do with the raw material. He must incorporate it in the process of production and pay for it at the end of the week. At any rate, these £100 of the released capital of £300 will therefore have the form of money capital set free, that is, not required for the working period. The capital released in the form of money capital must therefore be at least equal to the variable portion of capital invested in wages. At a maximum, it may comprise the entire released capital. In reality, it fluctuates constantly between this minimum and maximum. The money capital thus released by the mere mechanism of the turnover movement, together with that freed by the successive reflux of fixed capital, and that required in every labour process for variable capital, must play an important role as soon as the credit system develops, and must at the same time form one of the latter's foundations. Let us assume that the time of circulation in our illustration is shortened from 3 to 2 weeks. This is not to be a normal change, but due, say, to prosperous times, shorter terms of payment, etc. The capital of £600, which is laid out during the working period, returns 1 week earlier than needed. It is therefore released for this week. Furthermore, in the middle of the working period, as before, £300 are released, a portion of those £600, but for 4 weeks instead of 3. There are, then, on the money market, £600 for 1 week, and £300 for 4 instead of 3 weeks. As this concerns not one capitalist alone, but many, and occurs in various periods in different businesses, more available money capital makes its appearance in the market. If this condition lasts for some time, production will be expanded wherever feasible. Capitalists operating on borrowed money will exercise less demand on the money market, which eases it as much as it is by increased supply. Or finally, the sums which have become superfluous for the mechanism are thrown definitely on the money market. In consequence of the contraction of the time of circulation from 3 weeks to 2, and consequently of the period of turnover from 9 weeks to 8, 1/9 of the total capital advanced becomes superfluous. The 6-week working period can now be kept going as continuously with £800 as formerly with £900. One portion of the value of the commodity capital, equal to £100, once it has been reconverted into money, persists therefore in the state of money capital, without performing any more functions as a part of the capital advanced for the process of production. While the scale of production and other conditions, such as prices, etc., remain the same, the sum of value of the advanced capital is reduced from £900 to £800. The remainder of the originally advanced value, amounting to £100, is eliminated in the form of money capital. As such, it enters the money market and forms an additional portion of the capital's functioning here. This shows the way in which a plethora of money capital may arise, and not only in the sense that the supply of money capital is greater than the demand. This is always only a relative plethora, which occurs, for instance, in the melancholy period, opening a new cycle after the end of a crisis, but also in the sense that a definite portion of the capital value advanced becomes superfluous for the operation of the entire process of social reproduction, which includes the process of circulation, and is therefore eliminated in the form of money capital, a plethora brought about by the mere contraction of the period of turnover, while the scale of production and prices remain the same. The amount of money in circulation, whether great or small, did not influence it in the least. Let us assume, on the contrary, that the period of circulation is prolonged, from, say, 3 weeks to 5. In that case, at the very next turnover, the reflux of the advanced capital takes place 2 weeks too late. The last part of the process of production of this working period cannot be carried on further by the mechanism of the turnover of the advanced capital itself. Should this condition last any length of time, a contraction of the process of production, a reduction of its volume, might take place, just as an extension occurred in the previous case. But in order to continue the process on the same scale, the advanced capital would have to be increased by 2/9, or £200, for the entire term of the prolongation of the circulation period. This additional capital can be obtained only from the money market. If the lengthening of the period of circulation applies to one or several big branches of business, it may exert pressure on the money market, unless this effect is paralyzed by some counter-effect. In this case, it is likewise evident and obvious that this pressure, like that plethora before, had nothing whatever to do with a movement either of prices of the commodities or the mass of existing circulating medium. Footnote. The preparation of this chapter for publication presented no small number of difficulties. Firmly grounded as Marx was in algebra, he did not get the knack of handling figures, particularly commercial arithmetic, although there exists a thick batch of copybooks containing numerous examples of all kinds of commercial computations which he had solved himself. But knowledge of the various methods of calculation and exercise in daily practical commercial arithmetic are by no means the same, and consequently Marx got so tangled up in his computations of turnovers that besides, in places left uncompleted, a number of things were incorrect and contradictory. I have preserved only the simplest and arithmetically correct data. My reason for doing so was mainly the following. The uncertain results of these painstaking calculations led Marx to attach unwarranted importance to a circumstance which in my opinion has actually little significance. I refer to what he calls the release of money capital. The actual state of affairs, based on the stated assumptions, is this. No matter what may be the ratio between the working period and circulation time, hence between capital 1 and capital 2, there is, returned to the capitalist in the form of money, after the end of the first turnover and thereafter at regular intervals equal to the duration of one working period, the capital required for one working period, that is, a sum equal to capital 1. If the working period is 5 weeks, the circulation time 4 weeks, and capital 1 £500, then a sum of money equal to £500 returns each time at the end of the 9th, 14th, 19th, 24th, 29th week, etc. If the working period is 6 weeks, the circulation time 3 weeks, and capital 1 £600, then £600 returns at the end of the 9th, 15th, 21st, 27th, 33rd week, etc. Finally, if the working period is 4 weeks, the circulation time 5 weeks, and capital 1 £400, then £400 are returned at the end of the 9th, 13th, 17th, 21st, 25th week, etc. Whether any, and if so how much, of this returned money is superfluous, and thus released for the current working period, is immaterial. It is assumed that production continues uninterruptedly on the current scale, and in order that this may come about, money must be available, and must therefore return, whether released or not. If production is interrupted, release stops likewise. In other words, there is indeed a release of money, a formation, therefore, of latent, merely potential capital in the form of money, but it takes place under all circumstances, and not only under the special conditions set forth in the text. and it comes about on a larger scale than that assumed in the text. So far as circulating capital 1 is concerned, the industrial capitalist is in the same situation at the end of each turnover as when he established his business. He has all of it in one bulk, while he can convert it back into productive capital only gradually. The essential point in the text is the proof that, on the one hand, a considerable portion of the industrial capital must always be available in the form of money, and that, on the other hand, a still more considerable portion must temporarily assume the form of money. The proof is, if anything, rendered stronger by these additional remarks of mine. Friedrich Engels. End of footnote. Section 5. The effects of a change of prices. We have, on the one hand, just assumed unaltered prices and an unaltered scale of production, and on the other, a contraction or expansion of the time of circulation. Now let us suppose, on the contrary, an unaltered period of turnover and an unaltered scale of production, and on the other hand, price changes, that is, rise or fall of prices of raw materials, auxiliary substances, and labour, or of the two first-named elements alone. Take it that the price of raw and auxiliary materials, as well as wages, fall by 1/2. In that case, the capital to be advanced in our example would be £50 instead of £100 per week, and that for the 9-week turnover period would be £450 instead of £900. £450 of the advanced capital value are eliminated first of all in the form of money capital, but the process of production continues on the same scale, with the same period of turnover and with the previous division of the latter. The annual output likewise remains the same, but its value has been cut in half. This change, which is accompanied by a change in the supply and demand of money capital, is brought about neither by an acceleration of the circulation nor by a change in the quantity of circulating money. On the contrary, a fall by half in the value or price of the elements of productive capital would first have the effect of diminishing by half the capital value to be advanced for the continuation of business X on the same scale as before, and hence only 1/2 of the money would have to be thrown on the market by business X, since business X advances this capital value first in the form of money, that is, as money capital. The amount of money thrown into circulation would decrease, because the prices of the elements of production fell. This would be the first effect. In the second place, however, 1/2 of the originally advanced capital value of £900 or £450, which A passed successively through the forms of money capital, productive capital, and commodity capital, and B existed simultaneously and constantly side by side, partly in the form of money capital, partly in that of productive capital, and partly in that of commodity capital, would be eliminated from the circuit of business X, and thus come into the money market as additional money capital, affecting it as an additional constituent. These released £450 act as money capital, not because they have become superfluous money for the operation of business X, but because they are a constituent part of the original capital value, and hence are intended to function further as capital, and not to be expended as mere means of circulation. The best method of letting them operate as capital is that of throwing them, as money capital, on the money market. On the other hand, the scale of production, apart from fixed capital, might be doubled, In that case, a productive process of double the previous volume would be carried on with the same advanced capital of £900. If, on the other hand, the prices of the circulation elements of productive capital were to increase by one half, £150 instead of £100 per week, or £1,350 instead of £900 would be required. It would take an additional capital of £450 to carry on the business on the same scale, and this would exert a pressure to that extent on the money market, big or small depending on its condition. If all the capital available on this market were then already engaged, there would be increased competition for available capital. If a portion of it were unemployed, it would, to that extent, be called into action. But in the third place, given a certain scale of production, the turnover velocity and the prices of the elements of the circulating productive capital remaining the same, the price of the products of business X may rise or fall. If the price of the commodities supplied by business X falls, the price of its commodity capital of £600, which it constantly threw into circulation, drops to, say, £500. Hence, 1/6 of the value of the advanced capital does not return from the process of circulation. The surplus value contained in the commodity capital is not considered here. It is lost in that process. But since the value or price of the elements of production remains the same, this reflux of £500 suffices only to replace 5/6 of the capital of £600 constantly engaged in the process of production. It would therefore require an additional money capital of £100 to continue production on the same scale. Vice versa, if the price of the product of business X were to rise, then the price of the £600 commodity capital would be increased, say, to £700. 1/7 of this price, or £100, does not originate in the process of production, is not advanced in this process, but derives from the process of circulation. But only £600 are needed to replace the elements of production. Hence, the release of £100. It does not fall within the scope of the investigation hitherto made to ascertain why, in the first case, the period of turnover is shortened or lengthened, and why, in the second case, the prices of raw materials and labour, and in the third, the prices of the products supplied, rise or fall. But the following does belong in it. First case: unchanged scale of production, unchanged prices of the elements of production and of products, and a change in the period of circulation, and thus of turnover. According to the assumptions of our example, 1/9 less of the total advanced capital is needed as a result of the contraction of the period of circulation, so that the total capital is reduced from £900 to £800, and £100 of money capital is eliminated. Business X supplies, just as before, the same 6 weeks' product of the same value of £600, and as work continues year in, year out without interruption, it supplies in 51 weeks the same quantity of products valued at £5,100. There is, then, no change so far as the quantity and price of the product thrown into circulation by this business are concerned, nor in the times when it throws its product on the market. But £100 are eliminated because, due to the contraction of the circulation period, the requirements of the process are satisfied with only £800 instead of the former £900. The £100 eliminated capital exist in the form of money capital, but they do not by any means represent that portion of the advanced capital which would have to function constantly in the form of money capital. Let us assume that 4/5, or £480, of the advanced circulating capital 1 of £600 are constantly invested in productive materials, and 1/5, or £120, in wages. Then the weekly investment in materials of production would be £80, and in wages £20. Capital 2, amounting to £300, should then also be divided into 4/5, or £240, for materials of production, and 1/5, or £60, for wages. The capital invested in wages must always be advanced in the form of money. As soon as the commodity product worth £600 has been reconverted into the money form, or sold, £480 of it can be transformed into materials of production, productive supply, but £120 retain their money form in order to serve for the payment of wages for 6 weeks. These £120 are the minimum of the returning capital of £600, which must always be renewed and replaced in the form of money capital, and therefore must always be kept on hand as that portion of the advanced capital which functions in the form of money. Now, if £100 of the £300 periodically released for 3 weeks, and likewise divisible into £240 for productive supply and £60 for wages, is entirely eliminated, completely thrust out of the turnover mechanism in the form of money capital by shortening the circulation time, where does the money for this money capital of £100 come from? Only 1/5 of this amount consists of money capital periodically set free within the turnovers, but 4/5, or £80, are already replaced by an additional productive supply of the same value. In what manner is this additional productive supply converted into money, and where does the money for this conversion come from? If the abridged period of circulation has become a fact, then only £400 of the £600, instead of £480, are reconverted into productive supply. The remainder, £80, is retained in its money form, and constitutes, together with the £20 for wages, the £100 of eliminated capital. Although these £100 come from the sphere of circulation through the sale of the £600 worth of commodity capital, and are now withdrawn from it by not being reinvested in wages and elements of production, it must not be forgotten that, being in the money form, they are once more in that form in which they were originally thrown into circulation. In the beginning, £900 were invested in productive supply and wages. Now only £800 are necessary to carry out the same productive process. The £100 thus released in money now form a new employment-seeking money capital, a new constituent part of the money market. True, they have already previously been periodically in the form of released money capital and of additional productive capital, but these latent states were themselves the requisites for the execution of the process of production, because they were the requisites for its continuity. Now they are no longer needed for that purpose, and for this reason form new money capital, and a constituent part of the money market, although they by no means form either an additional element of the available social money supply, for they existed at the beginning of the business, and were thrown by it into the circulation, or a newly accumulated hoard. These £100 are now in actual fact withdrawn from circulation, inasmuch as they are a part of the advanced money capital that is no longer employed in the same business. But this withdrawal is possible only because the conversion of the commodity capital into money, and of this money into productive capital, increased commodity to money to commodity, is accelerated by 1 week, so that the circulation of the money operating in this process is likewise hastened. They have been withdrawn from it because they are no longer needed for the turnover of capital X. It has been assumed here that the advanced capital belongs to him who employs it. Had he borrowed it, nothing would be changed. With the shortening of the time of circulation, he would have to borrow only £800 instead of £900. The £100, if returned to the lender, would, as before, form £100 of new money capital, only in the hands of Y instead of X. Should capitalist X receive £480 worth of materials of production on credit, so that he has to advance only £210 in money for wages out of his own pocket, he would now have to procure £80 worth of materials less on credit, and this sum would constitute superfluous commodity capital for the capitalist granting the credit, while capitalist X would have eliminated £20 in money. The additional supply for production is now reduced by 1/3. It consisted of £240, constituting 4/5 of £300, the additional capital too, but now it is only £160, that is, additional supply for 2 instead of 3 weeks. It is now renewed every 2 weeks instead of every 3, but only for 2 instead of 3 weeks. The purchases, for instance in the cotton market, are thus more frequent and smaller. The same amount of cotton is withdrawn from the market, for the quantity of the product remains the same. But the withdrawals are distributed differently in time, extending over a longer period. Supposing that it is a question of 3 months or 2. If the annual consumption of cotton amounts to 1,200 bales, the sales in the first case will be January the 1st, 300 bales, left in storage 900 bales. April the 1st, 300 bales, left in storage 600 bales. July the 1st, 300 bales, left in storage 300 bales. October the 1st, 300 bales, left in storage 0 bales. But in the second case, January the 1st, sold 200, in storage 1,000 bales. March the 1st, sold 200, in storage 800 bales. May the 1st, sold 200, in storage 600 bales. July the 1st, sold 200, in storage 400 bales. September the 1st, sold 200, in storage 200 bales. November the 1st, sold 200, in storage 0 bales. So, the money invested in cotton only returns completely 1 month later, in November instead of October. If, therefore, 1/9 of the advanced capital, or £100, is eliminated in the form of money capital by the contraction of the circulation time, and thus of the turnover, and if these £100 are composed of £20 worth of periodically superfluous money capital for the payment of weekly wages, and of £80 which existed as periodically superfluous productive supply for 1 week, then the diminished superfluous productive supply in the hands of the manufacturer corresponds, so far as these £80 are concerned, to an enlarged commodity supply in the hands of the cotton dealer. The longer this cotton lies in the latter's warehouse as a commodity, the less it lies in the storeroom of the manufacturer as a productive supply. Hitherto we presupposed that the contraction of the time of circulation in business X was due to the fact that X sold his articles quicker, received his money for them sooner, or in the event of credit was given shorter terms of payment. The contraction was therefore attributed to a quicker sale of the commodities, to a quicker transformation of commodity capital into money capital, increased commodity to money, the first phase of the process of circulation. But it might also derive from the second phase, money to commodity, and hence from a simultaneous change, be it in the working period or in the time of circulation of capitals Y, Z, etc., which supply capitalist X with the productive elements of his circulating capital. For instance, if cotton, coal, etc., with the old methods of transport are 3 weeks in transit from their place of production or storage to the place of production of capitalist X, then X's productive supply must last at least for 3 weeks, until the arrival of new supplies. So long as cotton and coal are in transit, they cannot serve as means of production. They are then rather a subject of labour for the transport industry and the capital employed in it. They are also commodity capital in the process of circulation for the producer of coal or the dealer in cotton. Suppose improvements in transport reduce the transit to 2 weeks. Then the productive supply can be changed from 3-weekly into a fortnightly supply. This releases the additional advanced capital of £80 set aside for this purpose, and likewise the £20 for wages, because the turned-over capital of £600 returns 1 week sooner. On the other hand, if, for instance, the working period of the capital which supplies the raw materials is cut down, examples of which were given in the preceding chapters, so that the possibility arises of renewing the supply of raw materials in less time, then the productive supply may be reduced, and the interval between periods of renewal shortened. If, vice versa, the time of circulation and thus the period of turnover are prolonged, then it is necessary to advance additional capital. This must come out of the pocket of the capitalist himself, if he has any additional capital. But it will then be invested in some form or other as a part of the money market. To make it available, it must be pried loose from its old form. For instance, stocks must be sold, deposits withdrawn, so that in this case, too, the money market is indirectly affected. Or he must borrow it. As for that part of the additional capital which is needed for wages, it must, under normal conditions, always be advanced in the form of money capital, and for that purpose the capitalist X exerts his share of direct pressure on the money market. But this is indispensable for the part which must be invested in materials of production only if he must pay for them in cash. If he can get them on credit, this does not have any direct influence on the money market, because the additional capital is then advanced directly as a productive supply, and not in the first instance as money capital. But if the lender throws the bill of exchange received from X directly on the market, discounts it, etc., this would influence the money market indirectly through someone else. If, however, he uses this note to cover a debt not yet due, for instance, this additional advanced capital does not affect the money market either directly or indirectly. Second case. A change in the price of materials of production, all other circumstances remaining the same. We just assumed that the total capital of £900 was 4/5 invested in materials of production, equaling £720, and 1/5 in wages, equaling £180. If the materials of production drop to half, they require for the 6-week period only £240 instead of £480, and for the additional capital number 2, only £120 instead of £240. Capital 1 is thus reduced from £600 to £240 plus £120, or £360, and capital 2 from £300 to £120 plus £60, or £180. The total capital of £900 is therefore reduced to £360 plus £180, or £540. A sum of £360 is therefore released. This eliminated and now unemployed capital or money capital seeking employment in the money market is nothing but a portion of the capital of £900 originally advanced as money capital, which, due to the fall in the prices of the materials of production into which it is periodically reconverted, has become superfluous if the business is not to be expanded but carried on in the same scale. If this fall in prices were not due to accidental circumstances, a particularly rich harvest, oversupply, etc., but to an increase of productive power in the branch of production which furnishes the raw materials, then this money capital would be an absolute addition to the money market, and to the capital available in the form of money capital in general, because it would no longer constitute an integral part of the capital already invested. Third case. A change in the market price of the product itself. In the case of a fall in prices, a portion of the capital is lost, and must consequently be made good by a new advance of money capital. The loss of the seller may be a gain to the buyer. Directly, if the market price of the product has fallen merely because of an accidental fluctuation, and afterwards rises once more to its normal level. Indirectly, if the change of prices is caused by a change of value reacting on the old product, and if this product passes again, as an element of production, into another sphere of production and there releases capital pro tanto. In either case, the capital lost by X, and for whose replacement he exerts pressure on the money market, may be supplied to him by his business friends as new additional capital. All that takes place then is a transfer. If, on the contrary, the price of the product rises, a portion of the capital which was not advanced is taken out of circulation. This is not an organic part of the capital advanced in the process of production, and unless production is expanded, therefore constitutes money capital eliminated. As we have assumed that the prices of the elements of the product were given before it was brought to market as commodity capital, a real change of value might have caused the rise of prices, since it acted retroactively, causing a subsequent rise in the price of, say, raw materials. In that event, capitalist X would realize a gain on his product circulating as commodity capital and on his available productive supply. This gain would give him an additional capital, which would now be needed for the continuation of his business with the new and higher prices of the elements of production. Or the rise of prices is but temporary. What capitalist X then needs by way of additional capital becomes released capital for the other side, insofar as X's product forms an element of production for other branches of business. What the one has lost, the other has gained. Chapter 16. The turnover of variable capital. Section 1. The annual rate of surplus value. Let us assume a circulating capital of £2,500, 4/5 of which, or £2,000, are constant capital, materials of production, and 1/5, or £500, is variable capital invested in wages. Let the period of turnover be 5 weeks, the working period 4 weeks, the period of circulation 1 week. Then capital 1 is £2,000, consisting of £1,600 of constant capital and £400 of variable capital. Capital 2 is £500, £400 of which are constant and £100 variable. In every working week, a capital of £500 is invested. In a year of 50 weeks, an annual product of 50 times 500, or £2,500, is manufactured. Capital 1 of £2,000, constantly employed in the working period, is therefore turned over 12.5 times. 12.5 times £2,000 makes £25,000. Of these £25,000, 4/5, or £20,000, are constant capital laid out in means of production, and 1/5, or £5,000, is variable capital laid out in wages. The total capital of £25,000 is thus turned over 25,000 divided by 2,500, or 10 times. The variable circulating capital expended in production can serve afresh in the process of circulation only to the extent that the product in which its value is reproduced has been sold, converted from a commodity capital into a money capital, in order to be once more laid out in payment of labour power. But the same is true of the constant circulating capital, materials of production invested in production, the value of which reappears in the product as a portion of its value. What these two portions, the variable and the constant part of the circulating capital, have in common, and what distinguishes them from the fixed capital, is not that the value transferred from them to the product is circulated by the commodity capital, that is, through the circulation of the product as a commodity. One portion of the value of the product, and thus of the product circulating as a commodity of the commodity capital, always consists of the wear and tear of the fixed capital, that is to say, of that portion of the value of the fixed capital which is transferred to the product during the process of production. The difference is really this. The fixed capital continues to function in the process of production in its old use form for a longer or shorter cycle of turnover periods of the circulating capital, equal to constant circulating plus variable circulating capital, while every single turnover is conditioned on the replacement of the entire circulating capital, passing from the sphere of production, in the form of commodity capital, into the sphere of circulation. The constant circulating and variable circulating capital have the first phase of circulation, increased capital to money, in common. In the second phase, they separate. The money into which the commodity is reconverted is in part transformed into a productive supply, constant circulating capital. Depending on the different terms of purchase of its constituent parts, one portion of the money may sooner, another later, be converted from money into materials of production, but finally it is wholly consumed that way. Another portion of the money realized by the sale of the commodity is held in the form of a money supply, in order to be gradually expended in the payment of the labour power incorporated in the process of production. This part constitutes the variable circulating capital. Nevertheless, the entire replacement of either portion always originates from the turnover of capital, from its conversion into a product, from a product into a commodity, from a commodity into money. This is the reason why, in the preceding chapter, the turnover of the circulating capital, constant and variable, was treated jointly and separately, without paying any regard to the fixed capital. In the question which we shall now take up, we must go a step farther, and proceed with the variable portion of the circulating capital as though it alone constituted the circulating capital. In other words, we leave out of consideration the constant circulating capital, which is turned over together with it. A sum of £2,500 has been advanced, and the value of the annual product is £25,000. But the variable portion of the circulating capital is £500. Therefore, the variable capital contained in £25,000 amounts to 25,000 divided by 5, or £5,000. If we divide these £5,000 by £500, we find the number of turnovers is 10, just as it is in the case of the total capital of £2,500. Here, where it is only a question of the production of surplus value, it is absolutely correct to make this average calculation, according to which the value of the annual product is divided by the value of the advanced capital, and not by the value of that portion of this capital which is employed constantly in one working period. Thus, in the present case, not by 400, but by 500, not by capital 1, but by capital 1 plus capital 2. We shall see later that, from another point of view, the calculation is not quite exact, just as this average calculation generally is not quite exact. That is to say, it serves well enough for the practical purposes of the capitalist, but it does not express exactly or properly all the real circumstances of the turnover. We have hitherto ignored one part of the value of the commodity capital, namely the surplus value contained in it, which was produced during the process of production and incorporated in the product. To this we have now to direct our attention. Suppose the variable capital of £100 invested weekly produces a surplus value of 100%, or £100. Then the variable capital of £500 invested over a 5-week turnover period produces £500 of surplus value. That is, 1/2 of the working day consists of surplus labour. If £500 of variable capital produces a surplus value of £500, then £5,000 produce 10 times £500, or £5,000 in surplus value. But the advanced variable capital amounts to £500. The ratio of the total surplus value produced during 1 year to the value of the advanced variable capital is what we call the annual rate of surplus value. In the case at hand, it is 5,000 to 500, or 1,000%. If we analyze this rate more closely, we find that it is equal to the rate of surplus value produced by the advanced variable capital during one period of turnover, multiplied by the number of turnovers of the variable capital, which coincides with the number of turnovers of the entire circulating capital. The variable capital advanced in the case before us for one period of turnover is £500. The surplus value produced during this period is likewise £500. The rate of surplus value for one period of turnover is therefore 500 surplus value to 500 variable capital, or 100%. This 100%, multiplied by 10, the number of turnovers in 1 year, makes 5,000 surplus value to 500 variable capital, or 1,000%. That refers to the annual rate of surplus value. As for the amount of surplus value obtained during a specified period of turnover, it is equal to the value of the variable capital advance during this period, of £500 in the present case, multiplied by the rate of surplus value. In the present case, therefore, 500 times 100 divided by 100, or 500 times 1, or £500. If the advanced variable capital were £1,500, then with the same rate of the surplus value, the amount of surplus value would be 1,500 times 100 divided by 100, or £1,500. We shall apply the term capital A to the variable capital of £500, which is turned over 10 times per year, producing an annual surplus value of £5,000, for which, therefore, the yearly rate of surplus value is 1,000%. Now let us assume that another variable capital, B, of £5,000, is advanced for 1 whole year, that is, here for 50 weeks, so that it is turned over only once a year. We assume, furthermore, that at the end of the year, the product is paid for on the same day that it is finished, so that the money capital, into which it is converted, returns on the same day. The circulation period is then 0. The period of turnover equals the working period, namely 1 year. As in the preceding case, there is to be found in the labour process each week a variable capital of £100, or of £5,000 in 50 weeks. Let the rate of surplus value be the same, or 100%. That is, let 1/2 of the working day of the same length consist of surplus labour. If we consider 5 weeks, the invested variable capital is £500, the rate of surplus value 100%, and therefore the amount of surplus value produced in 5 weeks, £500. The quantity of labour power here exploited, and the intensity of its exploitation, are assumed to be exactly the same as those of capital A. Each week the invested variable capital of £100 produces a surplus value of £100. Hence, in 50 weeks, the invested capital of 50 times 100 equals £5,000, produces a surplus value of £5,000. The amount of surplus value produced annually is the same as in the previous case, £5,000, but the yearly rate of surplus value is entirely different. It is equal to the surplus value produced in 1 year divided by the advanced variable capital, 5,000 surplus value divided by 5,000 variable capital, or 100%, while in the case of capital A, it was 1,000%. In the case of both capitals A and B, we have invested a variable capital of £100 a week. The degree of self-expansion, or the rate of surplus value, is likewise the same, 100%, and so is the magnitude of the variable capital, £100. The same quantity of labour power is exploited, the volume and degree of exploitation are equal in both cases, the working days are the same and equally divided into necessary labour and surplus labour. The amount of variable capital employed in the course of the year is £5,000 in either case. It sets the same amount of labour in motion and extracts the same amount of surplus value, £5,000, from the labour power set in motion by these two equal capitals. Nevertheless, there is a difference of 900% in the annual rate of surplus value of the two capitals A and B. This phenomenon creates the impression, at all events, that the rate of surplus value depends not only on the quantity and intensity of exploitation of the labour power set in motion by the variable capital, but besides, on inexplicable influences arising from the process of circulation. And it has indeed been so interpreted, and has, if not in this its pure form, then at least in its more complicated and disguised form, that of the annual rate of profit, completely routed the Ricardian school since the beginning of the 20s. The strangeness of this phenomenon disappears at once when we place capitals A and B in exactly the same conditions, not only seemingly, but actually. These equal conditions exist only when the variable capital B in its entire volume is expended for the payment of labour power in the same period of time as capital A. In that case, the £5,000 of capital B are invested for 5 weeks. £1,000 per week makes an investment of £50,000 per year. The surplus value is then likewise £50,000, according to our premises. The turned-over capital of £50,000 divided by the advanced capital of £5,000 makes the number of turnovers 10. The rate of surplus value, 5,000 surplus value divided by 5,000 variable capital, or 100%, multiplied by the number of turnovers, 10, makes the annual rate of surplus value 50,000 surplus value divided by 5,000 variable capital, or 10 over 1, or 1,000%. Now the annual rates of surplus value are alike for A and B, namely 1,000%. But the amounts of the surplus value are £50,000 in the case of B, and £5,000 in the case of A. The amounts of the surplus value produced are now in the same proportion to one another as the advanced capital values B and A, to wit, 5,000 to 500 equals 10 to 1. But capital B has set in motion 10 times as much labour power as capital A within the same time. Only the capital actually employed in the labour power produces surplus value, and to it apply all laws relating to surplus value, including therefore the law according to which the quantity of surplus value, its rate being given, is determined by the relative magnitude of the variable capital. See Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 11. The labour process itself is measured by time. If the length of the working day is a given, as here, where we assume all conditions relating to A and B to be equal, in order to elucidate the difference in the annual rate of surplus value, the working week consists of a definite number of working days. Or we may consider any working period, for instance, this working period of 5 weeks, as one single working day of, say, 300 hours, if the working day has 10 hours, and the week 6 days. We must further multiply this number by the number of labourers who are employed conjointly every day simultaneously in the same labour process. If that number is taken as 10, there will be 60 times 10, or 600 hours in 1 week, and a working period of 5 weeks would have 600 times 5, or 3,000 hours. The rate of surplus value and the length of the working day being the same, variable capitals of equal magnitude are therefore employed if equal quantities of labour power, a labour power of the same price multiplied by the number of labourers, are set in motion in the same time. Let us now return to our original examples. In both cases, A and B, equal variable capitals of £100 per week are invested every week throughout the year. The invested variable capitals actually functioning in the labour process are therefore equal, but the advanced variable capitals are very unequal. In the case of A, £500 are advanced for every 5 weeks, of which £100 are employed every week. In the case of B, £5,000 must be advanced for the first 5-week period, of which only £100 per week, or £500 in 5 weeks, or 1/10 of the advanced capital, is employed. In the second 5-week period, £4,500 must be advanced, but only £500 of this is employed, etc. The variable capital advanced for a definite period of time is converted into employed, hence actually functioning and operative, variable capital, only to the extent that it really steps into the sections of that period of time taken up by the labour process, to the extent that it really functions in the labour process. In the intermediate time, in which a portion of it is advanced in order to be employed later, this portion is practically non-existent for the labour process, and has therefore no influence on the formation of either value or surplus value. Take, for instance, capital A of £500. It is advanced for 5 weeks, but every week only £100 enter successively into the labour process. In the first week, 1/5 of this capital is employed. 4/5 are advanced without being employed, although they must be in stock, and therefore advanced for the labour processes of the following 4 weeks. The circumstances which differentiate the relation between the advanced and the employed variable capital affect the production of surplus value, the rate of surplus value being given, only to the extent and only by reason of the fact that they differentiate the quantity of variable capital which can be really employed in a stated period of time, for instance in 1 week, 5 weeks, etc. The advanced variable capital functions as variable capital only to the extent, and only during the time, that it is actually employed, and not during the time in which it remains in stock, is advanced without being employed. But all the circumstances which differentiate the relation between the advanced and the employed variable capital come down to the difference of the periods of turnover, determined by the difference of either the working period or the circulation period, or both. The law of production of surplus value states that equal quantities of functioning variable capital produce equal quantities of surplus value if the rate of surplus value is the same. If, then, equal quantities of variable capital are employed by the capitals A and B in equal periods of time with equal rates of surplus value, they must generate equal quantities of surplus value in equal periods of time, no matter how different the ratio of this variable capital employed during a definite period of time to the variable capital advanced during the same time, and no matter therefore how different the ratio of the quantities of surplus value produced not to the employed but to the advanced variable capital in general. The difference of this ratio, far from contradicting the laws of the production of surplus value that have been demonstrated, rather corroborates them, and is one of their inevitable consequences. Let us consider the first 5-week productive period of capital B. At the end of the 5th week, £500 have been employed and consumed. The value of the product is £1,000, hence 500 surplus value divided by 500 variable capital equals 100%, just the same as with capital A. The fact that, in the case of capital A, the surplus value is realized together with the advanced capital, while in the case of B it is not, does not concern us here, where it is only a question of the production of surplus value and of its ratio to the variable capital advanced during its production. But if, on the contrary, we calculate the ratio of surplus value in B not to that portion of the advanced capital of £5,000 which has been employed and hence consumed during its production, but to this total advanced capital itself, we find that it is 500 surplus value divided by 5,000 variable capital, or 1/10, or 10%. Hence it is 10% for capital B and 100% for capital A, that is, tenfold. If it were said that this difference in the rate of surplus value for equal capitals, which have set in motion equal quantities of labour equally divided into paid and unpaid labour, is contrary to the laws of the production of surplus value, the answer would be simple and prompted by a mere glance at the actual relations. In the case of A, the actual rate of surplus value is expressed, that is to say, the relation of a surplus value produced in 5 weeks by a variable capital of £500 to the variable capital of £500. In the case of B, on the other hand, the calculation is of a kind which has nothing to do either with the production of surplus value or with the determination of its corresponding rate of surplus value. For the £500 of surplus value produced by a variable capital of £500 are not calculated with reference to the variable capital advanced during their production, but with reference to a capital of £5,000, 9/10 of which, or £4,500, have nothing whatever to do with the production of this surplus value of £500, but are on the contrary intended to function gradually in the course of the following 45 weeks, so that they do not exist at all so far as the production of the first 5 weeks is concerned, which alone is at issue in this instance. Hence, in this case, the difference in the rates of surplus value of A and B presents no problem at all. Let us now compare the annual rates of surplus value for capitals B and A. For capital B, it is 500 surplus value to 500 variable capital equals 100%. For capital A, it is 5,000 surplus value to 500 variable capital equals 1,000%. But the ratio of the rates of surplus value is the same as before. There we had rate of surplus value of capital B divided by the rate of surplus value of capital A equals 10% over 100%. Now we have annual rate of surplus value of capital B divided by the annual rate of surplus value of capital A equals 100% over 1,000%. But 10% to 100% equals 100% to 1,000%, so that the proportion is the same. But now the problem has changed. The annual rate of capital B, 5,000 surplus value to 5,000 variable capital, equals 100%, offers not the slightest deviation, not even the semblance of a deviation, from the laws of production known to us and of the rate of surplus value corresponding to this production. During the year, 5,000 variable capital have been advanced and productively consumed, and they have produced 5,000 surplus value. The rate of surplus value therefore equals the fraction 5,000 surplus value divided by 5,000 variable capital equals 100%. The annual rate agrees with the actual rate of surplus value. In this case, it is therefore not capital B, but capital A, which presents the anomaly that has to be explained. We have here the rate of surplus value 5,000 surplus value to 500 variable capital equals 1,000%. But while in the case of B, 500 surplus value, the product of 5 weeks, was calculated for an advanced capital of £5,000, 9/10 of which were not employed by its production, we have now 5,000 surplus value calculated for 500 variable capital, that is, for only 1/10 of the variable capital actually employed in the production of 5,000 surplus value. For the 5,000 surplus value are the product of a variable capital of £5,000 productively consumed during 50 weeks, not that of a capital of £500 consumed in one single period of 5 weeks. In case B, the surplus value produced in 5 weeks had been calculated for a capital advanced for 50 weeks, a capital 10 times as large as the one consumed during the 5 weeks. In the present case, the surplus value produced in 50 weeks is calculated for a capital advance for 5 weeks, a capital 10 times smaller than the one consumed in 50 weeks. Capital A of £500 is never advanced for more than 5 weeks. At the end of this time it returns, and can renew the same process in the course of the year 10 times, as it makes 10 turnovers. 2 conclusions follow from this. Firstly, the capital advanced in the case of A is only 5 times larger than that portion of capital which is constantly employed in the productive process of 1 week. On the other hand, capital B, which is turned over only once in 50 weeks, and must therefore be advanced for 50 weeks, is 50 times larger than that one of its portions which can constantly be employed for 1 week. The turnover therefore modifies the relation between the capital advanced during the year for the process of production and the capital constantly employable for a definite period of production, say a week. Here we have then case B, in which the surplus value of 5 weeks is not calculated for the capital employed during these 5 weeks, but for a capital 10 times larger, employed for 50 weeks. Secondly, the 5-week period of turnover of capital A comprises only 1/10 of the year, so that 1 year contains 10 such turnover periods, in which capital A of £500 is successively reinvested. The employed capital is here equal to the capital advanced for 5 weeks, multiplied by the number of periods of turnover per year. The capital employed during the year is 500 times 10, or £5,000. The capital advanced during the year is 5,000 divided by 10, or £500. Indeed, though the £500 are always re-employed, the sum advanced every 5 weeks never exceeds these same £500. On the other hand, in the case of capital B, only £500 are employed during 5 weeks and advanced for these 5 weeks. But as the period of turnover in this case is 50 weeks, the capital employed in 1 year is equal to the capital advanced for 50 weeks, and not to that advanced for every 5 weeks. The annually produced quantity of surplus value, given the rate of surplus value, is, however, commensurate with the capital employed during the year, not with the capital advanced during the year. Hence, it is not larger for this capital of £5,000, which is turned over once a year, than it is for the capital of £500, which is turned over 10 times a year. And it is so big only because the capital turned over once a year is itself 10 times larger than the capital turned over 10 times a year. The variable capital turned over during 1 year, hence the portion of the annual product or of the annual expenditure equal to that portion, is the variable capital actually employed, productively consumed during that year. It follows, therefore, that if the variable capital A turned over annually and the variable capital B turned over annually are equal and employed under equal conditions of self-expansion, so that the rate of surplus value is the same for both of them, then the quantity of surplus value produced annually must likewise be the same for both of them. Hence, the rate of surplus value calculated for a year must also be the same, since the amounts of capital employed are the same, so far as the rate is expressed by quantity of surplus value produced annually divided by the variable capital turned over annually. Or, expressed generally, whatever the relative magnitude of the turned-over variable capitals, the rate of the surplus value produced by them in the course of the year is determined by the rate of surplus value at which the respective capitals have worked in average periods, say the average of a week or day. This is the only consequence of the laws of production of surplus value and of the determination of the rate of surplus value. Let us see further what is expressed by the ratio capital turned over annually to capital advanced. In other words, capital turned over annually divided by capital advanced, taking into account, as we have said before, only the variable capital. The division shows the number of turnovers made by the capital advanced in 1 year. In the case of capital A, we have £5,000 of capital turned over annually divided by £500 of capital advanced. In the case of B, we have £5,000 of capital turned over annually divided by £5,000 of capital advanced. In both ratios, the numerator expressed the advanced capital multiplied by the number of turnovers. In the case of A, 500 times 10. In the case of B, 5,000 times 1. Or it may be multiplied by the inverted time of turnover calculated for 1 year. The time of turnover for A is 1/10 of a year. The inverted time of turnover is 10/1 years. Hence, 500 times 10/1, or 5,000. In the case of B, 5,000 times 1/1, or 5,000. The denominator expresses the turned over capital multiplied by the inverted number of turnovers. In the case of A, 5,000 times 1/10. In the case of B, 5,000 times 1/1. The respective quantities of labour, the sum of the paid and unpaid labour, which are set in motion by the two variable capitals turned over annually, are equal in this case, because the turned over capitals themselves are equal, and their rates of self-expansion are likewise equal. The ratio of variable capital turned over annually to the variable capital advanced indicates 1. The ratio of the capital to be advanced to the variable capital employed during a definite working period. If the number of turnovers is 10, as in the case of A, and the year assumed to have 50 weeks, then the period of turnover is 5 weeks. For these 5 weeks, variable capital must be advanced, and the capital advanced for 5 weeks must be 5 times as large as the variable capital employed during 1 week. That is to say, only 1/5 of the advanced capital, in this case £500, can be employed in the course of 1 week. On the other hand, in the case of capital B, where the number of turnovers is 1/1, the time of turnover is 1 year, or 50 weeks. The ratio of the advanced capital to the capital employed weekly is therefore 50:1. If matters were the same for B as they are for A, then B would have to invest £1,000 per week instead of £100. 2. It follows that B has employed 10 times as much capital, £5,000, as A, to set in motion the same quantity of variable capital and hence, the rate of surplus value being given, of labour, paid and unpaid, and thus to produce also the same quantity of surplus value during the year. The real rate of surplus value expresses nothing but the ratio of the variable capital employed during a definite period to the surplus value produced in the same time, or the quantity of unpaid labour set in motion by the variable capital employed during this time. It has absolutely nothing to do with that portion of the variable capital which is advanced during the time in which it is not employed. Hence, it has likewise nothing to do with the ratio between that portion of capital which is advanced during a definite period of time and that portion which is employed during the same period of time, a ratio that is modified and differentiated for different capitals by the turnover period. It follows rather from what has been set forth that the annual rate of surplus value coincides only in one single case with the real rate of surplus value, which expresses the degree of exploitation of labour, namely, in the case when the advanced capital is turned over only once a year, and the capital advanced is thus equal to the capital turned over in the course of the year, when therefore the ratio of the quantity of the surplus value produced during the year to the capital employed during the year in this production coincides and is identical with the ratio of the quantity of surplus value produced during the year to the capital advanced during the year. A. The annual rate of surplus value is equal to the quantity of surplus value produced during the year divided by the variable capital advanced. But the quantity of the surplus value produced during the year is equal to the real rate of surplus value multiplied by the variable capital employed in its production. The capital employed in the production of the annual quantity of surplus value is equal to the advanced capital multiplied by the number of its turnovers, which we shall call N. Formula A is therefore transformed into the following Formula B. The annual rate of surplus value is equal to the real rate of surplus value times the variable capital advanced times N divided by variable capital advanced. In other words, the annual rate of surplus value is equal to the real rate of surplus value times N. For instance, in the case of capital B, the annual rate of surplus value equals 100 times 5,000 times 1 divided by 5,000 equals 100 times 1, or 100%. Only when N is equal to 1, that is, when the variable capital advanced is turned over only once a year, and hence equal to the capital employed or turned over during a year, the annual rate of surplus value is equal to its real rate. It follows furthermore that the annual rate of surplus value is always equal to the real rate of surplus value produced in one period of turnover by the variable capital consumed during that period, multiplied by the number of turnovers of this variable capital during 1 year, or, what amounts to the same, multiplied by its inverted time of turnover calculated for 1 year. If the variable capital is turned over 10 times per year, then its time of turnover is 1/10 of a year. Its inverted time of turnover, therefore, 10 over 1, or 10. It follows furthermore that the annual rate of surplus value is equal to the real rate of surplus value when N is equal to 1. The annual rate of surplus value is greater than the real rate of surplus value when N is greater than 1. That is, when the advanced capital is turned over more than once a year, or the turned over capital is greater than the capital advanced. Finally, the annual rate of surplus value is smaller than the real rate of surplus value when N is smaller than 1. That is, when the capital turned over during the year is only a part of the advanced capital, so that the period of turnover is longer than 1 year. Let us dwell a moment on this last case. We retain all the premises of our former illustration, except that the period of turnover is lengthened to 55 weeks. The labour process requires a variable capital of £100 per week, hence £5,500 for the period of turnover, and produces every week 100 surplus value. The real rate of surplus value is therefore 100%, as before. The number of turnovers, N, is here 50 divided by 55, or 10 over 11, because the time of turnover is 1 plus 1/10 of the year of 50 weeks, or 11/10 years. The annual rate of surplus value equals 100% of 5,500 times 10 over 11 divided by 5,500 equals 100 times 10/11 equals 1,000 divided by 11 equals 90 and 10/11%. It is therefore smaller than 100%. Indeed, if the annual rate of surplus value were 100%, then during the year 5,500 variable capital would produce 5,500 surplus value, whereas 10/11 years are required for that. The 5,500 variable capital produce only 5,000 surplus value during 1 year. Therefore, the annual rate of surplus value is 5,000 surplus value divided by 5,500 variable capital, or 10/11, or 90 and 10/11%. The annual rate of surplus value, or the comparison between the surplus value produced during 1 year and the variable capital advanced in general, as distinguished from the variable capital turned over during the year, is therefore not merely subjective comparison. The actual movement of the capital itself gives rise to this contraposition. So far as the owner of capital A is concerned, his advanced variable capital of £500 has returned to him at the end of the year, and £5,000 of surplus value in addition. It is not the quantity of capital employed by him during the year, but the quantity returning to him periodically that expresses the magnitude of his advanced capital. It is immaterial for the present issue whether at the end of the year the capital exists partly as a productive supply or partly as money or commodity capital, and in what proportions it may have been divided into these different parts. So far as the owner of capital B is concerned, £5,000, his advanced capital, has returned to him, besides £5,000 in surplus value. For the owner of capital C, the last considered, worth £5,500, surplus value to the amount of £5,000 has been produced during the year, £5,000 invested and rate of surplus value 100%, but his advanced capital has not yet returned to him, nor has his produced surplus value. Annual rate of surplus value equals real rate of surplus value times n indicates that the rate of surplus value valid for the variable capital employed during one period of turnover, to wit, quantity of surplus value produced in one turnover period divided by variable capital employed in one turnover period, must be multiplied by the number of turnover periods, or of the periods of reproduction of the advanced variable capital, by the number of periods in which it renews its circuit. We have already seen, Volume 1, Chapter 4, the transformation of money into capital, and furthermore, Volume 1, Chapter 23, Simple Reproduction, that the capital value is in general advanced, not expended, as this value, having passed through the various phases of its circuit, returns to its point of departure, and, at that, enriched by surplus value. This characterizes it as advanced. The time that elapses from the moment of its departure to the moment of its return is the time for which it was advanced. The entire circular movement described by capital value, measured by the time from its advance to its return, constitutes its turnover, and the duration of this turnover is a period of turnover. When this period has expired and the circuit is completed, the same capital value can renew the same circuit, can therefore expand anew, can create surplus value. If the variable capital is turned over 10 times in 1 year, as in the case of capital A, then the same advance of capital begets in the course of 1 year 10 times the quantity of surplus value that corresponds to 1 period of turnover. One must get a clear conception of the nature of this advance from the standpoint of capitalist society. Capital A, which is annually turned over 10 times, is advanced 10 times during 1 year. It is advanced anew for every new period of turnover. But at the same time, during the year, A never advances more than this same capital value of £500, and in actual fact never disposes of more than these £500 for the productive process examined by us. As soon as these £500 have completed one circuit, A makes them start anew the same circuit. By its very nature, capital preserves its character of capital, only because it always functions as capital in successive production processes. It is, moreover, never advanced for more than 5 weeks. Should the turnover last longer, it proves inadequate. Should the turnover be curtailed, a part becomes superfluous. Not 10 capitals of £500 are advanced, but 1 capital of £500 is advanced 10 times at successive intervals. The annual rate of surplus value is therefore not calculated for 10 advances of a capital of £500 or for £5,000, but for 1 advance of a capital of £500. It is the same as if 1 shilling circulates 10 times, and yet never represents more than 1 single shilling in circulation, although it performs the function of 10 shillings. But in the pocket which holds it after each change of hands, it retains the same identical value of 1 shilling as before. In the same way, capital A indicates at each successive return, and likewise on its return at the end of the year, that its owner has operated always with the same capital value of £500. Hence, only £500 returned to him each time. His advanced capital is therefore never more than £500. Hence, the advanced capital of £500 forms the denominator of the fraction which expresses the annual rate of surplus value. We had for it the formula annual rate of surplus value is equal to the real rate of surplus value times the variable capital advanced times n divided by the variable capital advanced equals the real rate of surplus value times n. Since the real rate of surplus value equals the quantity of surplus value divided by the variable capital which produced it, we may substitute surplus value divided by the variable capital for the value of real rate of surplus value for real rate of surplus value times n, and get the other formula, annual rate of surplus value equals real rate of surplus value times n divided by variable capital. But by its tenfold turnover, and thus the tenfold renewal of its advance, the capital of £500 performs the function of a 10 times larger capital, of a capital of £5,000, just as 500 shillings, which circulate 10 times per year, perform the same function as 5,000 shillings, which circulate only once. Section 2. The turnover of the individual variable capital. Quote, whatever the form of the process of production in a society, it must be a continuous process, must continue to go periodically through the same phases. When viewed, therefore, as a connected whole, and as flowing on with incessant renewal, every social process of production is, at the same time, a process of reproduction. As a periodic increment of the capital advanced, or periodic fruit of capital in process, surplus value acquires the form of a revenue flowing out of capital." Unquote. Volume 1, Chapter 21. In the case of capital A, we have 10 5-week turnover periods. In the first period of turnover, £500 of variable capital are advanced. That is, £100 are weekly converted into labour power, so that £500 are spent on labour power at the end of the first turnover period. These £500, originally a part of the total capital advanced, have ceased to be capital. They are paid out in wages. The labourers, in their turn, pay them out in the purchase of means of subsistence, consuming means of subsistence worth £500. A quantity of commodities of that value is therefore annihilated. What the labourer may save up in money, etc., is not capital either. As far as concerns the labourer, this quantity of commodities has been consumed unproductively, except inasmuch as it preserves the efficacy of his labour power, an instrument indispensable to the capitalist. In the second place, however, these £500 have been transformed for the capitalist into labour power of the same value or price. Labour power is consumed by him productively in the labour process. At the end of 5 weeks, a product valued at £1,000 has been created. Half of this, £500, is the reproduced value of the variable capital expended in payment of labour power. The other half, £500, is newly produced surplus value. But the 5 weekly labour power, through the exchange for which a portion of the capital was converted into variable capital, is likewise expended, consumed, although productively. The labour which was active yesterday is not the same that is active today. Its value, plus that of surplus value created by it, exists now as the value of a thing distinct from labour power, to wit, of a product. But by converting the product into money, that portion of its value which is equal to the value of variable capital advanced can once more be exchanged for labour power, and thus again function as variable capital. The fact that the same workmen, that is, the same bearers of labour power, are given employment not only by the reproduced capital value, but also by that which has been reconverted into the form, is immaterial. It is possible for the capitalist to hire different workmen for the second period of turnover. In actual fact, therefore, a capital of £5,000, not of 500, is expended successively in wages during the 10 periods of turnover of 5 weeks each, and these wages will again be spent by the labourers to buy means of subsistence. The capital of £5,000 so advanced is consumed. It ceases to exist. On the other hand, labour power worth £5,000, not 500, is incorporated successively in the productive process, and reproduces not only its own value of £5,000, but produces over and above that a surplus value of £5,000. The variable capital of £500 advanced during the second period of turnover is not the identical capital of £500 that had been advanced during the first period of turnover. That has been consumed, spent in wages, but it is replaced by new variable capital of £500, which was produced in the first period of turnover in the form of commodities, and reconverted into money. This new money capital of £500 is therefore the money form of the quantity of commodities newly produced in the first period of turnover. The fact that an identical sum of money, £500, is again in the hands of the capitalist, that is, apart from the surplus value, precisely as much money capital as he had originally advanced, conceals the circumstance that he is operating with newly produced capital. As for the other constituents of value of the commodity capital, which replace the constant parts of capital, their value is not newly produced, but only the form is changed in which this value exists. Let us take the third period of turnover. Here it is evident that the capital of £500 advanced for a third time is not an old but a newly produced capital, for it is the money form of the quantity of commodities produced in the second, not the first, period of turnover, that is, of that portion of this quantity of commodities whose value is equal to that of the advanced variable capital. The quantity of commodities produced in the first period of turnover is sold. A part of its value, equal to the variable portion of the value of the advanced capital, was transformed into the new labour power of the second period of turnover. It produced a new quantity of commodities, which were sold in their turn, and a portion of whose value constitutes the capital of £500 advanced in the third turnover period. And so forth during the 10 periods of turnover. In the course of these newly produced quantities of commodities, whose value, inasmuch as it replaces variable capital, is also newly produced and does not merely reappear, as in the case of the constant circulating part of the capital, are thrown upon the market every 5 weeks, in order to incorporate ever new labour power in the process of production. Therefore, what is accomplished by the tenfold turnover of the advanced variable capital of £500 is not that this capital of £500 can be productively consumed 10 times, or that a variable capital lasting for 5 weeks can be employed for 50 weeks. Rather, 10 times £500 of variable capital is employed in the 50 weeks, and the capital of £500 always lasts only for 5 weeks, and must be replaced at the end of the 5 weeks by a newly produced capital of £500. This applies equally to capitals A and B. But at this point, the difference begins. At the end of the first period of 5 weeks, a variable capital of £500 has been advanced and expended by B as well as A. Both A and B have converted its value into labour power, and replaced it by that portion of the value of the product newly created by this labour power, which is equal to the value of the advanced variable capital of £500. For both B and A, the labour power has not only replaced the value of the expended variable capital of £500 by a new value of the same amount, but also added a surplus value, which, according to our assumption, is of the same magnitude. But in the case of B, the value product, which replaces the advanced variable capital and adds to it a surplus value, is not in the form in which it can function anew as productive or variable capital. It is in such a form in the case of A. And up to the end of the year, B does not possess the variable capital expended in the first 5 and every subsequent 5 weeks, although it has been replaced by newly produced value plus surplus value, in the form in which it can again function as productive or variable capital. True, its value is replaced by new value, hence renewed, but the form of its value, in this case the absolute form of value, its money form, is not renewed. For the second period of 5 weeks, and thus for every succeeding 5 weeks of the year, another £500 must again be available, the same as for the first period. Hence, regardless of credit conditions, £5,000 must be available at the beginning of the year as a latent advanced money capital, although they are really expended, turned into labour power, only gradually in the course of the year. But because in the case of A, the circuit, the turnover of the advanced capital, is consummated, The replacement value after the lapse of the first 5 weeks is already in the form in which it can set new labour power in motion for a term of 5 weeks, in its original form, the money form. In cases of both A and B, new labour power is consumed in the second 5-week period, and a new capital of £500 is spent in payment of this labour power. The means of subsistence of the labourers, paid with the first £500, are gone. At all events, their value has vanished from the hands of the capitalist. With the second £500, new labour power is bought, new means of subsistence withdrawn from the market. In short, it is a new capital of £500 that is being expended, not the old. But in the case of A, this new capital of £500 is the money form of the newly produced substitute for the value of the formerly expended £500, while in the case of B, the substitute is in a form in which it cannot function as variable capital. It is there, but not in the form of variable capital. For the continuation of the process of production for the next 5 weeks, an additional capital of £500 must therefore be available and advanced in the here indispensable form of money. Thus, during 50 weeks, both A and B expend an equal amount of variable capital, pay for and consume an equal quantity of labour power. Only B must pay for it with an advanced capital equal to its total value of £5,000, while A pays for it successively, with the ever-renewed money form of the value substitute produced every 5 weeks for the capital of £500 advanced for every 5 weeks, that is, never more than that advanced for the first 5 weeks, viz. £500. These £500 last for the entire year. It is therefore clear that the degree of exploitation of labour and the real rate of surplus value being the same, the annual rates of surplus value of A and B must be inversely proportional to the magnitude of the variable money capitals which have to be advanced in order to set in motion the same amount of labour power during the year. A. 5,000 surplus value divided by 500 variable capital equals 1,000%. B. 5,000 surplus value divided by 5,000 variable capital equals 100%. But 500 variable capital to 5,000 variable capital equals 1 to 10, equals 100% to 1,000%. The difference is due to the difference in the periods of turnover, that is, the periods in which the value substitute of the variable capital employed for a definite time can function anew as capital, hence as new capital. In the case of B as well as A, there is the same replacement of value for the variable capital employed during the same periods. There is also the same increment of surplus value during the same periods. But in the case of B, while every 5 weeks there is a replacement of the value of £500 and a surplus value of £500, this value substitute does not constitute new capital, because it does not exist in the form of money. In the case of A, the old capital value is not only replaced by a new one, but is rehabilitated in its money form, hence replaced as a new capital, capable of performing its function. The conversion, sooner or later, of the value substitute into money, and thus into the form in which variable capital is advanced, is obviously an immaterial circumstance, so far as the production of surplus value itself is concerned. This production depends on the magnitude of variable capital employed and the degree of exploitation of labour. But that circumstance modifies the magnitude of the money capital which must be advanced in order to set a definite quantum of labour power in motion during the year, and therefore it determines the annual rate of surplus value. Section 3. The turnover of the variable capital from the social point of view. Let us look at this matter for a moment from the point of view of society. Let the wages of one labourer be £1 per week, the working day 10 hours. In the case of A as well as B, 100 labourers are employed during a year. £100 for 100 labourers per week, or £500 for 5 weeks, or £5,000 for 50 weeks. And each one of them works 60 hours per week of 6 days. So 100 labourers work 6,000 hours per week and 300,000 hours in 50 weeks. This labour power is taken hold of by A and B, and therefore cannot be expended by society for anything else. To this extent, the matter is the same socially with both A and B. Furthermore, in the cases of both A and B, the 100 labourers employed by either side receive a yearly wage of £5,000, or together, for the 200 labourers, £10,000, and withdraw from society means of subsistence to that amount. So far the matter is therefore socially the same in the case of both A and B. Since the labourers in either case are paid by the week, they weekly withdraw their means of subsistence from society, and in either case throw a weekly equivalent in money into circulation. But here the difference begins. First, the money which the A labourer throws into circulation is not only, as it is for the B labourer, the money form of the value of his labour power, in fact, a means of payment for labour already performed. It is, counting from the second turnover period after the opening of the business, the money form of his own value, equal to the price of the labour power plus the surplus value, created during the first period of turnover, by which his labour is paid during the second period of turnover. This is not the case with the B labourer. As far as the latter is concerned, the money is here, true enough, a medium of payment for work already done by him, but this work done is not paid for with the value which it itself produced, and which was turned into money, not with the money form of the value of the labour itself has produced. This cannot be done until the beginning of the second year, when the B labourer is paid with the value produced by him in the preceding year and turned into money. The shorter the period of turnover of capital, the shorter, therefore, the intervals at which it is reproduced throughout the year, the quicker is the variable portion of the capital originally advanced by the capitalist in the form of money, transformed into the money form of the value, including besides surplus value, created by the labourer to replace this variable capital. The shorter is the time for which the capitalist must advance money out of his own funds, and the smaller is the capital advanced by him in general in proportion to the given scale of production, and the greater, comparatively, is the quantity of surplus value which he extracts during the year with a given rate of surplus value, because he can buy the labourer so much more frequently with the money form of the value created by that labourer, and can so much more frequently set his labour into motion again. If the scale of production is given, the absolute magnitude of the advanced variable money capital, and of the circulating capital in general, decreased proportionately to the decrease of the turnover period, while the annual rate of surplus value increases. If the magnitude of the advanced capital is given, the scale of production grows. Hence, if the rate of surplus value is given, The absolute quantity of surplus value created in one period of turnover likewise grows, simultaneously with the rise in the annual rate of surplus value effected by the shortening of the periods of reproduction. It generally follows from the foregoing investigation that the different lengths of turnover periods make it necessary for money capital to be advanced in very different amounts in order to set in motion the same quantity of productive circulating capital and the same quantity of labour with the same degree of exploitation of labour. Second, and this is interlinked with the first difference, the B and A labourers pay for the means of subsistence which they buy with the variable capital that has been transformed in their hands into a medium of circulation. For instance, they not only withdraw wheat from the market, but they also replace it with an equivalent in money. But since the money wherewith the B labourer pays for his means of subsistence, which he withdraws from the market, is not the money form of a value produced and thrown by him on the market during the year, as it is in the case of the A labourer, he supplies the seller of the means of subsistence with money, but not with commodities, be they means of production or means of subsistence, which this seller could buy with the proceeds of the sale, as he can in the case of A. The market is therefore stripped of labour power, means of subsistence for this labour power, fixed capital in the form of instruments of labour used in the case of B, and of materials of production. And to replace them, an equivalent in money is thrown on the market, but during the year no product is thrown on the market with which to replace the material elements of productive capital withdrawn from it. If we conceive society as being not capitalistic but communistic, there will be no money capital at all in the first place, not the disguises cloaking the transactions arising on account of it. The question then comes down to the need of society to calculate beforehand how much labour, means of production, and means of subsistence it can invest without detriment in such lines of business as, for instance, the building of railways, which do not furnish any means of production or subsistence, nor produce any useful effect for a long time, a year or more, while they extract labour, means of production, and means of subsistence from the total annual production. In capitalist society, however, where social reason always asserts itself only post festum, after the fact, great disturbances may and must constantly occur. On the one hand, pressure is brought to bear on the money market, while on the other, an easy money market calls such enterprises into being, en masse, thus creating the very circumstances which later give rise to pressure on the money market. Pressure is brought to bear on the money market since large advances of money capital are constantly needed here for long periods of time, and this regardless of the fact that industrialists and merchants throw the money capital necessary to carry on their business into speculative railway schemes, etc., and make it good by borrowing in the money market. On the other hand, there is a pressure on society's available productive capital. Since elements of productive capital are forever being withdrawn from the market, and only an equivalent in money is thrown on the market in their place, the effective demand rises without itself furnishing any element of supply. Hence a rise in the prices of productive materials as well as means of subsistence. To this must be added that stock jobbing is a regular practice, and capital is transferred on a large scale. A band of speculators, contractors, engineers, lawyers, etc., enrich themselves. They create a strong demand for articles of consumption on the market, wages rising at the same time. So far as foodstuffs are involved, agriculture too is stimulated. But as these foodstuffs cannot be suddenly increased in the course of the year, their import grows, just as that of exotic foods in general, coffee, sugar, wine, etc., and of articles of luxury. Hence, excessive imports and speculation in this line of the import business. Meanwhile, in those branches of industry in which production can be rapidly expanded, manufacture proper, mining, etc., climbing prices give rise to expansion, soon followed by collapse. The same effect is produced in the labour market, attracting great numbers of the latent relative surplus population and even of the employed labourers to the new lines of business. In general, such large-scale undertakings as railways withdraw a definite quantity of labour power from the labour market, which can come only from such lines of business as agriculture, etc., where only strong lads are needed. This still continues even after the new enterprises have become established lines of business, and the migratory working class needed for them has already been formed, as for instance in the case of the temporary rise above the average in the scale of railway construction. A portion of the reserve army of labourers, which keep wages down, is absorbed. A general rise in wages ensues, even in the hitherto well-employed sections of the labour market. This lasts until the inevitable crash again releases the reserve army of labour, and wages are once more depressed to their minimum, and lower. Footnote. In the manuscript, the following note is here inserted for future amplification. Quote, "Contradiction in the capitalist mode of production. The labourers, as buyers of commodities, are important for the market, but as sellers of their own commodity, labour power, capitalist society tends to keep them down to the minimum price." Further contradiction. The periods in which capitalist production exerts all its forces regularly turn out to be periods of overproduction, because production potentials can never be utilized to such an extent that more value may not only be produced, but also realized. But the sale of commodities, the realization of commodity capital, and thus of surplus value, is limited, not by the consumer requirements of society in general, but by the consumer requirements of a society in which the vast majority are always poor, and must always remain poor. However, this pertains to the next part." Unquote. End of footnote. Inasmuch as the length, great or small, of the period of turnover depends on the working period proper, that is, the period necessary to get the product ready for the market, it is based on the existing material conditions of production specific for the various investments of capital. In agriculture, they assume more of the character of natural conditions of production. In manufacture and the greater part of the mining industry, they vary with the social development of the process of production itself. Inasmuch as the length of the working period depends on the size of the supply, the quantitative volume in which the product is generally thrown upon the market as commodities, it is conventional in character. But the convention itself has its material basis in the scale of production, and is therefore accidental only when examined singly. Finally, inasmuch as the length of the turnover period hinges on that of the period of circulation, it is partly dependent on the incessant change of market conditions, the greater or lesser ease of selling, and the resultant necessity of disposing of part of the product in nearer or remoter markets. Apart from the volume of the demand in general, the movement of prices is here of cardinal importance, since sales are intentionally restricted when prices are falling, while production proceeds. Vice versa, production and sales keep pace when prices are rising or sales can be made in advance. But we must consider the actual distance of the place of production from the market as the real material basis. For instance, English cotton goods or yarn are sold to India. Suppose the exporter himself pays the English cotton manufacturer. The exporter does so willingly only if the money market is strong. But when the manufacturer himself replaces his money capital by some credit transaction, things are not so good. The exporter sells his cotton goods later in the Indian market from where his advanced capital is remitted to him. Up to this remittance, the case runs the very same course as when the length of the working period necessitated the advance of new money capital to maintain the production process on a given scale. The money capital, with which the manufacturer pays his labourers and renews the other elements of his circulating capital, is not the money form of the yarn produced by him. This cannot be the case until the value of this yarn has returned to England in the form of money or products. It is additional money capital, as before. The only difference is that instead of the manufacturer, it is advanced by the merchant, who in turn may well have obtained it by means of credit operations. Similarly, before this money is thrown on the market, or simultaneously with this, no additional product has been put on the English market that could be bought with this money, and would enter the sphere of productive or individual consumption. If this situation continues for a rather long period of time, and on a rather large scale, it must have the same effect as the previously mentioned prolongation of the working period. Now it may be that in India the yarn is again sold on credit. With this credit, products are bought in India and sent as return shipment to England, or drafts remitted for this amount. If this condition is protracted, the Indian money market comes under pressure, and the reaction on England may here produce a crisis. This crisis, in its turn, even if connected with bullion export to India, calls forth a new crisis in that country on account of the bankruptcy of English firms and their Indian branches, which had received credit from Indian banks. Thus a crisis occurs simultaneously in the market in which the balance of trade is favourable, as well as in the one in which it is unfavourable. This phenomenon may be still more complicated. Assume, for instance, that England has sent silver bullion to India, but India's English creditors are not urgently collecting their debts in that country, and India will soon after have to ship its silver bullion back to England. It is possible that the export trade to India and the import trade from India may approximately balance each other, although the volume of the import trade, except under special circumstances such as scarcity of cotton, etc., is determined and stimulated by the export trade. The balance of trade between England and India may seem equilibrated, or may disclose slight oscillations in either direction, but as soon as the crisis breaks out in England, it turns out that unsold cotton goods are stored in India, hence have not been transformed from commodity capital into money capital, an overproduction to this extent, and that on the other hand there are stored up in England unsold supplies of Indian goods, and moreover a great portion of the sold and consumed supplies is not yet paid. Hence, what appears as a crisis on the money market is in reality an expression of abnormal conditions in the very process of production and reproduction. Third, so far as the employed circulating capital itself, constant and variable, is concerned, the length of the period of turnover, since it derives from the working period, makes this difference. In the case of several turnovers during 1 year, an element of the variable or constant circulating capital may be supplied through its own product, for instance in the production of coal, the ready-made clothes business, etc. In other cases, this cannot occur, at least not within the same year. Chapter 17. The circulation of surplus value. We have just seen that a difference in the period of turnover causes a difference in the annual rate of surplus value, even if the mass of the annually produced surplus value is the same. But there are furthermore necessarily differences in the capitalization of surplus value, in accumulation, and also in the quantity of surplus value produced during the year, while the rate of surplus value remains the same. To begin with, we note that capital A, in the illustration of the preceding chapter, has a current periodical revenue, so that with the exception of the period of turnover inaugurating the business, it pays for its own consumption within the year out of its production of surplus value, and need not cover it by advances out of its own funds. But the latter has to be done in the case of B. While it produces as much surplus value in the same intervals of time as A, the surplus value is not realized, and therefore cannot be consumed either productively or individually. So far as individual consumption is concerned, the surplus value is anticipated. Funds for that purpose must be advanced. One portion of the productive capital which it is difficult to classify, namely the additional capital required for the repair and maintenance of the fixed capital, is now likewise seen in a new light. In the case of A, this portion of capital is not advanced, in full or for the greater part, at the beginning of production. It need not be available or even in existence. It comes out of the business itself by a direct transformation of surplus value into capital, that is, by its direct employment as capital. A part of the surplus value which is not only periodically generated but also realized during the year can defray the expenditures that must be incurred for repairs, etc. A portion of the capital needed to carry on the business on its original scale is thus produced in the course of business by the business itself by means of capitalizing part of the surplus value. This is impossible for capital B. The portion of capital in question must in his case form a part of the capital originally advanced. In both cases, this portion will figure in the books of the capitalists as an advanced capital, which it really is, since, according to our assumption, it forms a part of the productive capital required for maintaining the business on a certain scale. But it makes all the difference in the world out of which funds it is advanced. In the case of B, it is really a part of the capital to be originally advanced or held available. In the case of A, on the other hand, it is a part of the surplus value used as capital. This last case shows that not only the accumulated capital, but also a portion of the originally advanced capital may simply be capitalized surplus value. As soon as the development of credit interferes, the relation between originally advanced capital and capitalized surplus value becomes still more complicated. For instance, from not having sufficient capital of his own at the very outset for this purpose, A borrows from banker C a portion of the productive capital with which he starts in business or continues it during the year. Banker C lends him a sum of money which consists only of surplus value deposited with the banker by capitalists D, E, F, etc. As far as A is concerned, there is as yet no question of accumulated capital. But with regard to D, E, F, etc., A is in fact nothing but an agent capitalizing surplus value appropriated by them. We have seen, in Volume 1, Chapter 24, that accumulation, the conversion of surplus value into capital, is essentially a process of reproduction on a progressively increasing scale, whether this expansion is expressed extensively in the form of an addition of new factories to the old, or intensively by the enlargement of the existing scale of operation. The expansion of the scale of production may proceed in small portions, a part of the surplus value being used for improvements which either simply increase the productive power of the labour employed, or permit at the same time of its more intensive exploitation, or, where the working day is not legally limited, an additional expenditure of circulating capital in materials of production and wages suffices to enhance the production scale without an expansion of the fixed capital, whose daily time of employment is thus merely lengthened, while its period of turnover is correspondingly shortened. Or the capitalized surplus value may, under favorable market conditions, permit of speculation in raw materials, operations for which the capital originally advanced would not have been sufficient, etc. However, it is clear that in cases where the greater number of periods of turnover brings with it a more frequent realization of surplus value during the year, there will be periods in which there can be neither a prolongation of the working day, nor an introduction of improvements in details. On the other hand, a proportional expansion of the whole business, partly by expanding its entire plant, the buildings, for example, partly by enlarging the cultivated areas in agriculture, is possible only within certain more or less narrow limits, and, besides, requires such a volume of additional capital as can be supplied only by several years' accumulation of surplus value. Along with the real accumulation or conversion of surplus value into productive capital, and a corresponding reproduction on an extended scale, there is then an accumulation of money, a raking together of a portion of the surplus value in the form of latent money capital, which is not intended to function as additional active capital until later, when it swells to a certain volume. That is how the matter looks from the standpoint of the individual capitalist. But simultaneously with the development of capitalist production, the credit system also develops. The money capital which the capitalist cannot as yet employ in his own business is employed by others who pay him interest for its use. It serves him as money capital in its specific meaning, as a kind of capital distinguished from productive capital, but it serves as capital in another's hands. It is plain that with the more frequent realization of surplus value and the rising scale on which it is produced, there is an increase in the proportion of new money capital, or money as capital, thrown upon the money market and then absorbed, at least the greater part of it, by extended production. The simplest form in which the additional latent money capital may be represented is that of a hoard. It may be that this hoard is additional gold or silver, secured directly or indirectly in exchange with countries producing precious metals. And only in this manner does the hoarded money in a country grow absolutely. On the other hand, it may be, and this is so in the majority of cases, that this hoard is nothing but money which has been withdrawn from circulation at home, and has assumed the form of a hoard in the hands of individual capitalists. It is furthermore possible that this latent money capital consists only of tokens of value. We still ignore credit money at this point, or of mere claims of capitalists, titles, against third persons conferred by legal documents. In all such cases, whatever may be the form of existence of this additional money capital, it represents, so far as it is prospective capital, nothing but additional and reserved legal titles of capitalists to future annual additional social production. Quote, "The mass of real accumulated wealth, in point of magnitude, is so utterly insignificant when compared with the powers of production of the same society in whatever state of civilization, or even compared with the actual consumption for even a few years of that society, that the great attention of legislators and political economists should be directed to productive powers and their future free development, and not, as hitherto, to the mere accumulated wealth that strikes the eye. Of what is called accumulated wealth, by far the greater part is only nominal, consisting not of any real things, ships, houses, cottons, improvements on land, but of mere demands on the future annual productive powers of society, engendered and perpetuated by the expedients or institutions of insecurity. The use of such articles, accumulations of physical things or actual wealth, as a mere means of appropriating to their possessors the wealth to be created by the future productive powers of society, being that alone of which the natural laws of distribution would, without force, gradually deprive them, or, if aided by cooperative labour, would in a very few years deprive them." Unquote. William Thompson, An Inquiry into the Principles of the Distribution of Wealth, London, 1850. This book originally appeared in 1824. Thompson continues, quote, "It is little thought, by most persons not at all suspected, how very small a proportion, either in extent or influence, the actual accumulations of society bear to human productive powers, even to the ordinary consumption of a few years of a single generation. The reason is obvious, but the effect very pernicious. The wealth that is annually consumed, disappearing with its consumption, is seen but for a moment, and makes no impression but during the act of enjoyment or use. But that part of wealth which is of slow consumption, furniture, machinery, buildings, from childhood to old age stand out before the eye, the durable monuments of human exertion. By means of the possession of this fixed, permanent, or slowly consumed part of national wealth, of the land and materials to work upon, the tools to work with, the houses to shelter whilst working, the holders of these articles command for their own benefit the yearly productive powers of all the really efficient, productive labourers of society, though these articles may bear ever so small a proportion to the recurring products of that labour. The population of Britain and Ireland being 20 millions, the average consumption of each individual man, woman, and child is probably about £20, making 400 millions of wealth, the product of labour annually consumed. The whole amount of the accumulated capital of these countries, it has been estimated, does not exceed 1,200 millions, or 3 times the year's labour of the community, or, if equally divided, £60 capital for every individual. 'Tis with the proportions, rather than with the absolute accurate amounts of these estimated sums we are concerned. The interest of this capital stock would support the whole population in the same comfort in which they now exist for about 2 months of 1 year. The whole accumulated capital itself would maintain them in idleness, could purchasers be found, for 3 years, at the end of which time, without houses, clothes, or food, they must starve, or become the slaves of those who supported them in the 3 years' idleness. As 3 years is to the life of one healthy generation, say 40 years, so is the magnitude and importance of the actual wealth, the accumulated capital of even the wealthiest community, to the productive powers of only 1 generation. Not of what, under judicious arrangements of equal security, they might produce, particularly with the aid of cooperative labour, but of what, under the defective and depressing expedients of insecurity, they do absolutely produce. The seeming mighty mass of existing capital, to maintain and perpetuate which, or rather the command of the products of yearly labour which it serves as the means of engrossing, in its present state of forced division, are all the horrible machinery, the vices, crimes, and miseries of insecurity sought to be perpetuated. As nothing can be accumulated without first supplying necessaries, and as the great current of human inclination is to enjoyment, hence the comparatively trifling amount of the actual wealth of society at any particular moment. 'Tis an eternal round of production and consumption. From the amount of this immense mass of annual consumption and production, the handful of actual accumulation would hardly be missed, and yet it is to this handful, and not to the mass of productive powers, attention has chiefly been directed. This handful, however, having been seized upon by a few, and been made the instrument of converting to their use the constantly recurring annual products of the labour of the great majority of their fellow creatures. Hence, in the opinion of these few, the paramount importance of such an instrument. About 1/3 part of the annual products of the labour of these countries is now abstracted from the producers under the name of public burdens, and unproductively consumed by those who give no equivalent, that is to say, none satisfactory to the producers. With the accumulated masses, particularly when held forth in the hands of a few individuals, the vulgar eye has always been struck. The annually produced and consumed masses, like the eternal and incalculable waves of a mighty river, roll on and are lost in the forgotten ocean of consumption. On this eternal consumption, however, are dependent, not only for almost all gratifications, but even for existence, the whole human race. The quantity and distribution of these yearly products ought to be the paramount objects of consideration. The actual accumulation is altogether of secondary importance, and derives almost the whole of that importance from its influence on the distribution of the yearly productions. Actual accumulations and distributions have always been considered, in Thompson's works, in reference and subordinate to the productive forces. In almost all other systems, the productive forces have been considered in reference and subordinate to actual accumulations, and to the perpetuating of the existing modes of distribution. In comparison to the preservation of the actual distribution, the ever-recurring misery or happiness of the whole human race has been considered as unworthy of regard. To perpetuate the results of force, fraud, and chance has been called security, and to the support of this spurious security have all the productive powers of the human race been unrelentingly sacrificed." Unquote. For reproduction, only two normal cases are possible, apart from disturbances which interfere with reproduction even on a fixed scale. There is either reproduction on a simple scale, or there is capitalization of surplus value, accumulation. Section 1. Simple reproduction. In the case of simple reproduction, the surplus value produced and realized annually or periodically, if there are several turnovers during the year, is consumed individually, that is to say, unproductively by its owner, the capitalist. The circumstance that the value of the product consists in part of surplus value and in part of that portion of value which is formed by the variable capital, reproduced in the product plus the constant capital consumed by it, does not alter anything whatever, either in the quantity or in the value of the total product, which constantly steps into circulation as commodity capital, and is just as constantly withdrawn from it, in order to be productively or individually consumed, that is, to serve as means of production or consumption. If constant capital is left aside, only the distribution of the annual product between the labourers and the capitalists is affected thereby. Even if simple reproduction is assumed, a portion of the surplus value must therefore always exist in the form of money and not of products, because otherwise it could not be converted for purposes of consumption from money into products. This conversion of the surplus value from its original commodity form into money must be further analysed at this place. In order to simplify the matter, we shall presuppose the most elementary form of the problem, namely, the exclusive circulation of metal coin, of money which is a real equivalent. According to the laws of the simple circulation of commodities, developed in Volume 1, Chapter 3, the mass of the metal coin existing in a country must not only be sufficient to circulate the commodities, but must also suffice to meet the currency fluctuations, which arise partly from fluctuations in the velocity of the circulation, partly from a change in the prices of commodities, partly from the various and varying proportions in which the money functions as a medium of payment or as a medium of circulation proper. The proportion in which the existing quantity of money is split into a hoard and money in circulation varies continually, but the total quantity of money is always equal to the sum of the money hoarded and the money circulating. This quantity of money, quantity of precious metal, is a gradually accumulated hoard of society. Since a portion of this hoard is consumed by wear and tear, it must be replaced annually, the same as any other product. This takes place in reality by a direct or indirect exchange of a part of the annual product of a particular country for the product of countries producing gold and silver. However, this international character of the transaction conceals its simple course. In order to reduce the problem to its simplest and most lucid expression, it must be assumed that the production of gold and silver takes place in that particular country itself, that therefore the production of gold and silver constitutes a part of the total social production within every country. Apart from the gold and silver produced for articles of luxury, the minimum of their annual production must be equal to the wear and tear of metal coin annually occasioned by the circulation of money. Furthermore, if the sum of the values of the annually produced and circulating quantity of commodities increases, the annual production of gold and silver must likewise increase, inasmuch as the increased sum of values of the circulating commodities and the quantity of money required for their circulation, and the corresponding formation of a hoard, are not made good by a greater velocity of money currency and a more comprehensive function of money as a medium of payment, that is, by a greater mutual balancing of purchases and sales without the intervention of actual money. A portion of the social labour power and a portion of the social means of production must therefore be expended annually in the production of gold and silver. The capitalists who are engaged in the production of gold and silver, and who, according to our assumption of simple reproduction, carry on their production only within the bounds of the annual average wear and tear and the annual average consumption of gold and silver entailed thereby, throw their surplus value, which they consume annually according to our assumption without capitalizing any of it, directly into circulation in the money form, which is its natural form, unlike the other branches of production, where it is the converted form of the product. Furthermore, as far as wages are concerned, the money form in which the variable capital is advanced, they are also not replaced by the sale of the product, by its conversion into money, but by a product itself, whose natural form is from the outset that of money. Finally, the same applies also to that portion of the product of precious metals which is equal to the value of the periodically consumed constant capital, both the constant circulating and constant fixed capital consumed during the year. Let us consider the circuit, or turnover, of the capital invested in the production of precious metals, first in the form of money to commodity through productive capital through to increased money. Since commodity in money to commodity consists not only of labour power and means of production, but also of fixed capital, only a part of whose value is consumed in productive capital, it is evident that increased money, the product, is a sum of money equal to the variable capital laid out in wages, plus the circulating constant capital laid out in means of production, plus a portion of the value equivalent to the worn-out fixed capital, plus the surplus value. If the sum were smaller, the general value of gold remaining the same, then the mine would be unproductive. Or, if this got to be generally the case, the value of gold compared with the value of commodities that remains unchanged would subsequently rise. That is, the prices of commodities would fall, so that henceforth the amount of money laid out in money to commodity would be smaller. If we consider at first only the circulating portion of capital advanced in money, the starting point of money to commodity through productive capital through to increased money, we find that a certain sum of money is advanced, thrown into circulation for the payment of labour power and the purchase of materials of production. But this sum is not withdrawn from circulation by the circuit of this capital, in order to be thrown into it anew. The product is money, even in its bodily form. There is no need, therefore, of transforming it into money by means of exchange, by a process of circulation. It passes from the process of production into the sphere of circulation, not in the form of commodity capital, which has to be reconverted in money capital, but as money capital, which is to be reconverted into productive capital, that is, which is to buy fresh labour power and materials of production. The money form of the circulating capital consumed in labour power and means of production is replaced not by the sale of the product, but by the bodily form of the product itself, hence not by once more withdrawing its value from circulation in money form, but by additional newly produced money. Let us suppose that this circulating capital is £500, the period of turnover 5 weeks, the working period 4 weeks, the period of circulation only 1 week. From the outset, money for 5 weeks must be partly advanced for a productive supply, and partly be ready to be paid out gradually in wages. At the beginning of the 6th week, £400 will have returned, and £100 will have been released. This is constantly repeated. Here, as in previous cases, £100 will always be found in released form during a certain time of the turnover. But they consist of additional newly produced money, the same as the other £400. We have in this case 10 turnovers per year, and the annual product is £5,000 in gold. The period of circulation is not constituted in this case by the time required for the conversion of commodities into money, but by that required for the conversion of money into the elements of production. In the case of every other capital of £500 turned over under the same conditions, the ever-renewed money form is the converted form of the commodity capital produced and thrown into circulation every 4 weeks, and which, by its sale, that is to say, by a periodical withdrawal of the quantity of money it represented when it originally entered into the process, assumes this money form anew, over and over again. Here, on the contrary, in every turnover period, a new additional £500 in money is thrown from the process of production itself into circulation. in order to withdraw from it continually materials of production and labour power. This money thrown into circulation is not withdrawn from it again by the circuit which this capital describes, but is rather increased by quantities of gold constantly produced anew. Let us look at the variable portion of this circulating capital, and assume that it is, as before, £100. Then these £100 would be sufficient in the ordinary production of these commodities with 10 turnovers to pay continually for the labour power. Here, in the production of gold, the same amount is sufficient. But the £100 of the reflux, with which the labour power is paid every 5 weeks, are not a converted form of its product, but a portion of this ever-renewed product itself. The producer of gold pays his labourers directly with a portion of the gold they themselves produced. The £1,000 thus expended annually in labour power and thrown by the labourers into circulation do not return, therefore, via this circulation to their starting point. Furthermore, so far as the fixed capital is concerned, it requires the investment of a comparatively large money capital on the original establishment of the business, and this capital is thus thrown into circulation. Like all fixed capital, it returns only piecemeal in the course of years, but it returns as a direct portion of the product, of the gold, not by the sale of the product and its consequent conversion into money. In other words, it gradually assumes its money form not by a withdrawal of money from the circulation, but by an accumulation of a corresponding portion of the product. The money capital so restored is not a quantity of money gradually withdrawn from the circulation to compensate for the sum originally thrown into it for the fixed capital. It is an additional sum of money. Finally, as concerns the surplus value, it is likewise equal to a certain portion of the new gold product, which is thrown into the circulation in every new period of turnover in order to be unproductively expended, according to our assumption, on means of subsistence and articles of luxury. But according to our assumption, the entire annual production of gold, which continually withdraws labour power and materials of production but no money from the market while continuously adding fresh quantities of money to it, merely replaces the money worn out during the year, hence only keeps intact the quantity of social money which exists constantly, although in varying portions, in the two forms of hoarded money and money in circulation. According to the law of the circulation of commodities, the quantity of money must be equal to the amount of money required for circulation, plus a certain amount held in the form of a hoard, which increases or decreases as the circulation contracts or expands, and serves especially for the formation of the requisite reserve funds of means of payment. What must be paid in money, in so far as there is no balancing of accounts, is the value of the commodities. The fact that a portion of this value consists of surplus value, that is to say, did not cost the seller of the commodities anything, does not alter the matter in any way. Let us suppose that the producers are all independent owners of their means of production, so that circulation takes place between the immediate producers themselves. Apart from the constant portion of their capital, their annual value product might then be divided into two parts, analogous with capitalist conditions. Part A, replacing only the necessary means of subsistence, and Part B, consumed partly in articles of luxury, partly for an expansion of production. Part A then represents the variable capital, Part B the surplus value. But this division would remain without influence on the magnitude of the sum of money required for the circulation of their total product. Other circumstances remaining equal, the value of the circulating mass of commodities would be the same, and thus also the amount of money required for that value. They would also have to have the same money reserves if the turnover periods are equally divided, that is, the same portion of their capital would always have to be held in the form of money, because their production, according to our assumption, would be commodity production, the same as before. Hence, the fact that a portion of the value of the commodities consists of surplus value would change absolutely nothing in the quantity of the money required for the running of the business. An opponent of Tuch, who clings to the formula money to commodity to increased money, asks him how the capitalist manages always to withdraw more money from circulation than he throws into it. Mind you, the question at issue here is not the formation of surplus value. This, the only secret, is a matter of course from the capitalist standpoint. The sum of values employed would not be capital if it did not enrich itself by means of surplus value. But as it is capital by assumption, surplus value is taken for granted. The question, then, is not where the surplus value comes from, but whence the money comes, into which it is turned. But in bourgeois economics, the existence of surplus value is self-understood. It is therefore not only assumed, but also connected with the further assumption that a part of the mass of commodities thrown into circulation is a surplus product, hence representing a value which the capitalist did not throw into circulation as part of his capital, that consequently with his product the capitalist throws into circulation a surplus over and above his capital, and that he withdraws this surplus from it. The commodity capital, which the capitalist throws into circulation, has a greater value. It is not explained and remains obscure where this comes from, but the political economy considers it a fact, than the productive capital, which he withdrew from circulation in the form of labour power plus means of production. On the basis of this assumption, it is evident why not only capitalist A, but also B, C, D, etc., are always able to withdraw more value from circulation by the exchange of their commodities than the value of the capital originally and repeatedly advanced by them. A, B, C, D, and the rest continuously throw a greater commodity value into circulation in the form of commodity capital. This operation is as many-sided as the various independently functioning capitals, than they withdraw from it in the form of productive capital. Hence, they have constantly to divide among themselves a sum of values. That is, everyone, on his part, has to withdraw from circulation a productive capital equal to the sum of values of the productive capitals they respectively advanced, and just as constantly they have to divide among themselves a sum of values which they all, from all sides, throw into circulation in the form of commodities representing the respective excesses of the commodity values above the values of their elements of production. But the commodity capital must be turned into money before its reconversion into productive capital and before the surplus value contained in it is spent. Where does the money for this purpose come from? This question seems difficult at the first glance, and neither Tuch nor anyone else has answered it so far. Let the circulating capital of £500 advanced in the form of money capital, whatever its period of turnover, now stand for the total circulating capital of society, that is, of the capitalist class. Let the surplus value be £100. How can the entire capitalist class manage to draw continually £600 out of circulation when it continually throws only £500 into it? After the money capital of £500 has been converted into productive capital, the latter transforms itself within the process of production into commodities worth £600, and there are in circulation not only commodities valued at £500, equal to the money capital originally advanced, but also a newly produced surplus value of £100. This additional surplus value of £100 is thrown into circulation in the form of commodities. No doubt about that. But such an operation does not by any means furnish the additional money for the circulation of this additional commodity value. It will not do to obviate this difficulty by plausible subterfuges. For instance, so far as the constant circulating capital is concerned, it is obvious that not all invest it simultaneously. While capitalist A sells his commodities so that his advanced capital assumes the form of money, there is on the other hand the available money capital of the buyer B, which assumes the form of his means of production, precisely what A is producing. By the same act through which A restores the money form to his produced commodity capital, B returns his capital to its productive form, transforms it from money form into means of production and labour power. The same amount of money functions in the two-sided process as in every simple purchase, commodity to money. On the other hand, when A reconverts his money into means of production, he buys from C, and this man pays B with it, etc., and thus the transaction would be explained. But none of the laws established with reference to the quantity of the circulating money in the circulation of commodities, Volume 1, Chapter 3, are changed in any way by the capitalist character of the process of production. Hence, when one says that the circulating capital of society to be advanced in the form of money amounts to £500, one has already taken into account that this is, on the one hand, the sum simultaneously advanced, and that, on the other hand, it sets in motion more productive capital than £500, because it serves alternately as the money form of various productive capitals. This manner of explanation, then, assumes the money, whose existence it is called upon to explain, as already existing. It might be further said, capitalist A produces articles which capitalist B consumes individually, unproductively. B's money therefore turns A's commodity capital into money, and thus the same sum of money serves to realize B's surplus value and A's circulating constant capital. But in that case the question that still awaits solution is assumed still more directly to have been solved, namely, where does B get the money that makes up his revenue? How did he himself realize this portion of the surplus value of his product? It might also be said that the part of the circulating variable capital which A steadily advances to his labourers returns to him steadily from the circulation, and only a varying part of it always stays with him for the payment of wages. But a certain time elapses between the expenditure and the reflux, and meanwhile the money paid out for wages might, among other uses, serve for the realization of surplus value. But we know, in the first place, that the longer this time, the greater must be the supply of money which capitalist A must keep constantly in reserve. In the second place, the labourer spends the money, buys commodities for it, and thus converts into money the surplus value, to that extent, contained in them. Consequently, the same money that is advanced in the form of variable capital serves also the purpose of turning surplus value, to that extent, into money. Without penetrating any further into the question at this point, let this suffice. The consumption of the entire capitalist class and its retainers keeps step with that of the working class. Hence, simultaneously with the money thrown into circulation by the labourers, the capitalists too must throw money into it, in order to spend their surplus value as revenue. Hence, money must be withdrawn from circulation for it. This explanation would serve merely to reduce, but not to eliminate, the quantity of money required. Finally, it might be said, a large amount of money is constantly thrown into circulation when fixed capital is first invested, and it is recovered from the circulation only gradually, piecemeal, after a lapse of years, by him who threw it into circulation. Cannot this sum suffice to convert the surplus value into money? The answer to this must be that perhaps the sum of £500, which includes hoard formation for needed reserve funds, implies its employment as fixed capital, if not by him who threw it into circulation, then by somebody else. Besides, it is already assumed in regard to the amount expended for the procurement of products serving as fixed capital, that the surplus value contained in them is also paid, and the question is precisely where this money comes from. The general reply has already been given. If a mass of commodities, worth X times £1,000, has to circulate, it changes absolutely nothing in the quantity of money required for this circulation, whether the value of this mass of commodities has been produced capitalistically or not. The problem itself, therefore, does not exist. All other conditions being given, such as velocity of the currency of money, etc., a definite sum of money is required in order to circulate commodities worth X times £1,000, quite independently of how much or how little of this value falls to the share of the direct producers of these commodities. So far as any problem exists here, it coincides with the general problem. Where does the money required for the circulation of the commodities of a country come from? However, from the point of view of capitalist production, the semblance of a special problem does indeed exist. In the present case, it is the capitalist who appears as the point of departure, who throws money into circulation. The money which the labourer expends for the payment of his means of subsistence existed previously as the money form of the variable capital, and was therefore thrown originally into circulation by the capitalist as a means of buying or paying for the labour power. The capitalist furthermore throws into circulation the money which constitutes originally the money form of his constant, fixed and circulating capital. He expends it as a means of purchase or payment for instruments of labour and materials of production. But beyond this, the capitalist no longer appears as the starting point of the quantity of money in circulation. Now, there are only 2 points of departure, the capitalist and the labourer. All third categories of persons must either receive money for their services from these 2 classes, or, to the extent that they receive it without any services in return, they are joint owners of the surplus value in the form of rent, interest, etc. That the surplus value does not all stay in the pocket of the industrial capitalist, but must be shared by him with other persons, has nothing to do with the present question. The question is how he turns his surplus value into money, not how the proceeds are later divided. For our purposes, the capitalist may as well still be regarded as the sole owner of the surplus value. As for the labourer, it has already been said that he is but the secondary, while the capitalist is the primary starting point of the money thrown by the labourer into circulation. The money first advanced as variable capital is going through its second circulation, when the labourer spends it to pay for means of subsistence. The capitalist class remains consequently the sole point of departure of the circulation of money. If they need £400 for the payment of means of production and £100 for the payment of labour power, they throw £500 into circulation. But the surplus value incorporated in the product, with a rate of surplus value of 100%, is equal in value to £100. How can they continually draw £600 out of circulation when they continually throw only £500 into it? Nothing comes from nothing. The capitalist class as a whole cannot draw out of circulation what was not previously thrown into it. We disregard here the fact that the sum of £400 may suffice, when turned over 10 times, to circulate means of production valued at £4,000 and labour power valued at £1,000, and that the other £100 may likewise suffice for the circulation of £1,000 worth of surplus value. The ratio of the sum of money to the value of commodities circulated by it is immaterial here. The problem remains the same. Unless the same pieces of money circulate several times, a capital of £5,000 must be thrown into circulation, and £1,000 is required to convert the surplus value into money. The question is where this money comes from, whether it is £1,000 or £100. In any event, it is in excess of the money capital thrown into the circulation. Indeed, paradoxical as it may appear at first sight, it is the capitalist class itself that throws the money into circulation which serves for the realization of the surplus value incorporated in the commodities. But, nota bene, it does not throw it into circulation as advanced money, hence not as capital. It spends it as a means of purchase for its individual consumption. The money is not, therefore, advanced by the capitalist class, although it is the point of departure of its circulation. Let us take some individual capitalist who is starting in business, a farmer, for instance. During the first year, he advances a money capital of, say, £5,000, paying £4,000 for means of production and £1,000 for labour power. Let the rate of surplus value be 100%. The amount of surplus value appropriated by him, £1,000. The £5,000 comprise all the money he advances as money capital. But the man must also live, and he does not take in any money until the end of the year. Take it that his consumption amounts to £1,000. These he must have in his possession. He may say that he has to advance himself these £1,000 during the first year, but this advance, which here has only a subjective meaning, denotes nothing else but that he must pay for his individual consumption during the first year out of his own pocket, instead of defraying it out of the gratuitous production of his labourers. He does not advance this money as capital. He spends it, pays it out for an equivalent in means of subsistence which he consumes. This value has been spent by him in money, thrown into circulation, and withdrawn from it in the form of commodity values. These commodity values he has consumed. He has thus ceased to bear any relation to their value. The money with which he paid for this value exists now as an element of the circulating money, but he has withdrawn the value of this money from circulation in the form of products, and this value is now destroyed, together with the products in which it existed. It's all gone. But at the end of the year he throws commodities worth £6,000 into circulation and sells them. By this means he recovers 1. His advanced money capital of £5,000, 2. The realized surplus value of £1,000. He has advanced as capital, has thrown into circulation £5,000, and he withdraws from it £6,000, £5,000 of which cover his capital, and £1,000 his surplus value. The last £1,000 are turned into money with the money which he himself has thrown into circulation, which he did not advance, but spent as a consumer, not as a capitalist. They now return to him as the money form of the surplus value produced by him. And henceforth this operation is repeated every year. But beginning with the second year, the £1,000 which he spends are constantly the converted form, the money form, of the surplus value produced by him. He spends them annually, and they return to him annually. If his capital were turned over more frequently a year, it would not alter this state of affairs, but would affect the length of time, and hence the amount which he would have to throw into circulation for his individual consumption over and above his advanced money capital. This money is not thrown into circulation by the capitalist as capital, but it is a decided trait of the capitalist to be able to live on means in his possession until surplus value begins to return. In the present case, we assume that the sum of money which the capitalist throws into circulation to pay for his individual consumption until the first returns of his capital is exactly equal to the surplus value which he produced and hence must turn into money. This is obviously an arbitrary assumption, so far as the individual capitalist is concerned, but it must be correct when applied to the entire capitalist class, as simple reproduction is assumed. It only expresses the same things as the assumption, namely, that the entire surplus value, and it alone, hence no fraction of the original capital stock, is consumed unproductively. It had been previously assumed that the total production of precious metals, taken to be equal to £500, sufficed only for the replacement of the wear and tear of the money. The capitalists producing gold possess their entire product in gold, that portion which replaces the constant capital, as well as that which replaces variable capital, and also that consisting of surplus value. A portion of the social surplus value therefore consists of gold, and not of a product which is turned into gold only in the process of circulation. It consists from the outset of gold, and is thrown into circulation in order to draw products out of it. The same applies here to wages, to variable capital, and to the replacement of the advanced constant capital. Hence, whereas one part of the capitalist class throws into circulation commodities greater in value, greater by the amount of the surplus value, than the money capital advanced by them, another part of the capitalists throws into circulation money of greater value, greater by the amount of surplus value, than that of the commodities which they constantly withdraw from circulation for the production of gold. Whereas one part of the capitalists constantly pumps more money out of the circulation than it pours into it, the part that produces gold constantly pumps more money into it than it takes out in means of production. Although a part of this product of £500 in gold is surplus value of the gold producers, the entire sum is, nonetheless, intended only to replace the money necessary for the circulation of commodities. It is immaterial for this purpose how much of this gold turns into money, the surplus value incorporated in the commodities, and how much of it their other value constituents. Transferring the production of gold from one country to another produces no change whatever in the matter. One part of the social labour power and the social means of production of country A is converted into a product, for instance linen, valued at £500, which is exported to country B in order to buy gold there. The productive capital thus employed in the country A throws no more commodities, as distinct from money, upon the market of country A than it would if it were employed directly in the production of gold. This product of A represents £500 in gold, and enters into the circulation of this country only as money. That portion of the social surplus value which is contained in this product exists for country A directly in the form of money, and never in any other form. Although for the gold-producing capitalists only a part of the product represents surplus value, and another part the replacement of capital, still the question of how much of this gold outside the circulating constant capital replaces variable capital, and how much of it represents surplus value, depends exclusively on the respective ratios of wages and surplus value to the value of the circulating commodities. The part which forms surplus value is distributed among the diverse members of the capitalist class. Although that part is continually spent by them for individual consumption and recovered by the sale of new products, it is precisely this purchase and sale that circulates among them the money required for the conversion of the surplus value into money. There is, nevertheless, a portion of the social surplus value in the form of money, even if in varying proportions, in the pockets of the capitalists, just as a portion of the wages stays, at least during part of the week, in the pockets of the labourers in the form of money. And this part is not limited by that part of the money product which originally forms the surplus value of the gold-producing capitalists, but, as we have said, is limited by the proportion in which the product of £500 is generally distributed between capitalists and labourers, and in which the commodity supply to be circulated consists of surplus value and the other constituents of value. However, that portion of surplus value which does not exist in other commodities but alongside of them in the form of money consists of a portion of the annually produced gold only to the extent that a portion of the annual production of gold circulates for the realization of the surplus value. The other portion of money, which is continually in the hands of the capitalist class in varying portions, as the money form of their surplus value, is not an element of the annually produced gold, but of the mass of money previously accumulated in the country. According to our assumption, the annual production of gold, £500, just covers the annual wear of money. If we keep in mind only these £500, and ignore that portion of the annually produced mass of commodities which is circulated by means of previously accumulated money, the surplus value produced in commodity form will find in the circulation process money for its conversion into money, for the simple reason that on the other side surplus value is annually produced in the form of gold. The same applies to the other parts of the gold product of £500, which replace the advanced money capital. Now, two things are to be noted here. In the first place, it follows that the surplus value spent by the capitalists as money, as well as the variable and other productive capital advanced by them in money, is actually the product of labourers, namely, of the labourers engaged in the production of gold. They produce anew not only that portion of the gold product which is advanced to them as wages, but also that portion of the gold product in which the surplus value of the capitalist gold producers is directly represented. Finally, as for that portion of the gold product which replaces only the constant capital value advanced for its production, it reappears in the form of money, or product in general, only through the annual work of the labourers. When the business started, it was originally expended by the capitalist in the form of money, which was not newly produced, but formed a part of the circulating mass of social money. But to the extent that it is replaced by a new product, by additional gold, it is the annual product of the labourer. The advance on the part of the capitalist appears here, too, merely as a form which owes its existence to the fact that the labourer is neither the owner of his own means of production, nor able to command during production the means of subsistence produced by other labourers. In the second place, however, as far as concerns that mass of money which exists independently of his annual replacement of £500, partly in the form of a hoard and partly in the form of circulating money, things must be, or rather must have been originally, just as they still are annually with regard to these £500. We shall return to this point at the close of this subsection. But before then, we wish to make a few additional remarks. We have seen during our study of the turnover that, other circumstances remaining equal, changes in the length of the periods of turnover require changes in the amounts of money capital in order to carry on production on the same scale. The elasticity of the money circulation must therefore be sufficient to adapt itself to this alternation of expansion and contraction. If we furthermore assume other circumstances as remaining equal, including the length, intensity, and productivity of the working day, but a different division of the value of the product between wages and surplus value, so that either the former rises and the latter falls, or vice versa, the mass of the circulating money is not affected thereby. This change can take place without any expansion or contraction of the money currency. Let us consider particularly the case in which there is a general rise in wages, so that, under the assumptions made, there will be a general fall in the rate of surplus value. But besides this, also according to our assumption, there will be no change in the value of the circulating mass of commodities. In this case, there naturally is an increase in the money capital, which must be advanced as variable capital, hence in the amount of money which performs this function. But the surplus value, and therefore also the amount of money required for its realization, decreases by exactly the same amount by which the amount of money required for the function of variable capital increases. The amount of money required for the realization of the commodity value is not affected thereby, any more than this commodity value itself. The cost price of the commodity rises for the individual capitalist, but its social price of production remains unchanged. What is changed is the proportion in which, apart from the constant part of the value, the price of production of commodities is divided into wages and profit. But, it is argued, a greater outlay of variable money capital — the value of the money is of course considered constant — implies a larger amount of money in the hands of the labourers. This causes a greater demand for commodities on the part of the labourers. This in turn leads to a rise in the price of commodities. Or, it is said, if wages rise, the capitalists raise the prices of their commodities. In either case, the general rise in wages causes a rise in commodity prices. Hence, a greater amount of money is needed for the circulation of these commodities, no matter how the rise in prices is explained. Reply to the first formulation. In consequence of a rise in wages, the demand of the labourers for the necessities of life will rise particularly. Their demand for articles of luxury will increase to a lesser degree, or a demand will develop for things which formerly did not come within the scope of their consumption. The sudden and large-scale increase in the demand for the indispensable means of subsistence will doubtless raise their prices immediately. The consequence? A greater part of the social capital will be employed in the production of necessities of life, and a smaller in the production of luxuries, since these fall in price on account of the decrease in surplus value and the consequent decrease in the demand of the capitalists for these articles. On the other hand, as the labourers themselves buy articles of luxury, the rise in their wages does not promote an increase in the prices of the necessities of life, but simply displaces buyers of luxuries, More luxuries than before are consumed by labourers, and relatively fewer by capitalists. Voilà tout. That is all. After some oscillations, the value of the mass of circulating commodities is the same as before. As for the momentary fluctuations, they will not have any other effect than to throw unemployed money capital into domestic circulation, capital which hitherto sought employment in speculative deals on the stock exchange or in foreign countries. Reply to the second formulation. If it were in the power of the capitalist producers to raise the prices of their commodities at will, they could and would do so, without a rise in wages. Wages would never rise if commodity prices fell. The capitalist class would never resist the trades unions if it could always and under all circumstances do what it is now doing by way of exception, under definite, special, so to say, local circumstances, to wit, avail itself of every rise in wages in order to raise prices of commodities much higher yet, and thus pocket greater profits. The assertion that the capitalists can raise the prices of luxuries because the demand for them decreases, in consequence of the reduced demand of the capitalists, whose means of purchasing such articles has decreased, would be a unique application of the law of supply and demand. Since it is not a mere displacement of luxury buyers, a displacement of capitalists by labourers, and so far as this displacement does occur, the demand of the labourers does not stimulate a rise in the prices of necessities, for the labourers cannot spend that portion of their increased wages for necessities which they spend for luxuries. The prices of luxuries fall in consequence of reduced demand. Capital is therefore withdrawn from the production of luxury articles until their supply is reduced to dimensions corresponding to their altered role in the process of social production. With their production thus reduced, they rise in price, their value otherwise unchanged, to their normal level. So long as this contraction, or this process of levelling, lasts, and the prices of necessities rise, as much capital is supplied to the production of the latter as is withdrawn from other branches of production, until the demand is satisfied. Then the equilibrium is restored, and the end of the whole process is that the social capital, and therefore also the money capital, is divided in a different proportion between the production of the necessities of life and that of luxury articles. The entire objection is a bugbear set up by the capitalists and their economic sycophants. The facts which serve as the pretext for this bugbear are of three kinds. 1. It is a general law of money circulation that, other things being equal, the quantity of money in circulation increases with a rise in the sum of the prices of circulating commodities, irrespective of whether this augmentation of the totality of prices applies to the same quantity of commodities or to a greater quantity. The effect is then confused with the cause. Wages rise, although the rise is rare and proportional only in exceptional cases, with the rising prices of the necessities of life. Wage advances are the consequence, not the cause, of advances in the prices of commodities. 2. In the case of a partial or local rise of wages, that is, a rise only in some branches of production, a local rise in the prices of the products of these branches may follow. But even this depends on many circumstances. For instance, that wages were not abnormally depressed, and that therefore the rate of profit was not abnormally high, that the market for these goods is not narrowed by the rise in prices, hence a contraction of their supply previous to raising their prices is not necessary, etc. 3. In the case of a general rise in wages, the price of the produced commodities rises in branches of industry where the variable capital preponderates, but falls, on the other hand, in branches where the constant or fixed capital preponderates. We found in our study of the simple circulation of commodities, Volume 1, Chapter 3, that though the money form of any definite quantity of commodities is only transient within the sphere of circulation, still the money transiently in the hands of one man during the metamorphosis of a certain commodity necessarily passes into the hands of another, so that in the first instance commodities are not only exchanged all-sidedly, or replace one another, but this replacement is promoted and accompanied by an all-sided precipitation of money. Quote, "When one commodity replaces another, the money commodity always sticks to the hands of some third person. Circulation sweats money from every pore." Unquote. Volume 1, Chapter 3. The same identical fact is expressed, on the basis of the capitalist production of commodities, by a portion of capital constantly existing in the form of money capital, and a portion of surplus value constantly being found in the hands of its owners, likewise in the form of money. Apart from this, the circuit of money, that is, the return of money to its point of departure, being a phase of the turnover of capital, is a phenomenon entirely different from, and even the opposite of, the circulation of money, which expresses its steady departure from the starting point by changing hands again and again. Volume 1, Chapter 3. Footnote. Although the physiocrats still confuse these two phenomena, they were the first to emphasize the reflux of money to its starting point as the essential form of circulation of capital, as that form of circulation which promotes reproduction. Quote, "Cast a glance at the tableau économique, and you will see that the productive class provides the money with which the other classes buy products from it, and that they return this money to it when they come back next year to make the same purchases. You see, then, no other circle here but that of expenditure followed by reproduction, and of reproduction followed by expenditure, a circle described by the circulation of money, which measures expenditure and reproduction." Unquote. Quenet, Dialogue sur le commerce et sur les travaux des artisans. Der edition, Physiocrats, 1. Quote, "It is this continual advance and return of capitals which should be called the circulation of money. This useful and fertile circulation, which gives life to all the labours of society, which maintains the activity and life of the body politic, and which is quite rightly compared to the circulation of blood in the animal body." Unquote. Turgot, Réflexions, etc., Œuvre, Der edition, 1. End of footnote. Nevertheless, an accelerated turnover implies naturally an accelerated circulation. First, concerning the variable capital. If a certain money capital of, say, £500 is turned over in the form of variable capital 10 times a year, it is evident that this aliquot part of the quantity of money in circulation circulates 10 times its value, or £5,000. It circulates 10 times a year between the capitalist and the labourer. The labourer is paid and pays 10 times a year with the same aliquot part of the circulating quantity of money. If the same variable capital were turned over only once a year, the scale of production remaining the same, there would be only one capital turnover of £5,000. Furthermore, let the constant portion of the circulating capital be equal to £1,000. If the capital is turned over 10 times, the capitalist sells his commodity, and therefore also the constant circulating portion of its value, 10 times a year. The same aliquot part of the circulating quantity of money, equal to £1,000, passes 10 times per annum from the hands of its owners into those of the capitalist. This money changes hands 10 times. Secondly, the capitalist buys means of production 10 times a year. This again makes 10 circulations of money from one hand into another. With a sum of money amounting to £1,000, the industrial capitalist sells £10,000 worth of commodities, and again buys £10,000 worth of commodities. By means of 20 circulations of £1,000 in money, a commodity supply of £20,000 is circulated. Finally, with an acceleration of the turnover, the portion of money also circulates faster, which realizes the surplus value. But conversely, an acceleration of money circulation does not necessarily imply a more rapid turnover of capital, and therefore of money. That is, it does not necessarily imply a contraction and more rapid renewal of the reproduction process. A more rapid circulation of money takes place whenever a larger number of transactions are performed with the same amount of money. This may also take place under the same periods of capital reproduction as a result of changes in the technical facilities for the circulation of money. Furthermore, there may be an increase in the number of transactions in which money circulates without representing actual exchanges of commodities, marginal transactions on the stock exchange, etc. On the other hand, some circulations of money may be entirely eliminated, as for instance, where the agriculturist is himself a landowner, so there is no circulation of money between the farmer and the landlord, or where the industrial capitalist is himself the owner of the capital, so there is no circulation of money between him and the creditors. As for the primitive formation of a money hoard in a country, and its appropriation by a few, it is unnecessary to discuss it in detail at this point. The capitalist mode of production, its basis being wage labour, the payment of the labourer in money, and in general the transformation of payments in kind into money payments, can assume greater dimensions and achieve greater perfection only where there is available in the country a quantity of money sufficient for circulation and the formation of a hoard, reserve fund, etc., promoted by it. This is the historical premise, although it is not to be taken to mean that first a sufficient hoard is formed and then capitalist production begins. It develops simultaneously with the development of the conditions necessary for it, and one of these conditions is a sufficient supply of precious metals. Hence the increased supply of precious metals since the 16th century is an essential element in the history of the development of capitalist production. But so far as the necessary further supply of money material on the basis of capitalist production is concerned, we see surplus value incorporated in products thrown into circulation without the money required for their conversion into money on the one hand, and on the other, surplus value in the form of gold without previous transformation of products into money. The additional commodities to be converted into money find the necessary amount of money at hand, because on the other side, additional gold and silver intended for conversion into commodities is thrown into circulation, not by means of exchange, but by production itself. Section 2. Accumulation and reproduction on an extended scale. Since accumulation takes place in the form of extended reproduction, it is evident that it does not offer any new problem with regard to money circulation. In the first place, as far as the additional money capital required for the functioning of the increasing productive capital is concerned, that is supplied by the portion of the realized surplus value thrown into circulation by the capitalists as money capital, not as the money form of the revenue. The money is already in the hands of the capitalists, only its employment is different. Now, however, in consequence of the additional productive capital, its product, an additional mass of commodities, is thrown into circulation. Together with this additional quantity of commodities, a part of the additional money needed for its realization is thrown into circulation, inasmuch as the value of this mass of commodities is equal to that of the productive capital consumed in their production. This additional amount of money has been advanced precisely as additional money capital, and therefore returns to the capitalist through the turnover of his capital. Here the same question reappears. Where does the additional money come from with which to realize the additional surplus value now contained in the form of commodities? The general reply is again the same. The sum total of the prices of the circulating commodities has been increased, not because the prices of a given quantity of commodities have risen, but because the mass of commodities now circulating is greater than that of the previously circulating commodities, without it being offset by a fall in prices. The additional money required for the circulation of this greater quantity of commodities of greater value must be secured either by greater economy in the use of the circulating quantity of money, whether by balancing the payments, etc., by measures which accelerate the circulation of the same coins, or by the transformation of money from the form of a hoard into that of a circulating medium. The latter does not only imply that idle money capital begins to function as a means of purchase or payment, or that money capital already functioning as a reserve fund while performing this function for its owner actively circulates for society, as is the case with bank deposits which are continually lent, thus performing a double function. It also implies that the stagnating reserve funds of coins are economized. Quote, "In order that money should flow continuously as coin, coin must constantly coagulate as money. The continual currency of coin depends on its continual stagnation in greater or smaller quantities in reserve funds of coin which spring up throughout the sphere of circulation and also necessitate it. The formation, distribution, dissolution, and reformation of these reserve funds are constantly alternating. Their existence constantly disappears, their disappearance constantly exists." Adam Smith expressed this never-ceasing transformation of coin into money and of money into coin by saying that every owner of commodities must always keep in supply, aside from the particular commodity which he sells, a certain quantity of the universal commodity with which he buys. We saw that in the circulation commodity to money to commodity, the second member, money to commodity, splits up constantly into a series of purchases, which do not take place at once, but at successive intervals of time, so that one part of money is current as coin, while the other rests as money. As a matter of fact, money is in that case only suspended coin, and the separate parts of the current mass of coins continuously appear now in the one form and now in the other, alternating constantly. This first transformation of the medium of circulation into money represents, therefore, but a technical aspect of money circulation itself." Unquote. Karl Marx, Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, 1859. Coin, as distinguished from money, is here employed to indicate money in its function of a mere medium of circulation, in contrast with its other functions. When all these measures do not suffice, additional gold must be produced, or, what amounts to the same, a part of the additional product exchanged directly or indirectly for gold, the product of countries in which precious metals are mined. The entire amount of labour power and social means of production expended in the annual production of gold and silver intended as instruments of circulation constitutes a bulky item of the faux frais, the incidental operating expenses of the capitalist mode of production, of the production of commodities in general. It is an equivalent abstraction from social utilization of as many additional means of production and consumption as possible, that is, of real wealth. To the extent that the costs of this expensive machinery of circulation are decreased, the given scale of production or the given degree of its extension remaining constant, the productive power of social labour is, eo ipso, by the same token, increased. Hence, so far as the expediencies developing with the credit system have this effect, they increase capitalist wealth directly, either by performing a large portion of the social production and labour power without any intervention of real money, or by raising the functional capacity of the quantity of money really functioning. This disposes also of the absurd question whether capitalist production in its present volume would be possible without the credit system, even if regarded only from this point of view, that is, with the circulation of metallic coin alone. Evidently, this is not the case. It would rather have encountered barriers in the volume of production of precious metals. On the other hand, one must not entertain any fantastic illusions on the productive power of the credit system, so far as it supplies or sets in motion money capital. A further analysis of this question is out of place here. We have now to investigate the case in which there takes place no real accumulation, that is, no direct expansion of the scale of production, but where a part of the realized surplus value is accumulated for a longer or shorter time as a money reserve fund, in order to be transformed later into productive capital. Inasmuch as the money so accumulating is additional money, the matter needs no explanation. It can only be a portion of the surplus gold brought from gold-producing countries. In this connection, it must be noted that the home product, in exchange for which this gold is imported, is no longer in the country in question. It has been exported to foreign countries in exchange for gold. But if we assume that the same amount of money is still in the country as before, then the accumulated and accumulating money has accrued from the circulation. Only its function is changed. It has been converted from money in currency to latent money capital gradually taking shape. The money which is accumulated in this case is the money form of sold commodities, and moreover of that part of their value which constitutes surplus value for their owner. The credit system is here assumed to be non-existent. The capitalist who accumulates this money has sold without buying. If we look upon this process merely as an individual phenomenon, there is nothing to explain. A part of the capitalists keeps a portion of the money realized by the sale of its product without withdrawing products from the market in return. Another part of them, on the other hand, transforms its money wholly into products, with the exception of the constantly recurring money capital required for running the business. One portion of the products thrown upon the market as vehicles of surplus value consists of means of production, or of the real elements of variable capital, the necessary means of subsistence. It can therefore serve immediately for the expansion of production, for it has not been premised in the least that one part of the capitalists accumulates money capital, while the other consumes its surplus value entirely, but only that one part does its accumulating in the shape of money, forms latent money capital, while the other part accumulates genuinely, that is to say, enlarges the scale of production, genuinely expands its productive capital. The available quantity of money remains sufficient for the requirements of circulation, even if, alternately, one part of the capitalists accumulates money, while the other enlarges the scale of production, and vice versa. Moreover, the accumulation of money on one side may proceed, even without cash money, by the mere accumulation of outstanding claims. But the difficulty arises when we assume not an individual, but a general accumulation of money capital on the part of the capitalist class. Apart from this class, according to our assumption, the general and exclusive domination of capitalist production, there is no other class at all, except the working class. All that the working class buys is equal to the sum total of its wages, equal to the sum total of the variable capital advanced by the entire capitalist class. This money flows back to the capitalist class by the sale of its product to the working class. Its variable capital thus resumes its money form. Let the sum total of the variable capital be X times £100, that is, the sum total of the variable capital employed, not advanced, during the year. The question now under consideration is not affected by how much or how little money, depending on the velocity of the turnover, is needed to advance this variable capital value during the year. The capitalist class buys with these X times £100 of capital a certain amount of labour power, or pays wages to a certain number of labourers. First transaction. The labourers buy with this same sum a certain quantity of commodities from the capitalists, whereby the sum of X times £100 flows back into the hands of the capitalists. Second transaction. And this is constantly repeated. This amount of X times £100, therefore, can never enable the working class to buy the part of the product which represents the constant capital, not to mention the part which represents the surplus value of the capitalist class. With these X times £100, the labourers can never buy more than a part of the value of the social product equal to that part of the value which represents the value of the advanced variable capital. Apart from the case in which this universal accumulation of money expresses nothing but the distribution of the precious metal additionally introduced in whatever proportion among the various individual capitalists, how is the entire capitalist class then supposed to accumulate money? They would all have to sell a portion of their product without buying anything in return. There is nothing mysterious about the fact that they all have a certain fund of money, which they throw into circulation as a medium of circulation for their consumption, and a certain portion of which returns to each one of them from the circulation. But in that case, this money fund exists precisely as a fund for circulation, as a result of the conversion of the surplus value into money, and does not by any means exist as latent money capital. If we view the matter as it takes place in reality, we find that the latent money capital, which is accumulated for future use, consists, 1, of deposits in banks, and it is a comparatively trifling sum which is really at the disposal of the bank. Money capital is accumulated here only nominally. What is actually accumulated is outstanding claims, which can be converted into money, if ever, only because a certain balance arises between the money withdrawn and the money deposited. It is only a relatively small sum that the bank holds in its hands in money. 2. Of government securities. These are not capital at all, but merely outstanding claims on the annual product of the nation. 3. Of stocks. Those which are not fakes are titles of ownership of some corporative real capital and drafts on the surplus value accruing annually from it. There is no accumulation of money in any of these cases. What appears on the one side as an accumulation of money capital appears on the other as a continual actual expenditure of money. It is immaterial whether the money is spent by him who owns it or by others, his debtors. On the basis of capitalist production, the formation of a hoard as such is never an end in itself, but the result either of a stagnation of the circulation, larger amounts of money than is generally the case assuming the form of a hoard, or of accumulations necessitated by the turnover. Or, finally, the hoard is merely the creation of money capital existing temporarily in latent form and intended to function as productive capital. If, therefore, on the one hand, a portion of the surplus value realized in money is withdrawn from circulation and accumulated as a hoard, another part of the surplus value is at the same time continually converted into productive capital. With the exception of the distribution of additional precious metals among the members of the capitalist class, accumulations in the form of money never takes place simultaneously at all points. What is true of the portion of the annual product which represents surplus value in the form of commodities is also true of the other portion of it. A certain sum of money is required for its circulation. This sum of money belongs to the capitalist class quite as much as the annually produced quantity of commodities which represents surplus value. It is originally thrown into circulation by the capitalist class itself. It is constantly redistributed among its members by means of the circulation itself. Just as in the case of circulation of coin in general, a portion of this sum stagnates at ever-varying points, while another portion continually circulates. Whether a part of this accumulation is intentional for the purpose of forming money capital or not, does not alter things. No notice has been taken here of those adventures of circulation in which one capitalist grasps a portion of the surplus value, or even of the capital, of another, thereby bringing about one-sided accumulation and centralization of money capital, as well as of productive capital. For instance, a part of the snatched surplus value accumulated by A as money capital may be a part of the surplus value of B, which does not return to him. Part 3. The reproduction and circulation of the aggregate social capital. Chapter 18. Introduction. Section 1. The subject investigated. The direct process of the production of capital is its labour and self-expansion process, the process whose result is the commodity product, and whose compelling motive is the production of surplus value. The process of reproduction of capital comprises this direct process of production, as well as the two phases of the circulation process proper, that is, the entire circuit which, as a periodic process, a process which constantly repeats itself in definite periods, constitutes the turnover of capital. Whether we study the circuit in the form of money through to increased money, or that of productive capital through to productive capital, the direct process of production itself always forms but one link in this circuit. In the one form, it appears as a promoter of the process of circulation. In the other, the process of circulation appears as its promoter. Its continuous renewal, the continuous reappearance of capital as productive capital, is in either case determined by its transformations in the process of circulation. On the other hand, the continuously renewed process of production is the condition of the transformations which the capital undergoes, ever anew in the sphere of circulation, of its alternate appearance as money capital and commodity capital. Every individual capital forms, however, but an individualized fraction, a fraction endowed with an individual life, as it were, of the aggregate social capital, just as every individual capitalist is but an individual element of the capitalist class. The movement of the social capital consists of the totality of the movements of its individualized fractional parts, the turnovers of the individual capitals. Just as the metamorphosis of the individual commodity is a link in the series of metamorphoses of the commodity world, the circulation of commodities, so the metamorphosis of the individual capital, its turnover, is a link in the circuit described by social capital. This total process comprises both the productive consumption, the direct process of production, together with the conversions of form, materially considered exchanges which bring it about, and the individual consumption, together with the conversions of form or exchanges by which it is brought about. It includes, on the one hand, the conversion of variable capital into labour power, and therefore the incorporation of labour power in the process of capitalist production. Here the labourer acts as the seller of his commodity labour power, and the capitalist as its buyer. But on the other hand, the sale of the commodities embraces also their purchase by the working class, who appear as buyers, and the capitalists as sellers of commodities to the labourers. The circulation of the commodity capital includes the circulation of surplus value, hence also the purchases and sales by which the capitalists effect their individual consumption, the consumption of surplus value. The circuit of the individual capitals, in their aggregate as social capital, hence considered in its totality, comprises not only the circulation of capital, but also the general circulation of commodities. The latter can originally consist of only two components: one, the circuit of capital proper, and two, the circuit of the commodities which enter into individual consumption, consequently of the commodities for which the labourer expends his wages, and the capitalist his surplus value, or a part of it. At any rate, the circuit of capital comprises also the circulation of the surplus value, since the latter is a part of the commodity capital, and likewise the conversion of the variable capital into labour power, the payment of wages. But the expenditure of this surplus value and wages for commodities does not form a link in the circulation of capital, although at least the expenditure of wages is essential for this circulation. In Volume 1, the process of capitalist production was analyzed as an individual act as well as a process of reproduction, the production of surplus value and the production of capital itself. The changes of form and substance experienced by capital in the sphere of circulation were assumed without dwelling upon them. It was presupposed that on the one hand the capitalist sells the product at its value, and on the other that he finds within the sphere of circulation the objective means of production for restarting or continuing the process. The only act within the sphere of circulation on which we have dwelt was the purchase and sale of labour power as the fundamental condition of capitalist production. In the first part of this, Volume 2, the various forms were considered which capital assumes in its circular movement, and the various forms of this movement itself. The circulation time must now be added to the working times discussed in Volume 1. In the second part, the circuit was studied as being periodic, that is, as a turnover. It was shown, on the one hand, in what manner the various constituents of capital, fixed and circulating, accomplished the circuit of forms in different periods of time and in different ways. On the other hand, the circumstances were examined by which the different lengths of the working period and circulation period are conditioned. The influence was shown what the period of the circuit and the different proportions of its component parts exert upon the dimensions of the production process itself, and upon the annual rate of surplus value. Indeed, while it was the successive forms continually assumed and discarded by capital in its circuit that were studied in Part 1, it was shown in Part 2 how a capital of a given magnitude is simultaneously, though in varying proportions, divided within this flow and succession of forms into different forms, productive capital, money capital, and commodity capital, so that they not only alternate with one another, but different portions of the total capital value are constantly side by side, and function in these different states. Especially money capital came forward with distinctive features not shown in Volume 1. Certain laws were found according to which diverse large components of a given capital must be continually advanced and renewed, depending on the conditions of the turnover, in the form of money capital, in order to keep a productive capital of a given size constantly functioning. But in both the first and the second parts, it was always only a question of some individual capital, of the movement of some individualized part of social capital. However, the circuits of the individual capitals intertwine, presuppose, and necessitate one another, and form, precisely in this interlacing, the movement of the total social capital. Just as in the simple circulation of commodities, the total metamorphosis of a commodity appeared as a link in the series of metamorphoses of the world of commodities, so now the metamorphosis of the individual capital appears as a link in the series of metamorphoses of the social capital. But while simple commodity circulation by no means necessarily comprises the circulation of capital, since it may take place on the basis of non-capitalist production, the circuit of the aggregate social capital, as was noted, comprises also the commodity circulation lying outside the circuit of individual capital, that is, the circulation of commodities which do not represent capital. We have now to study the process of circulation, which in its entirety is a form of the process of reproduction, of the individual capitals as components of the aggregate social capital, that is to say, the process of circulation of this aggregate social capital. Section 2. The role of money capital. Although the following belongs in a later section of this part, we shall analyze it immediately, namely, the money capital considered as a constituent part of the aggregate social capital. In the study of the turnover of the individual capital, money capital revealed two aspects. In the first place, it constitutes the form in which every individual capital appears upon the scene, and opens its process as capital. It therefore appears as the primus motor, prime mover, lending impetus to the entire process. In the second place, that portion of the advanced capital value, which must be continually advanced and renewed in the form of money, differs in its ratio to the productive capital which sets it in motion, that is, in its ratio to the continuous scale of production, depending on the particular length of the period of turnover and the particular ratio between its two component parts, the working period and the period of circulation. But whatever this ratio may be, the portion of the capital value in process which can continually function as productive capital is limited in any event by that portion of the advanced capital value which must always exist beside the productive capital in the form of money. It is here merely a question of the normal turnover, an abstract average. Additional money capital required to compensate for interruptions of the circulation is excepted. As to the first point, commodity production presupposes commodity circulation, and commodity circulation presupposes the expression of commodities in money, the circulation of money. The splitting of a commodity into commodity and money is a law of the expression of the product as a commodity. Similarly, the capitalist production of commodities, whether considered socially or individually, presupposes capital in the form of money or money capital, both as the primus motor of every incipient business and as its continual motor. The circulating capital especially implies that the money capital acts with constant repetition at short intervals as a motor. The entire advanced capital value, that is to say, all the elements of capital consisting of commodities, labour power, instruments of labour, and materials of production, must be bought over and over again with money. What is true here of the individual capital is also true of the social capital, which functions only in the form of many individual capitals. But as we showed in Volume 1, it does not at all follow from this that capital's field of operation, the scale of production, depends even on a capitalist basis for its absolute limits on the amount of functioning money capital. Incorporated in capital are elements of production whose expansion within certain limits is independent of the magnitude of the advanced money capital. Though payment of labour power be the same, it can be exploited more or less extensively or intensively. If the money capital is increased with this greater exploitation, that is, if wages are raised, it is not increased proportionately. Hence, not at all. The productively exploited nature-given materials, the soil, the seas, ores, forests, etc., which do not constitute elements of capital value, are more intensively or extensively exploited with a greater exertion of the same amount of labour power without an increased advance of money capital. The real elements of productive capital are thus multiplied without requiring an additional money capital. But so far as such an addition becomes necessary for additional auxiliary materials, the money capital in which the capital value is advanced is not increased proportionately to the augmented effectiveness of the productive capital, hence is, in reality, not at all increased. The same instruments of labour, and thus the same fixed capital, can be used more effectively by an extension of the time they are daily used, and by a greater intensity of employment, without an additional outlay of money for fixed capital. There is, in that case, only a more rapid turnover of the fixed capital, but then the elements of its reproduction are supplied more rapidly. Apart from the natural substances, it is possible to incorporate in the productive process natural forces, which do not cost anything, to act as agents with more or less heightened effect. The degree of their effectiveness depends on methods and scientific developments which cost the capitalist nothing. The same is true of the social combination of labour power in the process of production, and of the accumulated skill of the individual labourers. Carey calculates that the landowner never receives enough, because he is not paid for all the capital or labour put into the soil since time immemorial in order to give it its present productivity. Of course, no mention is made of the productivity of which the soil is robbed. According to that, each individual labourer would have to be paid according to the work which it cost the entire human race to evolve a modern mechanic out of a savage. On the contrary, one should think that if all the unpaid labour put into the soil and converted into money by the landowner and capitalist is totalled up, all the capital ever invested in this soil has been paid back over and over again with usurious interest, so that society has long ago redeemed landed property over and over again. True enough, the increase in the productive power of labour, so far as it does not imply an additional investment of capital value, augments in the first instance only the quantity of the product, not its value, except in so far as it makes it possible to reproduce more constant capital with the same labour, and thus to preserve its value. But it forms at the same time new material for capital, hence the basis of increased accumulation of capital. So far as the organization of social labour itself, and thus the increase in the social productive power of labour, requires large-scale production and therefore the advance of large quantities of money capital by individual capitalists, we have shown in Volume 1 that this is accomplished in part by the centralization of capital in a few hands, without necessitating an absolute increase in the magnitude of the functioning capital values, and consequently also in the magnitude of the money capital in which they are advanced. The magnitude of the individual capitals can increase by centralization in the hands of a few, without a growth of their social sum total. It is only a changed distribution of the individual capitals. Finally, we have shown in the preceding part that a shortening of the period of turnover permits of setting in motion either the same productive capital with less money capital, or more productive capital with the same money capital. But evidently all this has nothing to do with the question of money capital itself. It shows only that the advanced capital, a given sum of values consisting in its free form, in its value form, of a certain sum of money, includes, after its conversion into productive capital, productive powers whose limits are not set by the limits of its value, but which, on the contrary, may operate within certain bounds with differing degrees of extensiveness or intensiveness. If the prices of the elements of production, the means of production and labour power, are given, the magnitude of the money capital required for the purchase of a definite quantity of these elements of production existing as commodities is determined, or the magnitude of value of the capital to be advanced is determined. But the extent to which this capital acts as a creator of values and products is elastic and variable. As to the second point, it is self-evident that part of the social labour and means of production, which must be annually expended for the production or purchase of money in order to replace worn-off coin, is, to this extent, a diminution of the volume of social production. But as for the money value, which functions partly as a medium of circulation, partly as a hoard, it is simply there, acquired, present, alongside the labour power, the produced means of production, and the natural sources of wealth. It cannot be regarded as a limit set to these things. By its transformation into elements of production, by its exchange with other nations, the scale of production might be extended. This presupposes, however, that money plays its role of world money the same as ever. To set the productive capital in motion requires more or less money capital, depending on the length of the period of turnover. We have also seen that the division of the period of turnover into working time and circulation time requires an increase of the capital, latent or suspended in the form of money. Inasmuch as the period of turnover is determined by the length of the working period, it is determined, other conditions remaining equal, by the material nature of the process of production, hence not by the specific social character of this process of production. However, on the basis of capitalist production, more extensive operations of comparatively long duration necessitate large advances of money capital for a rather long time. Production in such spheres depends therefore on the magnitude of the money capital which the individual capitalist has at his disposal. This barrier is broken down by the credit system and the associations connected with it, for example, the stock companies. Disturbances in the money market therefore put such establishments out of business, while these same establishments, in their turn, produce disturbances in the money market. On the basis of socialized production, the scale must be ascertained on which those operations, which withdraw labor power and means of production for a long time without supplying any product as a useful effect in the interim, can be carried on without injuring branches of production which not only withdraw labor power and means of production continually, or several times a year, but also supply means of subsistence and of production. Under socialized as well as capitalist production, the laborers in branches of business with shorter working periods will, as before, withdraw products only for a short time without giving any products in return, while branches of business with long working periods continually withdraw products for a longer time before they return anything. This circumstance, then, arises from the material character of the particular labor process, not from its social form. In the case of socialized production, the money capital is eliminated. Society distributes labor power and means of production to the different branches of production. The producers may, for all it matters, receive paper vouchers entitling them to withdraw from the social supplies of consumer goods a quantity corresponding to their labor time. These vouchers are not money. They do not circulate. We see that inasmuch as the need for money capital originates in the length of the working period, it is conditioned by two things. First, that money in general is the form in which every individual capital, apart from credit, must make its appearance in order to transform itself into productive capital. This follows from the nature of capitalist production and commodity production in general. Second, the magnitude of the required money advance is due to the circumstance that labor power and means of production are continually withdrawn from society for a comparatively long time without any return to it during that period of products convertible into money. The first condition, that the capital to be advanced must be advanced in the form of money, is not eliminated by the form of this money itself, whether it is metal money, credit money, token money, etc. The second condition is in no way affected by what money medium, or in what form of production, labor, means of subsistence, and means of production are withdrawn without the return of some equivalent to the circulation. Chapter 19. Former presentations of the subject. Section 1. The Physiocrats. Quesnay's tableau économique shows in a few broad outlines how the annual result of the national production, representing a definite value, is distributed by means of the circulation in such a way that, other things being equal, simple reproduction, that is, reproduction on the same scale, can take place. The starting point of the period of production is properly the preceding year's harvest. The innumerable individual acts of circulation are at once brought together in their characteristic social mass movement, the circulation between great functionally determined economic classes of society. We are here interested in the following: a portion of the total product, being, like every other portion of it, a use object, a new result of last year's labour, is at the same time only the depository of old capital value, reappearing in the same bodily form. It does not circulate, but remains in the hands of its producers, the class of farmers, in order to resume there its service as capital. In this portion of the year's product, the constant capital, Quenet includes impertinent elements, but he strikes upon the main thing, thanks to the limitations of his horizon, within which agriculture is the only sphere of investment of human labour producing surplus value, hence the only really productive one from the capitalist point of view. The economic process of reproduction, whatever may be its specific social character, always becomes intertwined in this sphere, agriculture, with a natural process of reproduction. The obvious conditions of the latter throw light on those of the former, and keep off a confusion of thought which is called forth by the mirage of circulation. The label of a system differs from that of other articles, among other things by the fact that it cheats not only the buyer, but often also the seller. Quenet himself and his immediate disciples believed in their feudal shop sign. So do our grammarians, even this day and hour. But as a matter of fact, the system of the physiocrats is the first systematic conception of capitalist production. The representative of industrial capital, the class of tenants, directs the entire economic movement. Agriculture is carried on capitalistically, that is to say, it is the enterprise of a capitalist farmer on a large scale. The direct cultivator of the soil is the wage labourer. Production creates not only articles of use, but also their value. Its compelling motive is the procurement of surplus value, whose birthplace is the sphere of production, not of circulation. Among the three classes which figure as the vehicles of the social process of reproduction brought about by the circulation, the immediate exploiter of productive labour, the producer of surplus value, the capitalist farmer, is distinguished from those who merely appropriate the surplus value. Footnote: Marx analyzes Quenet's tableau économique in greater detail in his Theories of Surplus Value. See English edition, Karl Marx, Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1, Moscow, 1963. End of footnote. The capitalist character of the physiocratic system excited opposition even during its florescence. On the one side, it was challenged by Languet and Mably, on the other, by the champions of the small freeholders. Adam Smith's retrogression in the analysis of the process of reproduction is so much the more remarkable because he not only elaborates upon Quenet's correct analyses, generalizing his avance primitive and avance annuelle, for instance, and calling them respectively fixed and circulating capital, but even relapses in spots entirely into physiocratic errors. Footnote: Some physiocrats had paved the way for him, even here, especially Turgot. The latter uses the term capital for avance more frequently than Quenet and the other physiocrats, and identifies still more the avance or capitaux of the manufacturers with those of the farmers. For instance, quote, "Like these, the entrepreneur manufacturers, they, les fermiers, that is, the capitalist farmers, must receive, in addition to returning capitals, etc." Unquote. Turgot, Œuvre, Der edition, Paris, 1844, Volume 1, end of footnote. For instance, in order to demonstrate that the farmer produces more value than any other sort of capitalist, Adam Smith says, quote, "No equal capital puts into motion a greater quantity of productive labour than that of the farmer. Not only his labouring servants, but his labouring cattle are productive labourers." Fine compliment for the labouring servants. He continues, "In agriculture, too, nature labours along with man, and though her labour costs no expense, its produce has its value, as well as that of the most expensive workmen. The most important operations of agriculture seem intended not so much to increase, though they do that too, as to direct the fertility of nature towards the production of the plants most profitable to man. A field overgrown with briars and brambles may frequently produce as great a quantity of vegetables as the best cultivated vineyard or cornfield. Planting and tillage frequently regulate more than they animate the active fertility of nature. And after all their labour, a great part of the work always remains to be done by her. The labourers and labouring cattle, therefore, employed in agriculture, not only occasion, like the workmen in manufactures, the reproduction of a value equal to their own consumption, or to the capital which employs them, together with its owner's profits, but of a much greater value. Over and above the capital of the farmer and all its profits, they regularly occasion the reproduction of the rent of the landlord. This rent may be considered as the produce of those powers of nature, the use of which the landlord lends to the farmer. It is greater or smaller according to the supposed extent of those powers, or in other words, according to the supposed natural or improved fertility of the land. It is the work of nature which remains, after deducting or compensating everything which can be regarded as the work of man. It is seldom less than a fourth, and frequently more than a third of the whole produce. No equal quantity of productive labour employed in manufactures can ever occasion so great a reproduction. In them, nature does nothing, man does all, and the reproduction must always be in proportion to the strength of the agents that occasion it. The capital employed in agriculture, therefore, not only puts into motion a greater quantity of productive labour than any equal capital employed in manufactures, but in proportion, too, to the quantity of productive labour which it employs, it adds a much greater value to the annual produce of the land and labour of the country, to the real wealth and revenue of its inhabitants." Unquote. Book 2, Chapter 5, page 242. Adam Smith says in Book 2, Chapter 1, "The whole value of the seed, too, is properly a fixed capital." Here, then, capital equals capital value. It exists in a fixed form. Quote, "Though it, the seed, goes backwards and forwards between the ground and the granary, it never changes masters, and therefore does not properly circulate. The farmer makes his profit not by its sale, but by its increase." Unquote. Page 186. The absurdity of the thing lies here in the fact that Smith does not, like Keynes before him, see the reappearance of the value of constant capital in a renewed form, and hence fails to see an important element of the process of reproduction, but merely offers one more illustration, and a wrong one at that, of his distinctions between circulating and fixed capital. In Smith's translation of avance primitive and avance annuelle as fixed capital and circulating capital, the progress consists in the term capital, the concept of which is generalized and becomes independent of the special consideration for the agricultural sphere of application of the physiocrats. The retrogression consists in the fact that fixed and circulating are regarded as the overriding distinction and are so maintained. Section 2. Adam Smith. Section 2A. Smith's General Points of View. Adam Smith says in Book 1, Chapter 6, "In every society, the price of every commodity finally resolves itself into some one or other of all those three parts, wages, profit, rent. And in every improved society, all the three enter more or less as component parts into the price of the far greater part of commodities." Footnote. In order that the reader may not misconstrue the meaning of the phrase, "the price of the far greater part of commodities," the following shows how Adam Smith himself explains this term. For instance, no rent enters into the price of sea fish, only wages and profit. Only wages enter into the price of Scotch pebbles. He says, "In some parts of Scotland, a few poor people make a trade of gathering along the seashore those little variegated stones commonly known by the name of Scotch pebbles. The price which is paid to them by the stone cutter is altogether the wages of their labour. Neither rent nor profit makes any part of it." End of footnote. Or, as he continues, page 43, "Wages, profit, and rent are the three original sources of all revenue, as well as of all exchangeable value." Below we shall discuss in greater detail this doctrine of Adam Smith concerning the component parts of the price of commodities, or of all exchangeable value. He says, furthermore, "Since this is the case with regard to every particular commodity taken separately, it must be so with regard to all the commodities which compose the whole annual produce of the land and labour of every country taken complexly. The whole price, or exchangeable value, of that annual produce must resolve itself into the same three parts, and be parcelled out among the different inhabitants of the country, either as the wages of their labour, the profits of their stock, or the rent of their land." Book 2, Chapter 2, page 190. After Adam Smith has thus resolved the price of all commodities individually, as well as the whole price or exchangeable value of the annual produce of the land and labour of every country into wages, profit, and rent, the three sources of revenue for wage labourers, capitalists, and landowners, he must needs smuggle in a fourth element, by circuitous route, namely the element of capital. This is accomplished by drawing a distinction between gross and net revenue. Quote, "The gross revenue of all the inhabitants of a great country comprehends the whole annual produce of their land and labour. The net revenue, what remains free to them, after deducting the expense of maintaining first their fixed, and secondly their circulating capital, or what, without encroaching upon their capital, they can place in their stock, reserved for immediate consumption, or spend upon their subsistence, conveniences, and amusements. Their real wealth, too, is in proportion not to their gross, but to their net revenue." Unquote. Book 2, Chapter 2, page 190. On this, we comment as follows. 1. Adam Smith expressly deals here only with simple reproduction, not reproduction on an extended scale or accumulation. He speaks only of expenses for maintaining the capital in operation. The net income is equal to that portion of the annual product, whether of society or of the individual capitalist, which can pass into the fund for consumption. But the size of this fund must not encroach upon capital in operation. One portion of the value of both the individual and the social product, then, is resolved neither into wages, nor into profit, nor into rent, but into capital. 2. Adam Smith flees from his own theory by means of a play upon words, the distinction between gross and net revenue. The individual capitalist, as well as the entire capitalist class, or the so-called nation, receive, in place of the capital consumed in production, a commodity product whose value, it can be represented by the proportional parts of this product, replaces, on the one hand, the expended capital value, and thus forms an income, or still more literally, revenue, revenu, past participle of revenir, to come back, but nota bene a revenue upon capital, or income upon capital. On the other hand, components of value which are, quote, parcelled out among the different inhabitants of the country, either as the wages of their labour, the profits of their stock, or the rent of their land, unquote, a thing commonly called income. Hence the value of the entire product constitutes somebody's income, either of the individual capitalist or of the whole country, but it is on the one hand an income upon capital, and on the other a revenue, different from the latter. Consequently, the thing which is eliminated in the analysis of the value of the commodity into its component parts is brought back through a side door, the ambiguity of the word revenue. But only such value constituents of the product can be taken in as already exist in it. If the capital is to come in as revenue, capital must first have been expended. Adam Smith says, furthermore, the lowest ordinary rate of profit must always be something more than what is sufficient to compensate the occasional losses to which every employment of stock is exposed. It is this surplus only which is net or clear profit. What capitalist understands by profit necessary expenditure of capital? He goes on. What is called gross profit comprehends frequently not only this surplus, but what is retained for compensating such extraordinary losses. Book 1, Chapter 9, page 72. This means nothing else than that a part of the surplus value, considered as a part of the gross profit, must form an insurance fund for the production. This insurance fund is created by a portion of the surplus labour, which to that extent produces capital directly, that is to say, the fund intended for reproduction. As regards the expense for maintaining the fixed capital, etc., referred to in our previous comment 1, the replacement of the consumed fixed capital by a new one is not a new outlay of capital, but only a renewal of the old capital value in a new form. And as far as the repair of the fixed capital is concerned, which Adam Smith counts likewise among the costs of maintenance, this expense goes in with the price of the capital advance. The fact that the capitalist, instead of having to invest this all at one time, invests it gradually, as required during the functioning of the capital, and can invest it out of profits already pocketed, does not change the source of this profit. The value constituent of which it consists proves only that the labourer delivers surplus labour for the insurance fund as well as for the repair fund. Adam Smith then tells us that one should exclude from the net revenue, that is, from the revenue in its specific meaning, the entire fixed capital, and also the entire portion of the circulating capital which is required for the maintenance and repair of the fixed capital, and for its renewal. In fact, all capital not in a bodily form intended for the consumption fund. Quote, the whole expense of maintaining the fixed capital must evidently be excluded from the net revenue of the society. Neither the materials necessary for supporting their useful machines and instruments of trade, nor the produce of the labour necessary for fashioning those materials into the proper form, can ever make a part of it. The price of that labour may indeed make a part of it, as the workmen so employed may place the whole value of their wages in their stock reserved for immediate consumption. But in other sorts of labour, both the price, that is, the wages paid for this labour, and the produce, in which this labour is incorporated, go to this stock, the price to that of the workmen, the produce to that of other people, whose subsistence, conveniences, and amusements are augmented by the labour of those workmen." Unquote. Book 2, Chapter 2, pages 190, 191. Adam Smith comes here upon a very important distinction between the labourers employed in the production of means of production and those employed in the immediate production of articles of consumption. The value of the commodities produced by the first named contains a constituent part which is equal to the sum of the wages, that is, equal to the value of the part of capital invested in the purchase of labour power. This part of value exists bodily as a certain quota of the means of production produced by the labourers. The money received by them as wages is their revenue, but their labour has not produced any goods which are consumable, either for themselves or for others. Hence these products are not an element of that part of the annual product which is intended to form a social consumption fund, in which alone a net revenue can be realized. Adam Smith forgets to add here that the same thing that applies to wages is also true of that constituent of the value of the means of production which, being surplus value, forms the revenues, first and foremost, of the industrial capitalist, under the categories of profit and rent. These value components likewise exist in means of production, articles which cannot be consumed. They cannot raise articles of consumption produced by the second kind of labourers in a quantity corresponding to their price until they have been converted into money. Only then can they transfer those articles to the individual consumption fund of their owners. But so much the more should Adam Smith have seen that that part of the value of the annually begotten means of production which is equal to the value of the means of production functioning within this sphere of production, the means of production with which means of production are made, hence a portion of value equal to the value of the constant capital employed here, cannot possibly be a value constituent forming revenue, not only on account of the bodily form in which it exists, but also on account of its functioning as capital. With regard to the second kind of labourers, who directly produce articles of consumption, Adam Smith's definitions are not quite exact. For he says that in these kinds of labour, both the price of labour and the product go to the stock reserved for immediate consumption. Quote, "The price, that is, the money received in wages, to the stock of the workmen, the produce to that of other people, whose subsistence, conveniences, and amusements are augmented by the labour of these workmen." Unquote. But the labourer cannot live on the price of his labour, the money in which his wages are paid. He realizes this money by buying articles of consumption with it. These may, in part, consist of classes of commodities produced by himself. On the other hand, his own product may be such as goes only into the consumption of the exploiters of labour. After Adam Smith has thus entirely excluded the fixed capital from the net revenue of a country, he continues, "But though the whole expense of maintaining the fixed capital is thus necessarily excluded from the net revenue of the society, it is not the same case with that of maintaining the circulating capital. Of the four parts of which this latter capital is composed, money, provisions, materials, and finished work, the three last, it has already been observed, are regularly withdrawn from it, and placed either in the fixed capital of the society or in their stock reserved for immediate consumption. Whatever portion of those consumable goods is not employed in maintaining the former, the fixed capital, goes all to the latter, the fund for immediate consumption, and makes a part of the net revenue of the society. The maintenance of those three parts of the circulating capital, therefore, withdraws no portion of the annual produce from the net revenue of the society besides what is necessary for maintaining the fixed capital. Book 2, Chapter 2, page 192. It is sheer tautology to say that that portion of the circulating capital which does not serve for the production of means of production goes into that of articles of consumption, in other words, into that part of the annual product which is intended to form society's consumption fund. However, the immediately following passage is important. Quote, "The circulating capital of a society is in this respect different from that of an individual. That of an individual is totally excluded from making any part of his net revenues, which must consist altogether in his profits. But though the circulating capital of every individual makes a part of that of the society to which he belongs, it is not upon that account totally excluded from making a part likewise of their net revenue. Though the whole goods in a merchant's shop must by no means be placed in his own stock, reserved for immediate consumption, they may in that of other people, who, from a revenue derived from other funds, may regularly replace their value to him, together with its profits, without occasioning any diminution either of his capital or of theirs." Unquote. Book 2, Chapter 2. And so we learn here that 1. Just as the fixed capital and the circulating capital required for its reproduction, he forgets the function, and maintenance are totally excluded from the net revenue of every individual capitalist, which can consist only of his profit, so is the circulating capital employed in the production of articles of consumption. Hence, that portion of his commodity product which replaces his capital cannot resolve itself into constituents of value which form any revenue for him. 2. The circulating capital of each individual capitalist constitutes a part of society's circulating capital, the same as every individual fixed capital. 3. The circulating capital of society, while representing only the sum of the individual circulating capitals, has a character different from that of the circulating capital of every individual capitalist. The latter circulating capital can never form a part of his own revenue. However, a portion of the first-named circulating capital, namely that consisting of consumable goods, may at the same time form a portion of the revenue of society, or, as he expressed it, it must not necessarily reduce the net revenue of society by a portion of the annual product. Indeed, that which Adam Smith here calls circulating capital consists of the annually produced commodity capital, which is thrown into circulation annually by the capitalists producing articles of consumption. This entire annual commodity product of theirs consists of consumable goods, and therefore forms the fund in which the net revenues of society, including wages, are realized or expended. Instead of choosing for his illustration the goods in a merchant's shop, Adam Smith should have selected the masses of goods stored away in the warehouses of the industrial capitalists. Now, if Adam Smith had welded together the snatches of thought which forced themselves upon him at first, in the study of the reproduction of that which he called fixed, and now of that which he calls circulating capital, he would have arrived at the following result. 1. The annual product of society consists of two departments. One of them comprises the means of production, the other the articles of consumption. Each must be treated separately. 2. The aggregate value of that part of the annual product which consists of means of production is divided as follows. One portion of the value represents only the value of the means of production consumed in the fabrication of these means of production. It is but capital value reappearing in a renewed form. Another portion is equal to the value of the capital laid out in labour power, or equal to the sum of wages paid by the capitalists in this sphere of production. Finally, a third portion of value is the source of profits, including ground rent, of the industrial capitalists in this category. The first constituent part, according to Adam Smith, the reproduced portion of the fixed capital of all the individual capitalists employed in this first section, is, quotes, totally excluded from making any part of the net revenue, unquote, either of the individual capitalist or of society. It always functions as capital, never as revenue. To that extent, the fixed capital of every individual capitalist is in no way different from the fixed capital of society. But the other portions of value of the annual product of society, consisting of means of production, portions of value which therefore exist in aliquot parts of this aggregate quantity of means of production, form indeed simultaneously revenues for all agents engaged in this production, wages for the labourers, profits and ground rents for the capitalists. But they form capital, not revenue, for society, although the annual product of society consists only of the sums of the products of the individual capitalists who belong to that society. By nature, they are generally fit to function only as means of production, and even those which, if need be, might be able to function as articles of consumption, are intended for service as raw or auxiliary materials of new production. But they serve as such, hence as capital, not in the hands of their producers, but in those of their users, namely, 3. The capitalists of the second department, the direct producers of articles of consumption. They replace for these capitalists the capital consumed in the production of articles of consumption, so far as this capital is not converted into labour power, and hence is not the sum of the wages of the labourers of this second department, while this consumed capital, which now exists in the form of articles of consumption in the hands of the capitalist producing them, socially speaking, in its turn forms the consumption fund in which the capitalists and labourers of the first department realise their revenue. If Adam Smith had continued his analysis to this point, but little would have been lacking for the solution of the whole problem. He almost hit the nail on the head, for he had already observed that certain value parts of one kind, means of production, of the commodity capitals constituting the total annual product of society, indeed form revenue for the individual labourers and capitalists engaged in their production, but do not form a constituent part of the revenue of society, while a value part of the other kind, articles of consumption, although representing capital value for its individual owners, the capitalists engaged in this sphere of investment, is only a part of the social revenue. But this much is evident from the foregoing. First, although the social capital is only equal to the sum of the individual capitals, and for this reason the annual commodity product, or commodity capital, of society is equal to the sum of commodity products of these individual capitals, and although, therefore, the analysis of the value of the commodities into its component parts, valid for every individual commodity capital, must also be valid for the commodity capital of all society, and actually proves valid in the end, the form of appearance which these component parts assume in the aggregate social process of reproduction is different Second, even on the basis of simple reproduction, there takes place not merely a production of wages, variable capital, and surplus value, but direct production of new constant capital value, although the working day consists of only two parts, one in which the labourer replaces the variable capital, in fact producing an equivalent for the purchase of his labour power, and another in which he produces surplus value, profit, rent, etc. The daily labour which is expended in the reproduction of means of production, and whose value is composed of wages and surplus value, realizes itself in new means of production, which replace the constant part of capital laid out in the production of articles of consumption. The main difficulties, the greater part of which has been solved in the preceding text, are not encountered in studying accumulation, but simple reproduction. For this reason, Adam Smith, Book 2, and Quesnay's Tableau économique before him, make simple reproduction their starting point, whenever it is a question of the movement of the annual product of society and its reproduction through circulation. Section 2b. Adam Smith resolves exchange value into variable capital plus surplus value. Adam Smith's dogma that the price or exchangeable value of any single commodity, and therefore of all commodities in the aggregate constituting the annual product of society, he rightly assumes capital production everywhere, is made up of three component parts or resolves itself into wages, profit, and rent, can be reduced to this, that the commodity value is equal to the value of the advanced variable capital plus the surplus value. And we may undertake this reduction of profit and rent to a common unit called surplus value with the express permission of Adam Smith, as shown by the following quotations, in which we at first leave aside all minor points, that is, any apparent or real deviation from the dogma that commodity value consists exclusively of those elements which we call variable capital plus surplus value. In manufacture, quote, the value which the workmen add to the materials resolves itself into two parts, of which the one pays their wages, the other the profits of their employer upon the whole stock of materials and wages which he advanced. Unquote. Book 1, Chapter 6, page 41. Quote, though the manufacturer has his wages advanced to him by his master, he in reality costs him no expense, the value of those wages being generally restored, together with a profit, in the improved value of the subject upon which his labour is bestowed. Unquote. Book 2, Chapter 3, page 221. That portion of the stock which is laid out, quote, in maintaining productive hands, after having served in the function of a capital to him, the employer, constitutes a revenue to them, the labourers. Unquote. Book 2, Chapter 3, page 223. Adam Smith says explicitly in the chapter just quoted, the whole annual produce of the land and labour of every country naturally divides itself into two parts. One of them, and frequently the largest, is in the first place destined for replacing a capital, or for renewing the provisions, materials, and finished work which had been withdrawn from a capital. The other, for constituting a revenue, either to the owner of this capital as the profit of his stock, or to some other person as the rent of his land. Unquote. Page 222. Only one part of the capital, so Adam Smith just informed us, forms at the same time a revenue for somebody, namely, that which is invested in the purchase of productive hands. This portion, the variable capital, first serves in the function of a capital for its employer, and then it constitutes a revenue for the productive labourer himself. The capitalist transforms a portion of his capital value into labour power, and precisely thereby into variable capital. It is only due to this transformation that not alone this portion of capital, but his entire capital, functions as industrial capital. The labourer, the seller of labour power, receives its value in the form of wages. In his hands, labour power is but a saleable commodity, a commodity by the sale of which he lives, which therefore is the sole source of his revenue. Labour power functions as a variable capital only in the hands of its buyer, the capitalist, and the capitalist advances its purchase price only apparently, since its value has been previously supplied to him by the labourer. After Adam Smith has thus shown that the value of a product in manufacture is equal to variable capital plus surplus value standing for the profit of the capitalist, he tells us that in agriculture the labourers, besides, quote, the reproduction of a value equal to their own consumption or to the variable capital which employs them, together with its owner's profits, furthermore, over and above the capital of the farmer and all its profits, regularly occasion the reproduction of the rent of the landlord, unquote. Book 2, Chapter 5, page 243. The fact that the rent passes into the hands of the landlord is wholly immaterial for the question under consideration. Before it can pass into his hands, it must be in those of the farmer, that is, of the industrial capitalist. It must form a component part of the value of the product before it becomes a revenue for anyone. Rent as well as profit are, therefore, according to Adam Smith himself, but component parts of surplus value, and these the productive labourer reproduces continually together with his own wages, that is, with the value of the variable capital. Hence, rent and profit are parts of the surplus value, and thus, with Adam Smith, the price of all commodities resolves itself into variable capital plus surplus value. The dogma that the price of all commodities, hence also of the annual commodity product, resolves itself into wages plus profit plus ground rent, assumes, even in the intermittent esoteric constituents of Smith's work, the form that the value of every commodity, hence also that of society's annual commodity product, is equal to variable capital plus surplus value, or equal to the capital value laid out in labour power and continually reproduced by the labourers, plus the surplus value added by the labourers through their work. This final result of Adam Smith reveals to us at the same time the source of his one-sided analysis of the component parts into which the value of a commodity resolves sources of revenue for different classes engaged in production, has nothing to do with the determination of the magnitude of each of these component parts and of the sum of their values. All kinds of quid pro quos are jumbled together when Adam Smith says, "Wages, profit, and rent are the three original sources of all revenue as well as of all exchangeable value. All other revenue is ultimately derived from some one or other of these." Book 1, Chapter 6, page 48. 1. All members of society not directly engaged in reproduction, with or without labour, can obtain their share of the annual commodity product, in other words, their articles of consumption, primarily out of the hands of those classes to which the product first accrues, productive labourers, industrial capitalists, and landlords. To that extent, their revenues are materially derived from wages of the productive labourers, profit, and rent, and appear therefore as derivative vis-à-vis those primary revenues. but on the other hand, the recipients of these revenues, derived in this sense, draw them by virtue of their social functions, as a king, priest, professor, prostitute, soldier, etc., and they may, therefore, regard these functions as the original sources of their revenue. 2. And here Adam Smith's ridiculous blunder reaches its climax. Footnote. I reproduce this sentence verbatim from the manuscript, although it seems to contradict in its present context both what precedes and immediately follow. This apparent contradiction is resolved shortly in section 2d, Capital and Revenue in Adam Smith. Friedrich Engels. End of footnote. After starting by correctly defining the component parts of the value of the commodities and the sum of the value product incorporated in them, and then demonstrating how these component parts form so many different sources of revenue, after thus deriving the revenues from the value, he proceeds in the opposite direction, and this remains the predominant conception with him, and turns the revenues from component parts into original sources of all exchangeable value, thereby throwing the doors wide open to vulgar economy. Footnote. Marx has in mind W. Rocher's System of Economics, Volume 1, The Fundamentals of National Economics, Third Extended and Improved Edition, Stuttgart und Augsburg, 1858. End of footnote. Section 2c. The constant part of capital. Let us now see how Adam Smith tries to spirit the constant part of the capital value away from the commodity value. Quote, in the price of corn, for example, one part pays the rent of the landlord. Unquote. The origin of this constituent of value has no more to do with the circumstance that it is paid to the landlord and forms a revenue for him in the shape of rent, than the origin of the other constituents of value has to do with the fact that as profit and wages they form sources of revenue. Quote, another portion pays the wages or maintenance of the labourers, and labouring cattle, he adds, employed in producing it, and the third pays the profit of the farmer. These three parts seem, they seem indeed, either immediately or ultimately to make up the whole price of corn. Unquote. Footnote. We ignore the fact that Adam Smith was here particularly unfortunate in the choice of his example. The value of the corn resolves itself into wages, profit, and rent only because the food consumed by the labouring cattle is depicted as wages of the labouring cattle, and the labouring cattle as wage labourers, so that the wage labourer, on his part, is also depicted as labouring cattle. End of footnote. This entire price, that is, the determination of its magnitude, is absolutely independent of its distribution among three kinds of people. Quote, a fourth part, it may perhaps be thought, is necessary for replacing the stock of the farmer, or for compensating the wear and tear of his labouring cattle, and other instruments of husbandry. But it must be considered that the price of any instrument of husbandry, such as a labouring horse, is itself made up of the same three parts: the rent of the land upon which he is reared, the labour of tending and rearing him, and the profits of the farmer, who advances both the rent of this land and the wages of this labour. Though the price of corn, therefore, may pay the price as well as the maintenance of the horse, the whole price still resolves itself either immediately or ultimately into the same three parts of rent, labour, he means wages, and profit. Unquote. Book 1, Chapter 6, page 42. This is verbatim all that Adam Smith has to say in support of his astonishing doctrine. His proof consists simply in the repetition of the same assertion. He admits, for instance, that the price of corn does not only consist of variable capital plus surplus value, but also of the price of the means of production consumed in the production of corn, hence of a capital value not invested in labour power by the farmer. But, he says, the prices of all these means of production resolve themselves into variable capital plus surplus value, the same as the price of corn. He forgets, however, to add, and moreover, into the prices of the means of production consumed in their own creation. He refers us from one branch of production to another, and from that to a third. The contention that the entire price of commodities resolves itself immediately, or ultimately, into variable capital plus surplus value would not be a hollow subterfuge, only if he were able to demonstrate that the commodities whose price resolves itself immediately into constant capital, price of consumed means of production, plus variable capital plus surplus value, are ultimately compensated by commodities which completely replace those consumed means of production, and which are themselves produced by the mere outlay of variable capital, that is, by a mere investment of capital in labour power. The price of these last commodity products would then be immediately variable capital plus surplus value. Consequently, the price of the former, constant capital plus variable capital plus surplus value, would also be ultimately resolvable into variable capital plus surplus value. Adam Smith himself did not believe that he had furnished such proof by his example of the collectors of Scotch pebbles, who, according to him, 1. Do not generate surplus value of any description, but produce only their own wages, and 2. Do not employ any means of production. They do, however, employ them, such as baskets, sacks, and other containers for carrying the pebbles. We have already seen that Adam Smith himself later on overthrows his own theory, without, however, being conscious of his contradictions. But their source is to be found precisely in his scientific premises. The capital converted into labour produces a greater value than its own. How? Says Adam Smith, by the labourers imparting during the process of production to the things on which they work a value which forms not only an equivalent for their own purchase price, but also a surplus value, profit and rent, apportioned not to them, but to their employers. That is all they accomplish, and all they can accomplish. And what is true of the industrial labour of one day is true of the labour set in motion by the entire capitalist class during 1 year. Hence the aggregate mass of the annual value produced by society can resolve itself only into variable capital plus surplus value, into an equivalent by which the labourers replace the capital value expended for the purchase of their own labour power, and into an additional value which they must deliver over and above this to their employers. But these two elements of commodity value form at the same time sources of revenue for the various classes engaged in reproduction. The first is the source of wages, the revenue of the labourers; the second, that of surplus value, a portion of which is retained by the industrial capitalist in the form of profit, while another is given up by him as rent, the revenue of the landlord. Where, then, should another portion of value come from, when the annual value product contains no other elements than variable capital plus surplus value? We are proceeding here from simple reproduction. Since the entire quantity of annual labour resolves itself into labour needed for the reproduction of the capital value laid out in labour power, and into labour needed for the creation of surplus value, where should the labour for the production of a capital value not laid out in labour power come from? The case is as follows. 1. Adam Smith determines the value of a commodity by the amount of labour which the wage labourer adds to the subject of labour. He calls it literally materials, since he is dealing with manufacture, which itself is working up products of labour. But this does not alter the matter. The value which the labourer adds to a thing, and this adds is the expression of Adam Smith, is entirely independent of whether or not this object to which value is added had itself any value before this addition. The labourer, therefore, produces a value in the form of a commodity. This, according to Adam Smith, is partly an equivalent for his wages, and this part, then, is determined by the magnitude of value of his wages. Depending on that magnitude, he has to add labour in order to produce or reproduce a value equal to that of his wages. On the other hand, the labourer adds more labour over and above the limit so drawn, and this creates surplus value for the capitalist employing him. Whether this surplus value remains entirely in the hands of the capitalist, or parts of it are yielded by him to third persons, does not in the least alter either the qualitative, that is, at all the surplus value, or the quantitative, magnitude, determination of the surplus value added by the wage labourer. It is value the same as any other portion of the value of the product. But it differs in that the labourer has not received any equivalent for it, nor will receive any later on, in that, on the contrary, this value is appropriated by the capitalist without any equivalent. The total value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labour expended by the labourer in its production. One portion of this total value is determined by the fact that it is equal to the value of the wages, that is, an equivalent for them. The second part, the surplus value, is therefore necessarily likewise determined as equal to the total value of the product minus that part of its value which is equivalent to the wages. Hence, equal to the excess of the value produced in the making of the commodity over that part of the value contained in it which is an equivalent for his wages. 2. That which is true of a commodity produced in some individual industrial establishment by any individual labourer is true of the annual product of all branches of business as a whole. That which is true of the day's work of some individual productive labourer is true of the year's work set in motion by the entire class of productive labourers. It fixes, Adam Smith's expression, in the annual product of a total value determined by the quantity of the annual labour expended, and this total value resolves itself into one portion determined by that part of the annual labour wherewith the working class creates an equivalent of its annual wages, in fact, these wages themselves, and into another portion determined by the additional annual labour by which the labourer creates surplus value for the capitalist class. The annual value product contained in the annual product consists therefore of but two elements, namely, the equivalent of the annual wages received by the working class and the surplus value annually provided for the capitalist class. Now the annual wages are the revenue of the working class, and the annual quantity of surplus value the revenue of the capitalist class. Hence, both of them represent the relative shares in the annual fund for consumption. This view is correct when describing simple reproduction, and are realized in it. There is then no room left anywhere for the constant capital value, for the reproduction of the capital functioning in the form of means of production. and Adam Smith states explicitly in the introduction to his work that all portions of the value of commodities which serve as revenue coincide with the annual product of labour intended for the social fund for consumption. Quote, "To explain in what has consisted the revenue of the great body of the people, or what has been the nature of those funds, which in different ages and nations have supplied their annual consumption, is the object of these first 4 books." Unquote. Page 12. And in the very first sentence of the introduction we read, "The annual labour of every nation is the fund which originally supplies it with all the necessaries and conveniences of life which it annually consumes, and which consists always either in the immediate produce of that labour, or in what is purchased with that produce from other nations." Unquote. Page 11. Now Adam Smith's first mistake consists in equating the value of the annual product to the newly produced annual value. The latter is only the product of labour in the past year. The former includes, besides, all elements of value consumed in the making of the annual product, but which were produced in the preceding and partly even earlier years, means of production whose value merely reappears, which, as far as their value is concerned, have been neither produced nor reproduced by the labour expended in the past year. By this confusion Adam Smith spirits away the constant portion of the value of the annual product. This confusion rests on another error in his fundamental conception. He does not distinguish the twofold nature of labour itself, of labour which creates value by expending labour power, and of labour as concrete useful work which creates articles of use values. The total quantity of the commodities fabricated annually, in other words, the total annual product, is the product of the useful labour active during the past year. It is only due to the fact that socially employed labour was spent in a ramified system of useful kinds of labour that all these commodities exist. It is due to this fact alone that the value of the means of production consumed in the production of commodities and reappearing in a new bodily form is preserved in their total value. The total annual product, then, is the result of the useful labour expended during the year. But only a part of the value of the annual product has been created during the year. This portion is the annual value product, in which the quantity of labour set in motion during the year is represented. Hence, if Adam Smith says in the passage just cited, quote, "The annual labour of every nation is the fund which originally supplies it with all the necessaries and conveniences of life which it annually consumes, etc., unquote, he takes the one-sided standpoint of solely useful labour, which has indeed given all these means of subsistence their consumable form, but he forgets that this was impossible without the assistance of instruments and subjects of labour supplied by former years, and that, therefore, the annual labour, while it created value, did not create all the value of the products fabricated by it, that the value newly produced is smaller than the value of the product. While we cannot reproach Adam Smith for going in this analysis no farther than all his successors, although a step in the right direction could already be discerned among the physiocrats, he subsequently gets lost in a chaos, and this mainly because his esoteric conception of the value of commodities in general is constantly contravened by exoteric conceptions, which on the whole prevail with him, and yet his scientific instinct permits the esoteric standpoint to reappear from time to time. Section 2D. Capital and Revenue in Adam Smith. That portion of the value of every commodity, and therefore also of the annual product, which is but an equivalent of the wages, is equal to the capital advanced by the capitalist for labour power, that is equal to the variable portion of the total capital advanced. The capitalist recovers this portion of the total capital through a portion of the newly produced value of the commodities supplied by the wage labourers. Whether the variable capital is advanced in the sense that the capitalist pays the labourer in money for his share in a product which is not yet ready for sale, or which, though ready, has not yet been sold by the capitalist, or whether he pays him with money already obtained by the sale of commodities previously supplied by the labourer, or whether he has drawn this money in advance by means of credit, in all these cases the capitalist expends variable capital, which passes into the hands of the labourers in the form of money, and on the other hand he possesses the equivalent of this capital value in that portion of the value of his commodities in which the labourer has produced anew his share of its total value, in other words, in which he has produced the value of his own wages. Instead of giving him this portion of the value in the bodily form of his own product, the capitalist pays it to him in money. For the capitalist, the variable portion of his advanced capital value now exists in the form of commodities, while the labourer has received the equivalent for his sold labour power in the form of money. Now, while that portion of the capital advanced by the capitalist, which has been converted by the purchase of labour power into variable capital, functions in the process of production itself as operative labour power, and by the expenditure of this power is produced anew as new value in the form of commodities, that is, reproduced, hence a reproduction or new production of advanced capital value, the labourer spends the value or price of his sold labour power on means of subsistence, on means for the reproduction of his labour power. An amount of money equal to the variable capital forms his income, hence his revenue, which lasts only so long as he can sell his labour power to the capitalist. The commodity of the wage labourer, his labour power, serves as a commodity only to the extent that it is incorporated in the capital of the capitalist, acts as capital. On the other hand, the capital expended by the capitalist as money capital in the purchase of labour power functions as a revenue in the hands of the seller of labour power, the wage labourer. Various processes of circulation and production intermingle here, which Adam Smith does not distinguish. First, acts pertaining to the process of circulation. The labourer sells his commodity, labour power, to the capitalist. The money with which the capitalist buys it is, from his point of view, money invested for the production of surplus value, hence money capital. It is not spent, but advanced. This is the real meaning of advance, the avance of the physiocrats, no matter where the capitalist gets the money. Every value which the capitalist pays out for the purposes of the productive process is advanced from his point of view, regardless of whether this takes place before or post festum. It is advanced to the process of production itself. The same takes place here as in every other sale of commodities. The seller gives away a use value, in this case his labour power, and receives its value, realizes its price, in money. The buyer gives away his money and receives in return the commodity itself, in this case labour power. Second, in the process of production, the purchased labour power now forms a part of the functioning capital, and the labourer himself serves here merely as a special bodily form of this capital, distinguished from its elements existing in the bodily form of means of production. During the process, by expending his labour power, the labourer adds value to the means of production, which he converts into products equal to the value of his labour power, exclusive of surplus value. He therefore reproduces for the capitalist, in the form of commodities, that portion of his capital which has been, or has to be, advanced by him for wages, produces for him an equivalent of the latter. Hence he reproduces for the capitalist that capital which the latter can advance once more for the purchase of labour power. Third, in the sale of a commodity, one portion of its selling price replaces the variable capital advanced by the capitalist, whereby, on the one hand, he is enabled anew to buy labour power, and the labourer, on the other, to sell it anew. In all purchases and sales of commodities, so far as only these transactions are under discussion, it is quite immaterial what becomes of the proceeds the seller receives for his commodities, and what becomes of the bought articles of use in the hands of the buyer. Hence, so far as the mere process of circulation is concerned, it is quite immaterial that the labour power bought by the capitalist reproduces capital value for him, and that on the other hand the money received by the labourer as the purchase price of his labour power constitutes his revenue. The magnitude of value of the labourer's article of commerce, his labour power, is not affected either by its forming revenue for him or by the fact that the use of this article of commerce by the buyer reproduces capital value for this buyer. Since the value of labour power, that is, the adequate selling price of this commodity, is determined by the quantity of labour required for its reproduction, and this quantity of labour itself is here determined by that needed for the production of the necessary means of subsistence of the labourer, hence for the maintenance of his existence, the wages become the revenue on which the labourer has to live. It is entirely wrong when Adam Smith says, page 223, quote, "That portion of the stock which is laid out in maintaining productive hands, after having served in the function of a capital to him, the capitalist, constitutes a revenue to them, the labourers." Unquote. The money with which the capitalist pays for the labour power purchased by him serves in the function of a capital to him, since he thereby incorporates labour power in the material constituents of his capital, and thus enables his capital to function altogether as productive capital. We must make this distinction. The labour power is a commodity, not capital, in the hands of the labourer, and it constitutes for him a revenue so long as he can continuously repeat its sale. It functions as capital after its sale in the hands of the capitalist during the process of production itself. That which here serves twice is labour power, as a commodity which is sold at its value in the hands of the labourer, as a power-producing value and use value in the hands of the capitalist who has bought it. But the labourer does not receive the money from the capitalist until after he has given him the use of his labour power, after it has already been realized in the value of the product of labour. The capitalist possesses this value before he pays for it. Hence it is not the money which functions twice, first as the money form of the variable capital, and then as wages. On the contrary, it is labour power which has functioned twice. First, as a commodity in the sale of labour power. In stipulating the amount of wages to be paid, money acts merely as an ideal measure of value, and need not even be in the hands of the capitalist. Secondly, in the process of production, in which it functions as capital, that is, as an element in the hands of the capitalist, creating use value and value. Labour power has already supplied in the form of commodities, the equivalent which is to be paid to the labourer, before it is paid by the capitalist to the labourer in money form. Hence the labourer himself creates the fund out of which the capitalist pays him. But this is not all. The money which the labourer receives is spent by him in order to preserve his labour power, or, viewing the capitalist class and the working class in their totality, in order to preserve for the capitalist the instrument by means of which alone he can remain a capitalist. Thus the continuous purchase and sale of labour power perpetuates, on the one hand, labour power as an element of capital, by virtue of which the latter appears as the creator of commodities, articles of use having value, by virtue of which, furthermore, that portion of capital which buys labour power is continually restored by labour power's own product, and consequently the labourer himself constantly creates the fund of capital out of which he is paid. On the other hand, the constant sale of labour power becomes the source, ever renewing itself, of the maintenance of the labourer, and hence his labour power appears as that faculty through which he secures the revenue by which he lives. Revenue in this case signifies nothing else than an appropriation of values effected by the ever-repeated sales of a commodity, labour power. These values serving only for the continual reproduction of the commodity to be sold. And to this extent Smith is right when he says that the portion of the value of the product created by the labourer himself, for which the capitalist pays him an equivalent in the form of wages, becomes the source of revenue for the labourer. But this does not alter the nature or magnitude of this portion of the value of the commodity, any more than the value of the means of production is changed by the fact that they function as capital values, or the nature and magnitude of a straight line are changed by the fact that it serves as the base of some triangle, or as the diameter of some ellipse. The value of labour power remains quite as independently definite as that of those means of production. This portion of the value of a commodity neither consists of revenue as an independent factor constituting this value part, nor does it resolve itself into revenue. While this new value, constantly reproduced by the labourer, constitutes a source of revenue for him, his revenue, conversely, is not a constituent of the new value produced by him. The magnitude of the share paid to him of the new value created by him determines the value magnitude of his revenue, not vice versa. The fact that this part of the newly created value forms a revenue for him indicates merely what becomes of it, shows the character of its application, and has no more to do with its formation than with that of any other value. If my receipts are 10 shillings a week, that changes nothing in the nature of the value of the 10 shillings, nor in the magnitude of their value. As in the case of every other commodity, so in that of labour power is its value determined by the amount of this labour that is necessary for its reproduction. That the amount of this labour is determined by the value of the labourer's necessary means of subsistence, hence is equal to the labour required for the reproduction of the very conditions of his life, that is peculiar for this commodity, labour power, but no more peculiar than the fact that the value of labouring cattle is determined by the value of the means of subsistence necessary for its maintenance, that is, by the amount of human labour necessary to produce these means of subsistence. But it is this category of revenue which is to blame for all the harmful confusion in Adam Smith. The various kinds of revenue form with him the component parts of the annually produced, newly created commodity value, while, vice versa, the two parts into which this commodity value resolves itself for the capitalist, the equivalent of his variable capital, advanced in the form of money when purchasing labour, and the other portion of the value, the surplus value, which likewise belongs to him but did not cost him anything, form sources of revenue. The equivalent of the variable capital is advanced again for labour power, and to that extent forms a revenue for the labourer in the shape of wages. Since the other portion, the surplus value, does not serve to replace any advance of capital for the capitalist, it may be spent by him in articles of consumption, both necessities and luxuries, or consumed as revenue instead of forming capital value of any description. Commodity value itself is the preliminary condition of this revenue, and its component parts differ from the point of view of the capitalist only to the extent that they constitute either an equivalent for or an excess over the variable capital value advanced by him. Both of them consist of nothing but labour power expended during the production of commodities, rendered fluent in labour. They consist of outlay, not income or revenue, of outlay of labour. In accordance with the quid pro quo, by which the revenue becomes the source of commodity value instead of the commodity value being the source of revenue, the value of commodities new has the appearance of being composed of the various kinds of revenue. These revenues are determined independently of one another, and the total value of commodities is determined by the addition of the values of these revenues. But now the question is, how to determine the value of each of these revenues, which are supposed to form commodity value. In the case of wages, it can be done, for wages represent the value of their commodity, labour power, and this value is determinable, the same as for that of all other commodities, by the labour required for the reproduction of this commodity. But surplus value, or as Adam Smith has it, its two forms, profit and rent, how are they determined? Here Adam Smith has but empty phrases to offer. At one time he represents wages and surplus value, or wages and profit, as component parts of the value or price of commodities. At another, and almost in the same breath, as parts into which the price of commodities resolves itself. But this means, on the contrary, that the commodity value is the thing given first, and that different parts of this given value fall in the form of different revenues to the share of different persons engaged in the productive process. This is by no means identical with the notion that value is composed of these three component parts. If I determine the lengths of three different straight lines independently, and then form out of these three lines as component parts a fourth straight line equal to their sum, it is by no means the same procedure as when I have some given straight line before me, and for some purpose divide it, resolve it, so to say, into three different parts. In the first case, the length of the line changes throughout with the lengths of the three lines whose sum it is. In the second case, the lengths of the three parts of the line are from the outset limited by the fact that they are parts of a line of given length. As a matter of fact, if we adhere to that part of Smith's exposition which is correct, namely, that the value newly created by the annual labour and contained in the annual social commodity product, the same as in every individual commodity or every daily, weekly, etc. product, is equal to the value of the variable capital advanced, that is, to the value part intended to purchase new labour power, plus the surplus value, which the capitalist can realize in means of his individual consumption, simple reproduction being assumed and other circumstances remaining the same. If we furthermore keep in mind that Adam Smith lumps together labour, so far as it creates value and is an expenditure of labour power, and labour so far as it creates value, that is, expended in a useful, appropriate manner, then the entire conception amounts to this: the value of every commodity is the product of labour. Hence, this is also true of the value of the product of the annual labour, or of the value of society's annual commodity product. But since all labour resolves itself, 1, into necessary labour time, in which the labourer reproduces merely an equivalent for the capital advanced in the purchase of his labour power, and 2, into surplus labour, by which he supplies the capitalist with a value for which the latter does not give any equivalent, hence surplus value, it follows that all commodity value can resolve itself only into these two component parts, so that ultimately it forms a revenue for the working class in the form of wages, and for the capitalist class in the form of surplus value. As for the constant capital value, that is, the value of the means of production consumed in the creation of the annual product, it cannot be explained how this value gets into that of the new product, except for the phrase that the capitalist charges the buyer with it in the sale of his goods. But ultimately, since the means of production are themselves products of labour, this portion of value can, in turn, consist only of an equivalent of the variable capital and of surplus value, of a product of necessary labour and of surplus labour. The fact that the values of these means of production function in the hands of their employers as capital values does not prevent them from having originally, in the hands of others, if we go to the bottom of the matter, even though at some previous time, resolved themselves into the same two portions of value, hence into two different sources of revenue. One point herein is correct, that the matter presents itself differently in the movement of social capital, that is, of the totality of individual capitals, from the way it presents itself for each individual capital considered separately, hence from the standpoint of each individual capitalist. For the latter, the value of commodities resolves itself into 1, a constant element, a fourth one, as Adam Smith says, and 2, the sum of wages and surplus value, or wages, profit, and rent. But from the point of view of society, the fourth element of Adam Smith, the constant capital value, disappears. Section 2E. Recapitulation. The absurd formula that the three revenues, wages, profit, and rent, form the three component parts of the value of commodities, originates with Adam Smith from the more plausible idea that the value of commodities resolves itself into these three component parts. This is likewise incorrect, even granted that the value of commodities is divisible only into an equivalent of the consumed labour power and the surplus value created by it. But the mistake rests here, too, on a deeper, a true foundation. Capitalist production is based on the fact that the productive labourer sells his own labour power as his commodity to the capitalist, in whose hands it then functions merely as an element of his productive capital. This transaction, which pertains to circulation, the sale and purchase of labour power, not only inaugurates the process of production, but also determines implicitly its specific character. The production of a use value, and even that of a commodity, for this can be carried on also by independent productive labourers, is here only a means of producing absolute and relative surplus value for a capitalist. For this reason, we have seen in the analysis of the process of production that the production of absolute and relative surplus value determines 1, the duration of the daily labour process, and 2, the entire social and technical configuration of the capitalist process of production. Within this process there is realized the distinction between the mere conservation of value of the constant capital value, the actual reproduction of advanced value, equivalent of labour power, and the production of surplus value, that is, of value for which the capitalist hath neither advanced an equivalent previously, nor will advance one post festum. The appropriation of surplus value, a value in excess of the equivalent of the value advanced by the capitalist, although inaugurated by the purchase and sale of labour power, is an act performed within the process of production itself, and forms an essential element of it. The introductory act, which constitutes an act of circulation, the purchase and sale of labour power, itself rests on a distribution of the elements of production which preceded and presupposed the distribution of the social products, namely, on the separation of labour power as a commodity of the labourer from the means of production as the property of non-labourers. However, this appropriation of surplus value, or this separation of the production of value into a reproduction of advanced value and a production of new value, surplus value, which does not replace any equivalent, does not alter in any way the substance of value itself, or the nature of the production of value. The substance of value is and remains nothing but expended labour power, labour independent of the specific, useful character of this expenditure. A serf, for instance, expends his labour power for 6 days, labours for 6 days, and the fact of this expenditure as such is not altered by the circumstance that he may be working 3 days for himself on his own field, and 3 days for his lord on the field of the latter. Both his voluntary labour for himself and his forced labour for his lord are equally labour. So far as this labour is considered with reference to the values or to the useful articles created by it, there is no difference in his 6 days of labour. The difference refers merely to the different conditions by which the expenditure of his labour power during both halves of his labour time of 6 days is called forth. The same applies to the necessary and surplus labour of the wage labourer. The process of production expires in the commodity. The fact that labour power was expended in its fabrication now appears as a material property of the commodity, as the property of possessing value. The magnitude of this value is measured by the amount of labour expended. The value of a commodity resolves itself into nothing else besides, and is not composed of anything else. If I have drawn a straight line of definite length, I have, to start with, produced a straight line, true only symbolically, as I know beforehand, by resort to the art of drawing, which is practised in accordance with certain rules or laws, independent of myself. If I divide this line into 3 sections, which may correspond to a certain problem, every one of these sections remains a straight line, and the entire line, whose sections they are, does not resolve itself by this division into anything different from a straight line, for instance, into some kind of curve. Neither can I divide a line of given length in such a way that the sum of its parts is greater than the undivided line itself. Hence the length of the undivided line is not determined by any arbitrarily fixed lengths of its parts. Vice versa, the relative lengths of these parts are limited from the outset by the size of the line whose parts they are. In this, a commodity produced by a capitalist does not differ in any way from that produced by an independent labourer, or by communities of working people, or by slaves. But in the present case, the entire product of labour, as well as its entire value, belongs to the capitalist. Like every other producer, he has to convert his commodity by sale into money before he can manipulate it further, he must convert it into the form of the universal equivalent. Let us examine the commodity product before it is converted into money. It belongs wholly to the capitalist. On the other hand, as a useful product of labour, a use value, it is entirely the product of a past labour process. Not so its value. One portion of this value is but the value of the means of production expended in the production of this commodity and reappearing in a new form. This value has not been produced during the process of production of this commodity, for the means of production possess this value before the process of production, independently of it. They entered into this process as the vehicles of this value. It is only its form of appearance that has been renewed and altered. This portion of the value of the commodity constitutes for the capitalist an equivalent of the portion of the constant capital value advanced and consumed in the production of the commodity. It existed previously in the form of means of production. It exists now as a component part of the value of the newly produced commodity. As soon as this commodity has been turned into money, the value now existing in the form of money must be reconverted into means of production, into its original form determined by the process of production and its function in it. Nothing is altered in the character of the value of a commodity by the function of this value as capital. A second portion of the value of a commodity is the value of the labour power which the wage worker sells to the capitalist. It is determined, the same as that of the means of production, independently of the process of production into which labour power is to enter, and it is fixed in an act of circulation, the purchase and sale of labour power, before the latter enters the process of production. By means of his function, the expenditure of labour power, the wage labourer produces a commodity value equal to the value which the capitalist has to pay him for the use of his labour power. He gives this value to the capitalist in the form of a commodity, and is paid for it by him in money. That this portion of the commodity value is for the capitalist but an equivalent for the variable capital which he has to advance in wages does not alter in any way the fact that it is a commodity value newly created during the process of production, and consisting of nothing but what surplus value consists of, namely, past expenditure of labour power. Nor is this truth affected by the fact that the value of the labour power paid by the capitalist to the labourer in the form of wages assumes the form of a revenue for the labourer, and that not only labour power is continually reproduced thereby, but also the class of wage labourers as such, and thus the basis of the entire capitalist production. However, the sum of these two portions of value does not comprise the whole of commodity value. There remains an excess over both of them, the surplus value. This, like the portion of value which replaces the variable capital advanced in wages, is a value newly created by the labourer during the process of production, congealed labour. But it does not cost the owner of the entire product, the capitalist, anything. This circumstance actually permits the capitalist to consume the surplus value entirely as revenue, unless he has to surrender parts of it to other participants, such as ground rent to the landlord, in which case such portions constitute a revenue of such third persons. This same circumstance was the compelling motive that induced our capitalist to engage at all in the manufacture of commodities. But neither his original benevolent intention of snatching surplus value nor its subsequent expenditure as revenue by him or others affects the surplus value as such. They do not impair the fact that it is congealed unpaid labour, nor the magnitude of this surplus value, which is determined by entirely different conditions. However, if Adam Smith wanted to occupy himself, as he did, with the role of the various parts of this value in the total process of reproduction, even while he was investigating the value of commodities, it would be evident that while some particular parts function as revenue, others function just as continually as capital, and consequently, according to his logic, should have been designated as constituent parts of the commodity value, or parts into which this value resolves itself. Adam Smith identifies the production of commodities in general with capitalist commodity production. The means of production are to him from the outset capital. Labour is from the outset wage labour, and therefore, quote, "The number of useful and productive labourers is everywhere in proportion to the quantity of capital stock which is employed in setting them to work." Unquote. Introduction, page 12. In short, the various factors of the labour process, both objective and personal, appear from the first with the masks characteristic of the period of capitalist production. The analysis of the value of commodities therefore coincides directly with the consideration of the extent to which this value is, on the one hand, a mere equivalent of capital laid out, and on the other, to what extent it forms free value, value not replacing any advanced capital value, or surplus value. Compared from this point of view, parts of commodity value thus transform themselves imperceptibly into its independent component parts, and finally into the sources of all value. A further conclusion is that commodity value is composed of, or resolves itself into, revenues of various kinds, so that the revenues do not consist of commodity values, but the commodity value consists of revenues. As little, however, as the nature of a commodity value as such, or of money as such, is changed through their functioning as capital value, just so little is the nature of a commodity value as capital value. Just so little is the nature of a commodity value changed on account of its functioning later as a revenue for some particular person. The commodity with which Adam Smith has to deal is from the outset commodity capital, which comprises surplus value in addition to the capital value consumed in the production of the commodity. It is therefore a commodity produced capitalistically, the result of the capitalist process of production. It would have been necessary, then, to analyze first this process, and also the process of self-expansion and of the formation of value which it includes. Since this process is in its turn premised by the circulation of commodities, its description requires also a preliminary and independent analysis of the commodity. However, even where Adam Smith at times hits esoterically upon the correct thing, he always takes into consideration the formation of value only as incidental to the analysis of commodities, that is, to the analysis of commodity capital. Section 3. Later economists. Ricardo reproduces the theory of Adam Smith almost verbatim. Quote, "It must be understood that all the productions of a country are consumed, but it makes the greatest difference imaginable whether they are consumed by those who reproduced, or by those who do not reproduce another value. When we say that revenue is saved and added to capital, what we mean is that the portion of revenue, so said to be added to the capital, is consumed by productive instead of unproductive labourers." Unquote. Principles, page 163. In fact, Ricardo fully accepted the theory of Adam Smith concerning the resolution of the price of commodities into wages and surplus value, or variable capital and surplus value. The points of dispute with him are 1. The component parts of the surplus value. He eliminates ground rent as an essential element of it. 2. Ricardo splits the price of the commodity into these component parts. The magnitude of value is, then, the prius. The sum of component parts is assumed as a given magnitude. It is the starting point, while Adam Smith frequently acts to the contrary, against his own better judgment, by subsequently deducing the magnitude of value of the commodity through the sum of the component parts. Ramsay makes the following remark against Ricardo. Quote, "He seems always to consider the whole produce as divided between wages and profits, forgetting the part necessary for replacing fixed capital." Unquote. By fixed capital, Ramsay means the same thing that I mean by constant capital. Quote, "Fixed capital exists in a form in which, though assisting to raise the future commodity, it does not maintain labourers." Unquote. An essay on the distribution of wealth, Edinburgh, 1836. Adam Smith opposed the necessary conclusion of his resolution of the value of commodities, and therefore also of the value of the social annual product, into wages and surplus value, and therefore into mere revenue. The conclusion that in this event the entire annual product might be consumed. It is never the original thinkers that draw the absurd conclusions. They leave that to the Says and McCullochs. Say, indeed, settles the matter easy enough. That which is an advance of capital for one is or was a revenue and net product for another. The difference between the gross and the net product is purely subjective, and, quote, "Thus the total value of all products has been distributed in society as revenue. The total value of every product is composed of the profits of the landowners, the capitalists, and those who ply industrial trades. Wages figure here as profit des industrieux, who have contributed towards its production. This makes the revenue of society equal to the gross value produced, not equal to the net products of the soil, as was believed by the sect of the economists, the physiocrats." Unquote. Say, Traité d'économie politique, 1817. Among others, Proudhon has appropriated this discovery of Say. Storch, who likewise accepts Adam Smith's doctrine in principle, finds, however, that Say's practical application of it does not hold water. Quote, "If it is admitted that the revenue of a nation is equal to its gross product, that is, that no capital, it should say no constant capital, is to be deducted, then it must also be admitted that this nation may consume unproductively the entire value of its annual product without the least detriment to its future revenue. The products which represent the constant capital of a nation are not consumable." Unquote. Storch, Considérations sur la nature du revenu national, Paris, 1824. However, Storch forgot to tell us how the existence of this constant portion of capital harmonizes with the Smithian analysis of prices accepted by him, according to which the value of commodities contains only wages and surplus value, but no part of any constant capital. He realizes only through Say that this analysis of prices leads to absurd results, and his own last word on the subject is, quote, "that it is impossible to resolve the necessary price into its simplest elements." Unquote. Cours d'économie politique, Petersburg, 1815. Sismondi, who occupies himself particularly with the relation of capital to revenue, and in actual fact makes the peculiar formulation of this relation the differentia specifica, of his Nouveau Principe, did not say one scientific word, did not contribute one iota to the clarification of the problem. Barton, Ramsay, and Cherbulier attempt to go beyond the formulation of Adam Smith. They founder because they pose the problem one-sidedly from the outset by failing to make clear the distinction between constant and variable capital value, and between fixed and circulating capital. John Stuart Mill likewise reproduces, with his usual pomposity, the doctrine handed down by Adam Smith to his followers. As a result, the Smithian confusion of thought persists to this hour, and his dogma is one of the orthodox articles of faith of political economy.